state.
Welcome to my channel.
Have no functions.
Gamers underscore and underscore
the overwhelming
streamers.
majority of systems care
Welcome
about
to
more
my
than one
channel.
component. You can see here,
Violets underscore TV. Welcome to my channel.
Here's an example of what a system tick looks like from our
Welcome
prototype
to my channel.
This is the physics system tick.
Welcome to my channel.
You have an internal
Another viewer.
Underlying physics update.
Welcome to my channel. 01 Ella.
Proprietary physics engine.
Welcome to my channel.
After you run the world
Stygian
sim,
underscore
the
sticks.
physics world sim, you iterate over
Welcome
a set of tuples.
to my channel.
You use whatever proxy was stored in this,
Welcome to my channel.
This dynamic physics component
Stream
to
elements.
pull out the underlying physics
Welcome to my channel.
and you copy it across the
I'm
transform
Facially42. Welcome to my channel. Nipet.
A system has
Welcome
no
to my
idea
channel.
what each entity is. It only cares about a
0x2.
tiny slice of the
Welcome
components
to my channel.
and executes a set of behaviors
Alien
common
gathering.
to that slice of components.
Welcome to
some
my
entities
channel.
might have 30 components, some might have 2 or 3.
S.W.Frost
The
1
systems
is
don't
now
really care.
live.
They just care about the subset
Streaming
of
games
components
plus
on which
demos.
their behavior
Open for
operates.
business.
So here in our prototype engine, this is an entity that's the player character that can do a bunch of cool behaviors. This is like a bullet that the player can shoot. Each of the systems as they run don't know or care what those entities are. They just operate on the subset of components that are relevant to them. Overwatch's implementation looks like this, mostly. The world is something we call the entity admin. It stores an array of systems and a hash map of entities that are keyed by entity ID. The entity ID is just an unsigned 32 that uniquely identifies this entity in the entity admin array. The entity stores that entity ID and this optional resource handle that points back to the asset, what we call the entity definition, that defines that entity. Component's simply a base class with hundreds of subclasses. Each subclass component has member variables required for the behaviors that will be run against it from systems. Polymorphism is used almost exclusively for lifetime. We override like a create function and the destructor, but that's pretty much it. The only other functions that might make their way into an actual instantiation of a component would be little helper functions that make accessing its internal state easier, but they aren't really behaviors. They're usually just simple accessors. So the entity admin is going to call update on every single system, and then each system, they're going to do some stuff. So here, the way we work, instead of operating over these fixed tuples of components, we choose like a primary component we're going to iterate over. And then our behavior invariably is going to involve other components. We grab them through a sibling. So here, some system operates on tuples of entities that have the derp component and the herp component. The Overwatch client system and component breakdown looks like this. Here we show about 46 different systems and 103 component types. This is just designed to impress you. This is the server. And you can see some systems operate on a lot of components. Some systems operate on very few. Ideally, we try to make sure that systems that work on lots of components do so by reading them as pure functions as opposed to mutating all of those things. There are a handful of systems that do need to mutate a lot of those components, and by virtue of that, they have to kind of manage that complexity themselves. Here's an example of what a system actually looks like. This is the player connection system. It's responsible for enforcing AFK behavior on all of our game servers. The system iterates over connection components. Connection is the component that corresponds to the player network connection on the server. It exists on the entity that represents the player. The entity itself could be an active game participant, could be a spectator, or some other player-controlled role. This system doesn't know or care. Its job is just to enforce AFK. For each connection component, here's our tuple, connection component that has an input stream and a stats. We're going to read your input stream, make sure you did something, you pressed a button, read your stats component, make sure you contributed to the game in some sort of way. As long as you do that, we'll reset your AFK timer. Otherwise, we will use the connection handle, that state stored on the connection component, to send you a message to move. So in order for this behavior to run, an entity that's going to be cast against this system must have the entire tuple. For example, an AI bot has a stats component, but it doesn't have a connection component or an input stream, so it's not going to be subject to this behavior. Again, the system behaviors look at those slices, and you must have the whole set. And if we AFK'd out AI, that'd be kind of wasteful. Let's be honest. OK, so the system update function raises this question. So why not just do a traditional object-oriented programming component model update? Have the connection component override a virtual update function that does all the AFK tracking. Well, connection fulfills multiple behaviors. It corresponds to the subject of an AFK. It corresponds to the list of connected players who are subject to a broadcasted network message. It stores the state by which you determine a player's name. It stores the state by which you can get like a player's persistence record, see what unlocks they have. So which behaviors should be in that component's update? Where would you put the rest? In object-oriented programming, a class is both behavior and state, but connection component is not a behavior, it's only state. Connection is not an object in the object-oriented programming sense. It means different things to different systems at different times. So what are the conceptual advantages of this separation between behavior and state? Bear with me for a sec. So imagine these are the cherry blossoms in your front yard. These trees in your front yard mean something subjectively different to you, the president of your HOA, a gardener, a bird, a property tax assessor, and a termite. Each observer sees different behavior in the state that describes that tree. That is, the tree is a subject that is dealt with differently by various observers. To complete the analogy, the player entity, and more specifically the connection component therein, is a subject that is dealt with differently by various systems. The player connection system that we saw before views connection as the subject of an AFK kick. The connection util views connection as the subject of a broadcast to player's network message. On the client, the UX game system views connection as the subject that populates the UI element on the scoreboard with the player's name. Why author behaviors this way? It turns out it's much easier to describe all the behaviors of a tree when you compartmentalize individual behaviors by their subjective perceptions, and this is also true of game objects. Anyway, as we dug out our industrial strength ECS architecture, we ran into a couple problems. First, we struggled with this rule that components have no functions and systems have no state. Surely systems can have just a little bit of state, right? A few legacy systems were ported over to Overwatch from other non-ECS architectures. They had member variables, so what's wrong with that? For example, the input system, right? You can store the input state in the input system, and any system that needs to know if a button is pressed can just grab a pointer to the input system and ask. It seems silly to store global input in a single component. Surely there should be like more than one instance of a component if you're going to make a new component type. There's no need to, in order to substantiate like writing that code. Components are usually accessed through these iterators like we saw before. It's kind of bizarre to iterate over a component whose domain is exactly one. Anyway, this worked for a while. We stored this one-off state in systems and then made global accessors. You can see here this global variable accessing the system that one system could call from another. It was kind of crummy for compile times because the systems were being included, right, in other systems. Let's say I was refactoring input system and moving some functions around and modifying that header. Well, now every single system that needed to get that state was going to get recompiled, and that's just annoying. Also made for a bunch of coupling. You have systems behavior leaking into other systems. So here we have this like post-build player command that the input system is responsible for doing. If I needed to add new stuff to this function call, this command system's job is to fill out this struct with a bunch of bits based on player input that'll be sent up to the server. If I want to extend that, add new things, do I add it to the command system or do I add it to this funky little function over here? Are we leaking behaviors from command system into other systems? As the systems grow naturally, choosing where to author the behavior becomes ambiguous. Here, the command system's behavior fills out those structs, so why mix it? Why put it in one system or the other? Anyway, we did this way for a while, and it worked decent until KillCam. All right, so KillCam, we're gonna have two different simulation environments, one the live game and one the KillCam. I'll show you how that works. It's pretty straightforward. You add a second pristine ECS world. One for the live game and one for the replay. The way the replay works is the server's going to send down a big fat network stream of 8 to 12 seconds. Then we're going to spin up and point to start render the replay admin and give it that network stream as if it came off the wire. And that all those systems, all those components, all those behaviors don't know that they're not being predicted on that client. They're just running the network stream as if it was normal gameplay. It's kind of cool. If you guys want to learn more about this, I suggest going to Phil Orwig's talk tomorrow, I believe in this room at 11 o'clock. Anyway, what we learned after doing that was all these call sites where we had these globally accessed systems were suddenly wrong. There wasn't a single global entity admin anymore, there were two. System A couldn't grab the global system B, it now had to grab system B through their shared entity admin somehow, and that's just icky. Well, after KillCam, we took a long look in the mirror, and between the bizarre access patterns, the compile overhead, and most dangerously, this inter-system coupling, we had a problem. The solution was to come to terms with the fact that it's okay to define a component type that will only ever have one instance per entity admin. we created this notion of singleton components. These are components that live on an anonymous single entity and are usually accessed directly through the entity admin. We moved most of the state that was in systems into these singletons. I should mention that it's very rare for a singleton state to be accessed by exactly one system. Moving forward, we got in this habit where we would write a new system and realize that system was begging for some state. We would go ahead and make a singleton for that system to store that state in, and almost every single time some other system was going to want that state. So it really got ahead of this kind of intrinsic coupling that the previous architecture was demonstrating. Here's an example, singleton input. All the button press information is stored into that singleton input. We just moved it out of the input system. Any system that wants to know whether button's up or down just grabs that component and asks. This immediately removed some nasty coupling and aligned us more with the ECS philosophy. Systems have no state and components have no behavior. The button state is not behavior. The local player movement system has a behavior that it uses this singleton to predict local player movement. The movement state system has a behavior that packages this input up to the server to be consumed. The pattern of singletons turned out to be so common that about 40% of our components are actually singleton components. Once we moved some system state into singletons, we addressed a bit more coupling by breaking out shared system functions into utility functions that operated on those singletons. We'll talk about that next. The input system still exists. It's responsible for reading input from the OS and filling out singleton input. And then other systems downstream can just read singleton input to do what they need to do. It's responsible for other stuff like applying the button bindings, the per hero button settings, but it's no longer coupled at all with the command system. We also moved this little post-build player command function into command system. That's where it really belonged anyway. And now you can guarantee that all of the mutations to player command, this important structure that'll be networked and used for simulation, is all modified in this one spot. At the time we adopted singleton components, we didn't know we were establishing patterns like this to reduce coupling and therefore reduce complexity. In this example, command system becomes the only place that generates side effect on this player command struct. Any programmer can easily understand mutations to player commands because it all happens in this one file imperatively at one time in one system update call. It's also clear to any programmer that any new mutations we need to add to the player command happen in this one file in this one update function. All that ambiguity goes away.
Ido,
E,
a nije to, jeste bili ti nema?
kako nisam otišao?
A dobro, ja ne znam, pa pitam. Znači bili ste.
Jesam, bio sam još jednom.
Šta su vam rekao?
Pa, treba tehnolog da nas zovne.
A gdje je to?
Tamo tortilja, gdje smo je ti bio.
A tu je tortilja?
Da.
Evo, ja se mislim. A to gdje?
Ma, o Retol sam radio prvi. To
Gdje
je
je to?
nebitno skroz. Za Retol ti je desno tamo, prema Vrbasu. Na Retol sam radio godinu dana.
A, no, da, kukuruzno, šta ono?
Jest, nije to teško, samo što oni imaju tako neke smene nelogične.
Dobro. Dobro, tako, biće poslije.
Ko će da radi, bit će posle. Tako kažu.
Idem ja, opekano, sađiva sam šekire. Oni Žarko Mijanović, a tu mi se popeo. On je šekiru, ja otvorim, jedan onako malo srednja, a jedna mala, dvije šekire. Bila još jedna.
Ti si mislio da jedna šekiru?
Vidi nešto da klopi. Rekao, šta je ovo ljudi, moguće. Nema to, da neće prs. Ol ti nalagat gore, ja idem da to nese.
Ne možem.
Jes.
Onda ću samo bačiti drvo.
Evo idem ja. Idem ja. Ovdje! Aj, evo te živote jebo. Mačak!
Kitten Rescue. Welcome to my channel.
Let's talk about another problem we had, this idea of shared behavior. The way this works is if you have some behavior that's invoked from multiple system updates, sometimes two observers of a subject are interested in the same behavior. Going back to the tree analogy, the president of your HOA and your gardener may both want to know how many leaves are going to fall out of this tree during the spring, right? They'll each do something different with that output, like the president of your HOA will probably yell at you and the gardener will just get back to work, but the behavior is the same. For example, a lot of code is curious about relative hostility. Is entity A hostile to entity B? Hostility is determined by three optional components: filter bits, pet master, and pet. Filter bits stores an entity team's index. The pet master stores a unique key that matches all of his corresponding pets. You'd use pet on like Torbjorn's turret. If either entity has no filter bits, they aren't hostile. So two doors are not hostile to each other. They don't have teams set up on their filter bit components. If they're on the same team, they also aren't hostile. That's pretty easy. If they are on the always hostile team, they will check their pet master pair, make sure that they are related to one another. This solves the problem of if you're on the hostile to everyone team and you spawn a turret, it doesn't immediately start attacking you. I mean, it did, but we fixed that bug. When you want to check hostility for a projectile in flight, you simply fall back to the instigator, the guy who shot that projectile. It's pretty straightforward. Anyway, the example I described above is this function called combat utility is hostile to, and it takes two entities and returns true or false if there's hostility. And a ton of systems call this function. So here's a bunch of systems that call it. But as you can see, it only reads these three components that I enumerated. So its surface area is fairly low, and more importantly, it's pure. Like, it's not going to actually mutate these guys at all. It's just going to read them. As an example, using that as an example, we have a couple different rules when it comes to these utility functions, the shared behavior. If you want to invoke a utility from several call sites, the function should read very few components and have very few, hopefully no side effects. If you have a utility function that reads several components and has several side effects, try to limit the number of call sites. So one example of that is what we call the character move util. This is a host of functions that moves the player one tick in the simulation, and that's called in two spots. Once on the server to simulate your input, and once on your client to predict your input. So we continue to replace these inter-system calls with utility functions and move state out of systems into these singletons. If you replace an inter-system function call with a shared utility function, you don't magically avoid complexity. It's mostly syntactic and organizational. Just as you can hide a lot of side effects behind a publicly accessible system function, you can hide a lot of side effects behind a utility function as well. So if you're calling that utility function from several sites, you're invoking several major side effects all over your game update loop. It may not be obvious because it's behind the function call, but it's still pretty horrible coupling. If you take away one lesson from this talk, let it be this: behaviors are much less complex if they are expressed in a single call site in which all major behavioral side effects are localized to that call site. Let's explore some techniques we discovered to help reduce this type of coupling. Right, when you discover that a big side effect has to be executed in response to some behavior, ask yourself if that big chunk of work has to happen right now. The best singleton components solve inter-system coupling with deferment. Deferment is the act of storing the state required to invoke a major side effect, but putting off the side effect invocation until later at a better single moment in the frame. So several call sites in the code want to spawn surface impact effects. You have these hit scan projectiles, travel time projectiles with explosions. You have your Zarya beam that does like a channeled effect along a wall, and it has to maintain that contact as she fires, and you have sprays. Creating an impact effect qualifies as a very large side effect. You're creating a new entity in the scene that has repercussions with lifetime, threading, scene management, and resource management. The lifetime requirement for impact effects is that they show up before the scene renders. That doesn't mean they have to show up in the middle of the game simulation and in a dozen different call sites, though. Here's just under a quarter of the code that resolves impact for effect creation. It does contact resolution based on transform, impact type, the material struck. It also does culling, LOD, scene management, prioritization, and then ultimately creates the effect. It takes care of making sure persistent impact effects like bullet holes and scorch marks don't stack in weird ways. For example, if you shoot a wall as tracer and do a bunch of pock marks, and then it fires a rocket and puts a huge scorch mark over it, you want to delete those pock marks, otherwise you get ugly Z fighting and the effects artist yell at you. Right? I don't want to do that math all over the place. I want to do that in one spot. If I had to change this code, right, it's a lot. Now, and I had a dozen different call sites invoking it, I got to test all those call sites. Invariably, more call sites would be added as folks pattern match. Say, oh, I have some cool ability that needs to create a new effect. I'll just copy paste this one function call. It's okay, it's just a function call. No, it's not, it's this nightmare. Right, when a lot of large side effects can be invoked from multiple different call sites, programmers tend to spend a lot more mental energy maintaining a cognitive model of how the code works. That's what code complexity is. You want to avoid that. So, singleton contact. It contains an array of pending contact records. Each record has enough information to create the effect later in the frame. When you want to spawn an impact effect, you just add a new entry and fill it out. Later in the frame, before the scene update and the render prep, the thing that's going to draw that frame's work, the resolve contact system churns through the array of pending contacts and spawns the effects with all those LOD rules and overrides and stuff. The big side effects are invoked entirely from one call site every single frame. Aside from the reduced complexity of the solution, the deferment has a couple other advantages. You get a perf benefit because of data and instruction cache locality. You can place a perf budget on impact effect creation. Imagine you have like 12 divas all shooting a wall at the same time, and they want to spawn like hundreds of impact effects. You don't have to spawn them like now. You want to spawn like your diva's impact effects, but you could defer the rest and smear them out over multiple frames, smooth out spikes. There's a bunch of really cool advantages to this, right? You can do all the really complex stuff. Even our resolve contact system does a fork and join multi-thread check in order to, figure out how to orient all the little particle systems. It's really cool that you can defer all this stuff. Utility functions, singletons, deferment. These are just a few of the patterns we established over 3 years of working on an ECS architecture. In addition to the constraints of the omitting state from systems and behaviors from components, these techniques further constrain how we solve problems on Overwatch. Adhering to these constraints means you have to solve problems in a very specific way. However, these techniques result in consistent, maintainable, decoupled, and simple code. We constrain you, we throw you in this pit, but it is a pit of success. All right, with that in mind, let's talk about one of the real hard problems and how ECS makes it simpler. This is the most important problem, netcode, for gameplay engineers we had to solve. Like, our objective is to make a responsive network action game. In order to make the game responsive, we have to predict player action. Nothing's going to feel responsive if you have to wait for the server to tell you what happened. This has been true of the genre for 20 years. Despite that requirement, we really can't trust the client with any simulation authority other than their input because some clients are jerks. Things that make the game feel responsive. You have movement, you have ability use, weapons are an ability as far as we're concerned. Hit registration. In all cases, it comes down to this. The player hits a button, the player should see an immediate response. This should work as well as possible, even at high latency. This dude's running at a quarter-second ping. All my button presses are immediately responsive, everything's working just fine. No delay.
Ever get that feeling of deja vu?
Mispredictions are a side effect of server authority and lag if you're going to have a predicted client. Mispredictions are easy. You didn't do what you thought you did. That's pretty much what they are. The server needs to correct you, but not at the expense of further responsiveness. We try to reduce the chance of misprediction with determinism. And so here, same context, quarter second, 250 millisecond ping. We thought we leapt. The server said no. We got yanked back down to where we were before and frozen. You can even see how the prediction worked. The prediction tried to get us up in the air. Even Winston's cooldown goes off. And it gets promptly reset. But we don't want to, 99.9% of the time, that prediction is going to work just fine. So we want to make it as responsive as possible. And if you happen to be playing from Sri Lanka and you get frozen by May, you're going to be a little mispredict correction. All right, so let me put some ground rules in place first. We're going to discuss the novel techniques and how we leveraged ECS to reduce complexity here. We're not going to cover like general replication of entities, remote entity interpolation, or the details of backwards reconciliation. We very much stand on the shoulders of giants and use well-established techniques covered by other literature. The subsequent slides do, however, assume some familiarity with those techniques. All right. Our deterministic simulation relies on a synchronized clock, a fixed update and quantization. Both the server and the client operate over this synchronized clock and quantized values. Time is quantized into what we call a command frame. Each command frame lasts a fixed 16 milliseconds, and in our tournament configuration, it's a fixed 7 milliseconds. Simulation is fixed time, so it has to translate the loop clock time, whatever the computer clock says every single render frame, into fixed frames. We use an accumulator with rollover remainder to accumulate command frames. Within our ECS framework, any system that predicts on the client or authoritatively simulates the player based on player input uses a slightly different API. It doesn't use update, it uses update fix. Update fix is just done for every single fixed command frame. Assuming a steady output stream, the client's clock is always ahead of the server by half RTT plus 1 buffered command frame. And RTT here really is just ping plus processing time. So in this example, our RTT is about 160 milliseconds, so half of that's 80, plus 1 buffered command frame. The command frame is 16 milliseconds. That's how far ahead of time the client is from the server. So in this little diagram, the vertical bars here are the command frames being executed. What's going to happen, for example, the client's going to simulate and send an input for frame 19, and then sometime later, based on that half RTT and buffer time, the server is going to simulate against that same input. This is what I mean by the client is always ahead of the server. All right. Because the client is always gobbling up player input as fast as it possibly can, or as close to now as it possibly can based on your latency, if it has to wait to consume input, it will result in slower server response time to your input, and that makes the game less responsive. You want to keep this buffer here as small as you possibly can. For context, we run at 60 hertz, so this is about 1/100th speed. Predicting systems on the client consume this input, and they simulate movement. So here, for controlling tracer, the joysticks are the input I'm using and sending down. The tracer here is my current movement state that I predicted, and the tracer that's going to come back to us. The full RTT plus the buffer size later is the server authoritative snapshot of our movement for that tracer. Side effects from the server simulation are authoritative. It takes that other half RTT for that stuff to arrive. The reason players maintain this ring buffer of movement, this guy up here, this is like all of our moves we did in the past, is so they can compare their results with the server results from the past. If the client computed the same result as the server, the client will continue on its merry way to simulate the next input. If the client and server disagree on the results, we've mispredicted and then we have to reconcile. Naively, we could just overwrite the client's results with the server's results, but these server results are old. This is a server result from several hundred milliseconds ago. In addition to this ring buffer of movement state, we also store a ring buffer of inputs. You give it, because the character movement code is very deterministic, if you have a starting movement state that you want to run an input against, it's very reliably going to reproduce that input every single time. So what we do is, when you get a misprediction from the server, we're going to replay all of your inputs to catch back up to what you believe now is. So on frame 17, we thought we were running. The server figured out we were stunned. Someone threw a flashbang at us or something. So what's going to happen is, when our client receives the packet that describes this movement state, we are going to basically restore our movement state back to the authoritative server moment in time, and then we're going to replay all of our inputs to catch back up to what we believe now is. So now for the client is about frame 27. We're getting results for frame 17. Once we synchronize, we are pretty much back in lockstep again. We will know exactly how long we're stunned, so by frame 33 here, we know we're no longer stunned. The server simulates the same thing, and it already agrees. There's no weird synchronization catch-up. Once you get that movement state, you can resim your input. You'll be caught back up to now. The client outgoing network stream is inconsistent and lossy, however. All of our game data is sent over UDP with an optional custom reliability layer. As a result, Client input packages fail to reach the server from time to time, which is loss. The server tries to keep this tiny buffer of unsimulated input, but it tries to keep it as small as possible to make the game as responsive as possible. If the server has to starve out this little buffer, it's just going to take a guess. It's just going to duplicate your last input. And by the time that real input arrives, it'll try to reconcile that and make sure you don't lose any buttons, but they're going to mispredict. All right, here's the tricky part. So here we are losing some packets. The server realizes that. It had no input to sim that frame. What it will have done is use the previous input, duplicate it, and hope for the best. It's going to send a message back up to the client telling, hey, by the way, I lost some input. Something's wrong. This is where things go really weird. What's going to happen is the client is going to start to dilate time, or I guess contract time in this case, and start to simulate slightly faster. We said before everything's fixed time, so if a fixed time step was 16 milliseconds, the client's just going to pretend that a fixed time step is now 15.2 milliseconds. It's going to advance much, much faster. As a result of that, you're going to see these inputs show up quicker for the server. By virtue of that, the server is going to have a much bigger buffer of inputs to play with while it waits for you to weather the storm of this loss. This technique actually works really well on the internet where you have tiny fluctuations in loss, tiny fluctuations in ping. If you were playing on the International Space Station, this probably works because of general relativity. So I think it's a pretty cool solution. All right, so guys, take some note. Here we are receiving a message. Now we start dilating time. Notice that we're actually ticking faster. Look at the slope of inputs here. It is literally pooping out inputs much faster than before. The buffer gets bigger. It'll weather that loss. If there was loss in here, you probably get the input anyway. Once the server realizes that you're healthy, it'll send you messages saying, hey, you know, it's fine. The client will do the opposite. It'll dilate time back down the other direction and spit out inputs at a slower rate to reduce the size of that buffer. And this feedback loop is happening constantly. And the goal of it is to try to keep you on that razor's edge and try to minimize, but at the same time try to minimize mispredictions because of input duplication. I mentioned earlier that when the server is starved for player input, it's going to duplicate that input, right? Once the client catches up, the input that was skipped is in danger of being lost. To solve this problem, the client always sends up a sliding window of inputs. And this is a technique that's been around like since Quake World, I think. So we don't just send the one input for the frame we just simulated, frame 19. We send all of the inputs that we have simulated from the last acknowledged movement state from the server. So the last acknowledged movement state we got was for command frame 4. We just simmed command frame 19. We're going to bundle every single input along every single frame into one packet. Of course, players don't hit buttons as aggressively as 60 hertz, so it's compressing really, really well. It's a pretty tiny structure, right? Because you probably had the same W held down before. You just set a bit saying, yep, W still held down. The result of this is if you have loss, the next packet up still has all those inputs, and once it arrives, it's going to fill all those holes before simulation, and you're good to go. So this feedback loop and to grow the buffer size, as well as the sliding window of inputs, basically is going to make sure that you don't have loss, or you don't have mispredictions when you do have loss. So again, just to show off, here's double speed from before. So this is 1/50th normal speed. Here's your ping fluctuating, you having loss, dilates time on the client. The window of inputs is still going to fill any holes before you miss simulation. You have server corrections. I'm just combining all the animations together in one thing to show off. So I won't go over this in too much detail here since it's the subject of Dan Reed's talk, which I very highly recommend because this is the opening act, and his is like the best thing ever. He's right after this in this room, so make yourselves comfy. All the abilities are authored in this proprietary declarative scripting language called StateScript. One novel feature of the scripting system is that it can scrub back and forth through time. This allows scripts to be predicted on the client and then validated just like movement, where we rewind you back and replay all your inputs. Suffice to say that abilities work under the same rollback and roll forth principle as movement, right? This rewind back to the authoritative snapshot, replay inputs back to now. If you remember this movement stun example we had before, Tracer getting stunned and being corrected, works the same way. The client and server both simulate input against abilities deterministically. The client's ahead of time from the server, so the client will do it, and then the server will get it later. The client deals with mispredictions by rolling back, applying the server snapshot, and rolling forth, which I'll show here. So this is a video of us coming out of Wraith form as Reaper. These states here represent basically the state of Wraith form. It says, all right, hey, make me invincible, make me play this cool effect, make me play this cool animation. When we're done with Wraithform, we're going to turn all these guys off. So in one frame, this little animation is going to show each of these states turning off. Right after this is us predicting coming out of Wraithform. Soon after this, we'll get an update from the server saying, okay, here's how I predicted you came out of Wraithform. It's actually going to rewind it, turn all those states back on again, and then re-simulate all your input to turn those states back off. So there's this constant rollback and roll forward that we're doing whenever you get these server updates. Cool thing is, just like we can predict movement, it means we can predict every single ability that you do. We actually have to opt out of predicting abilities, which also means opt out of predicting weapons, everything else. So let's talk about predicting and acknowledging hit registration. ECS comes in handy here. Remember, an entity will be a subject of a behavior if it has the tuple of components required by the behavior. If you're an entity that is hostile, remember that is hostile to check we talked about, and you have a modify health queue, you can be shot by a player and subject to hit registration. Those are the two components that you have. You have the ones required for, or the set required for hostility and the modify health queue component. Modify health queue is a component that on the server accumulates the set of records to damage or heal you. Similar to the singleton contact, we defer accumulated damage done or healed in multiple call sites because it's a big side effect to kill you. Then we defer it and run it later. Just like we don't want to spawn a bunch of particle effects right now in the middle of the game, of the projectile simulation, just defer it. Same thing here. Damage, by the way, is not at all simulated on the client because they're cheaters. However, hit registration is predicted on the client. So on the client, if you have a movement state component and you're a remote object, you're not the locally controlled player, you will be positioned by the movement state system by some interpolated transform between the last two received movement states. This is the standard interpolation technique that's been around since Quake. The system doesn't care if you're a platform, a turret, a door, or Farah. You just have to have the movement state component. That's all you got. The movement state component is also responsible for storing that ring buffer we showed before, those little tracer positions. If you have movement state, this is I'm now describing the tuple for hit registration. If you have movement state, the server will have to rewind you to the player's frame of reference. That's backwards reconciliation before it computes hit registration. This is totally orthogonal to whether or not you have a modify health queue, whether you can take damage, right? We have to rewind doors, platforms, payloads, doesn't matter. We have to see if the bullets were blocked. Naturally, if you're hostile and you have a modify health queue and a movement state component, you'll be rewound and you'll be potentially damaged. Being rewound is one behavior handled by one set of utility functions, and being damaged is a different behavior handled by processing the modify health queue component deferred later in the frame. Again, we still isolate those. The rewind behavior is its own thing that operates on its own slice, and doing damage is its own thing that operates on its own slice. Shot at's a bit abstract, so I'll break it down. What we're seeing here are the bounding volumes for each of these entities. So the bounding volumes here are basically how far, it represents like a bunch of snapshots in time for this Genji. So this is the bounding volume that corresponds to the last like half second of movement that person had. If I were shooting a ray, down my reticle, I would intersect with this bounds first before I rewound the guy because he could have been anywhere in here based on my ping. In this case, if I'm shooting in this direction, I'm only going to rewind Ana. The ray of my bullet is going to intersect her bounds. We're not going to rewind Reinhardt or his shield or the payload or the door back over here. Shots can mispredict, just as movement can mispredict. So here, you'll see the green ragdoll that I'm drawing here is the client's view of this Reaper, whereas the yellow one is the server view. This tiny little green dot back here is where the client thought my bullet hit. You can see this little green line is basically the path of my bullet. But when the server actually validated it, this little blue sphere corresponds to where I actually hit. This is a super contrived example. The deterministic simulation is so reliable that in order to reproduce this misprediction on hit, I had to set my packet loss to 60% and shoot at this asshole for 20 minutes before I was able to produce this. I should mention that one of the reasons this is so precise is we have a bunch of very talented QA people that will not take no for an answer. And while there are other games that don't try to have this level of precise prediction for hit registration, our QA guys didn't either believe me or care, and they just kept coming back with bugs and more bugs and more bugs. And every single time we dove back into it to try to find out if there was a defect there always was. And I thank them deeply for not letting us get away with this cool stuff. Okay, if you have a real high ping, hit prediction is not reliable anymore. Once you get above about 220 milliseconds on your RTT, we're going to start to defer some of the hit impacts as well. We're not going to predict them. We're going to wait till the server acknowledges it. The reason we do what we do instead when you start rewinding targets that far back in time is we extrapolate them on your client. We don't want the victim to feel like they're being rewound way behind a wall that they ran behind for cover, so we put clamps on it. So we're only going to rewind you a certain amount. After that, we're going to start to extrapolate. And I'll show you a video here that demonstrates that. So this is at 0 ping. Right, you can see the hit impacts are predicted. The hit pip and health bar are not predicted. You wait for the server for those, but since my ping is 0, it shows up almost instantaneously. Now here, 300 milliseconds ping, you don't predict the hit impact because we're extrapolating this target, right? He's not exactly right there. On Dead Reckoning, it's pretty close, but he's not exactly right there. There's situations where when that Reaper doubles back, you might have totally mispredicted that extrapolation, and we're not going to honor you. Your ping is crap. This is really obvious when your ping is 1 second. Reaper's doing the exact same movement as that first video, but this is us extrapolating.
No move.
Yeah. Note, by the way, even though my ping's 1 second, everything I'm doing on my client's totally predicted, totally responsive, and mostly wrong. I should have dead-eyed here. It's a really easy kill. All right, so other examples of mispredictions. Now we're back to decent ping, 150 millisecond ping. You'll get hit mispredictions whenever you have movement mispredictions, okay? So in slow-mo. All right, we saw blood. We did not see a health bar. We did not see a hit pip. So we mispredicted the impact effect. The server denied it, that it wasn't actually a legit hit. The reason we mispredicted the impact effect is because we just got ice walled. We got raised up. So we thought we were down here on the ground when we fired, but when the server went to go simulate us, we were actually elevated slightly above that position, so that's what caused the mispredict. When we were trying to fix all these little hit misprediction problems, a majority of them actually came down to making sure your position was agreed upon and was exactly right with the servers. So we spent a lot of time making sure those things lined up. So that's a movement-related mispredict. Here's a gameplay-related mispredict. We're going to shoot this Reaper. Again, we have about 150 millisecond ping. We're going to shoot this Reaper, but he's going to wraith form right as the arrow hits him. So on our client, we'll predict it. We'll do blood. There'll be no hit pip and no health bar. We didn't actually hit him because the Reaper was invulnerable first, right? This is an example of we favor the shooter most of the time unless the victim does something to mitigate that shot. In this case, the Reaper wraith formed, which makes him invincible for 3 seconds. Right? So we did not actually damage that Reaper. From a philosophical standpoint, imagine you're that Reaper and you got that wraith form off. In fact, the server told you and all the effects started playing, and then you died. You would be on the forums so fast. ECS simplifies the netcode problem. The systems involved in netcode understand when they're executing on behalf of a player. It's really straightforward. Basically, if the entity is controlled by something with a connection component, it's a player. Systems also know what targets need to be rewound back to the frame of reference of the shooters or movers. Any that has movement state component is going to be rewound. The behavior inherent in the relationship between entities with these components is that movement state can be scrubbed along a timeline that can match the frame of reference of the player. As you can see here, within this large universe of systems and components, only a handful are responsible for the behaviors of netcode. And it's one of our most complex problems. Now, 2 of these systems, actually, the net event system and the net message system, those actually, they're involved in netcode in the sense that they actually receive inputs and send outputs. They don't actually do game simulation netcode stuff. So really, you're talking about just a handful of these: interpolate movement, weapon, state script, and movement state. And I want to delete this system because I don't like it. So really, we're talking 3 systems actually are involved in what we call netcode from a gameplay standpoint, and only these components. And the majority of these components are read-only for the sake of netcode. The only ones that are truly modified are things like the modify health queue, for example, because you're actually going to do damage to somebody. Here are some of our lessons learned and insights after using ECS for a couple years. I kind of wish we required systems and utilities to go back to that canonical example of ECS to operate on tuples. The ad hoc technique we use, where we iterate over one component and then grab siblings, really obscures component access. The tuple model, you have to be really explicit about what you can possibly access instead of grabbing components willy-nilly. If you surface those tuples, look, if you want to do this behavior, you need this tuple of 40 components. So that tells you something. Like maybe that system is too complex. So I kind of like the friction that the tuples do. Other cool side effect about tuples is that you have a priori knowledge of what systems can touch what states. So back in our prototype engine, which used tuples, we knew that two or three systems could touch a different set of components because we knew by their tuple definitions what they could possibly do. It made it really, really easy to multi-thread that guy. So same animation from before, but you'll see multiple systems light up in parallel because they're touching a different set of components. Your system ticket just you naturally multi-threaded gameplay code because you can know a priori what components you're going to read or write to. I should mention that, like you can see, transform components still really popular. Only a few systems actually mutate transform component. Most systems read transform component. And when you define these tuples in an a priori sense, you can tag components with, no, this one's read-only, which means if you have 5 systems that are only reading that guy, they can still operate in parallel. All right, entity lifetime is tricky, particularly when you create entities in the middle of the frame. Early on, we deferred creation and destruction. So you'd say, hey, I want to create this entity. It wouldn't actually be created till the end of the frame. While deferring destruction turned out to be totally fine, deferring creation had a bunch of annoying side effects. Specifically, if you requested the creation of a new entity in system A, and you really wanted to read it in system B, if you defer the creation, you're going to have these off by 1 frame errors. It's just really irritating. This added a bunch of internal complexity. We wound up changing the code to, when you create an entity, we actually create it in the middle of that frame so it can be used immediately afterwards. And we did that after ship, which is kind of terrifying. That was patch like 1.2 or 1.3. I did not sleep that night when we pushed it live. Yeah, it added a bunch of complexity to the component iterators. It was just kind of icky. So this is still, I think it's kind of an open problem that I'm still trying to, or we're still trying to wrap our heads around. It took us a good 1.5 years to come up with our ECS rules. Like we knew the canonical ones, but we were taking some existing code and trying to mutate it into this new architecture. These rules are like components have no functions, systems have no state. Put your shared code in utils. Defer complex side effects by enqueuing them in components, particularly singleton components. Systems shouldn't call functions on other systems, even our naming convention. Those are things we evolved over the course of a couple years. There's still plenty of old code that doesn't follow these rules. And unsurprisingly, they're the source of a lot of complexity and maintenance issues. If you look at it in terms of how many changes they have in perforce or how many bugs show up in that code. So if you have some legacy code that doesn't actually fit well into ECS, you shouldn't shoehorn it at all, right? Keep that subsystem intact and then create like a proxy component that wraps back to it. Different systems want to solve problems in different ways. ECS is a tool for integrating a bunch of systems together. It shouldn't force its design principles where it isn't welcome. Since ECS is trying to solve the problem of integrating and decoupling a bunch of different large modules, many systems and the components they operate on tend to be iceberg shaped. Iceberg components have very little surface area to the rest of the ECS systems, but they have a whole bunch of state that's internal under their proxies or in some other data structure that the ECS layer can't really touch. The body of these icebergs is pretty obvious in our threading model. So most ECS work, like updating systems, happens up here on the main thread. And we use a bunch of different multi-threading techniques. We have like forks and joins. So here's an example. I think this frame, someone was shooting a lot of projectiles. So here, the scripting system said we need to spawn some projectiles. We spun up a couple of worker threads to start chewing through those. Here, the resolve context system wants to create a bunch of impact effects. We spun up a couple of worker threads to do that work. All the underlying work for projectile simulation is isolated and pretty much not visible up at the highest level of ECS, and that's good. Another cool example of this is our AI path data system. It's a good example of a fork and join style model where at the ECS level, it just has a couple hooks to say, hey, this breakable broke or this door opened. You might want to rebuild path data in these regions. But under the hood, it's doing a whole bunch of like, take all these triangles, voxelize them, and compress the crap out of them. It has nothing to do with ECS, right? I mean, you shouldn't shoehorn ECS onto that problem space. It's supposed to solve it on its own. So here's a cool video of our path data invalidation system. The path data here is these blue chunks. These represent like surfaces AI can walk on. I should mention we use path data not just for AI, we also use it for a bunch of hero abilities. So we actually need to keep this fairly in sync between the server and the client. The Zenyatta here is going to destroy these crates. You'll see the surface that was on the crates drop down below. And then this door over here is going to open up. When the door opens, we need to knit that back into place. The path data invalidate system just has hooks saying, hey, these triangles changed. And then this iceberg, the bottom half of the iceberg goes through and churns through all that data to redo all the path data.
Looky for fun _bot
So
master.
in closing,
Welcome
ECS
to
is
my
the
channel.
glue of Overwatch. ECS is cool because it helps you to integrate many disparate systems with minimal coupling. If you're going to use ECS, define your rules of engagement. In fact, if you're going to use any architecture, define your rules of engagement quickly. Only a handful of engineers are going to touch your physics code or your scripting engine or your audio library, but everyone's going to touch the glue code that integrates every system together. Enforce constraints on this glue code. Dig a pit of success. Netcode turns out really tricky, so decouple it as much as possible as you can from the rest of your engine. ECS is a handy solution to that problem. Before we take some questions, I want to thank all the engineers on Team 4, especially the gameplay engineers, for having to deal with this crap for 3 years. We worked together to kind of come up with these rules and evolve where this architecture was going to go, and I'm happy with how it turned out. All right, we have about 10 minutes for questions. Over here on the right.
Hi. So in your components, in the instances, did you use any kind of, here's my component states for frame n, for frame n plus 1, I have the second copy over here, and therefore, when I do modifications on them for the next frame, I don't have to modify in place, but I'm...
We don't do a double buffer. Like a double buffer is cool because you can do that to do multi-threading
Right.
And deferment. It's really easy to do. In fact, we had another ECS prototype that did do exactly that with straight double buffering.
Right.
It wouldn't be hard to add. The one gotcha there with, well, so what's gonna happen there is you're gonna read last frame state invariably. And for some systems that works fine, but for a lot of highly inter-object interaction systems, it's gonna introduce one frame delays, and that's gonna hurt responsiveness in general. So it's a your mileage may vary type of scenario, but it's very easy to do in ECS. In general, for us, we have two components. The input stream component stores a ring buffer of all of your inputs for the last 2 seconds. And the movement state component stores all of your movement state and movement state for any mover for the last like second or two or something like that. And those ones you can go back in time and read immutable versions without trouble. But it's not a general solution for ours, but it's not hard to add.
Okay.
I had a question regarding looking at parent state and sort of instead of storing it locally. So you mentioned that if you shoot a projectile, you could just look at who the owner was. And I guess I was curious about the philosophical decision to do that versus storing that state in the projectile. You get kind of weird things where, remember there was a bug where if you change teams mid-projectile flight, it could damage your X team, or in the case of Mercy, where you damage buff, it cares whether it's happening now in terms of the damage buff.
Those examples are exactly right. The whole notion of like, you could store it, but then Genji happens. So you fire a rocket at me and I deflect it back. It was your rocket, now it's my rocket. So now I would have to go into that projectile and copy off a bunch of hostility information. We just say, well, let's not try to maintain that. Let's just save the instigator, or oh god, there's specific titles for those things. But yeah.
So it was out of simplicity.
Yeah, simplicity. Yeah. And I mean, what you're describing, the technique you're describing, would be probably for a perf benefit, and
well, also some weird, interesting things where Genji could reflect it, like off rocket, and that leads to.
That's true. Yeah, I shouldn't say it's just, you're right. It's not just perf. There's like design sensibilities behind that decision, but certain complexity and simplicity are usually like highest priority. Good question. Thank you. Okay.
Hey, so I guess my question is, as you said, over 3 years you were building the rules to help with constraint and do the pit of success. How does that factor into refactoring systems that you already developed?
Systems before those, before 2013? Or like, as we went?
Yeah, as you went. Like, I'm assuming you had like a block of legacy code, or you had a block of code, and then you're like,
shoot, a bunch of the folks that were there during that window of time on Overwatch will very fondly remember us trying to hold on to a bunch of legacy systems. And then we actually had this process we called mothballing. We said, well, I don't want to like delete this code. I'm just going to pound define it out under a mothball define, and then we'll come back to it in a couple weeks. And we just deleted all that code. Honestly, it was like, screw it. I mean, we were super lucky. Like the situation that we had, the kind of protection we had as a game team that had every right to be canceled and kicked to the curb, was really fortunate. But I think I can answer your question more broadly with respect to refactoring. This is just a benefit of modularity in general. If all of your behavior is isolated to systems, if you want to completely rewrite that system, that's not hard to do at all, right? So I think it's less of the value is about refactoring old legacy systems and more about refactoring the new stuff as we wrote it. So we rewrote whole systems multiple times for perf or for complexity or for organizational purposes or features.
Just like basically just iterated over and over.
That's right, yeah. Oh, yeah, but that's software development, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Or I should say it's mature software development, which we rarely ever get a chance to do. Right.
Hi, you mentioned that you switched from deferring creating entities to
Do it live?
Yeah.
Fuck it, the whole thing sucks. Yeah, it was that.
Yeah. Did you have any clever solutions or tips or tricks for dealing with, like, okay, so you create this entity halfway through the frame and like this stuff that the systems that were simulating earlier didn't get to touch it?
Yeah.
And then it renders, or?
So that's actually like my fear. The reason we made the choice early on to do deferment was, well, what's going to happen if the entity gets created halfway through and it doesn't, get systems A through F run against it? And just like said, well, you should be a fully formed functional thing by the time your create is done. You shouldn't need some other system run against you. And we very slowly took pieces of entity creation and made it happen synchronously. The last one we changed after ship was whether or not we added components to these component iterators, which is what most systems run over. And that was the scary one that we just waited. It turns out it just worked. Although I think a lot of that was holding my fingers and hoping for the best. I will say though, what sucked about that is, let's say you're in a component iterator, iterating over component foo, and you add a new entity that has component foo. But you're iterating, over that array, shoot. So yet we have these custom iterators where you have this sorted array of components that currently exist, and then another array that sits on the back for any new components that got added while the first array was processing, which kind of sucks because this first array is sorted by memory address, it's super cache local, it's really fast, and these dudes over here aren't. So you get a bit of a perf hurt there for the one or two new entities that showed up during that thing, but against the other 40, who cares? And then when the frame's done, you kind of merge those guys, sort them back into position, and you're good to go. But yeah, that was scary and terrifying and not thread safe, and yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Hey.
Great talk, thank you. And my question is, you mentioned the server runs 60 frames per second, and when the client is running lower frame rate, the server needs 60 command in a second. So client is also need to run at 60.
Yeah. Is your question about like must the client always run at 60? What happens if it runs at 30?
Yeah.
It's a fixed simulation. You must run at 60. You don't have to render at 60, but the simulation has to run at 60. So the simulation, here's the render part of the frame. Here's the simulation part of the frame. If you're running at 30 hertz, you're going to run two simulations, two time steps. And the game simulation is much cheaper than the render part. So turns out it works out just fine. If your CPU isn't powerful enough to keep up, though, you're going to enter a death spiral. Like, oh shoot, I had to run 2 frames this frame, and that caused the next frame to be 48 milliseconds. Crap, I have to run 3 frames this frame, and that caused the next frame to be 72 milliseconds. Crap, I need to run 8 frames this frame. That's a death spiral situation. You're definitely below min spec on our hardware if you're doing that. So we definitely wrestled with that, and we need to make sure we were optimized. Fortunately for the client, the fixed simulation is kind of dominated by locally predicting your client, not remote guys. And we do some cool tricks where, hey, for remote guys, a lot of the script stuff, the high-level gameplay stuff, has a budget. Like we're only going to run 1.5 milliseconds for other people, and we'll just smooth spikes out that way. So it works out okay, but yeah, you're right. You have to be careful. You have to get that worked out.
One more question is you mentioned about hit prediction.
Yeah.
Do you use it also for slow?
For rockets,
path?
yeah.
Yeah, rockets.
Yeah, that was a fun day. Holy crap! Yeah, because it's future. We couldn't think of other FPSs that did that. In fact, we went to GDC talks by other FPSs who we greatly respect and are better than us, telling us they shouldn't predict rockets. And one day we realized we could, and then we did. I'm like, oh, dude, this is the best thing ever. It causes some weird side effects, right? A rocket is a big hunking thing in the world, not like a long tracer. So the rocket can disappear because of a misprediction. Let's say you fired a rocket, but you got stunned by a McCree. The rocket just vanishes. And then YouTube video, forum, yelling at Tim. But it's so worth it. Like, predicting rockets is rad. It feels really good. So if you're making a new shooter out there, just do it, and you'll get one forum post saying, "Hey, my rocket disappeared." Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. It's totally worth it. It's really, really good. Yeah. It's like the one thing we did to the genre. Like the predicted rockets, Overwatch, game of the year. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the fair on fair duels for our Tribes fans.
Right? Right. Exactly. The love note to the genre, Tribes especially. Thank you.
My question's about, I guess, spatial quantization, how it kind of functions with the other systems. First part is about, like, how fine is your spatial quantization?
1 millimeter. Well, 1 divided by 1024. Or 1 meter divided by 1024. But, you know, we're engineers.
And I guess,
divide by 1,000, what? Yeah.
How well does the physics engine handle that? Like, because that can introduce errors, right? And how much of the important gameplay elements are actually affected by the physics engine?
Well, it's tough. The physics engine, as we call the physics engine, is more for cosmetic stuff. Then there's like the game physics engine, like the game simulation physics, which calls the same functions as the physics engine because it's written by the same guy. That guy right there. It's stable. It's really good. In fact, it's stable across platform between AMD, Intel, Linux. Like we worried about like when you're quantizing a float down to millimeter resolution, we worry about, well, crap. If Clang compiles it differently and you have out-of-order execution on this set of floating point operations, would you get different results? And because of the nature of the quantization, we don't. If you have specific questions on that, go to Phil Orwig's talk tomorrow. He doesn't talk about that problem specifically, but he wrote the code to quantize it, so you can harass him afterwards, and he'll tell you all about IEEE and all that stuff. Thank you.
So
I think this might be the last question, though.
So your client-side prediction seems to rely on determinism, and
let me stop you real quick. Sorry. The last question here. I'm going to go to the wrap room around the corner, so if you have more questions, just follow me. But sorry, go ahead.
So your client-side prediction relies on determinism, and you have to support multiple platforms. And it looks like, for example, your dynamic nav mesh system seems like it could be asynchronous. What techniques have you developed to preserve determinism in your simulation?
So the techniques really come down to the fixed time step. Like everything is on that fixed time step no matter what. And quantization. Those are the main things. In terms of keeping us honest, like we are not a strictly deterministic game like StarCraft or most RTSs or even like Halo. We're deterministic enough to not have mispredictions, which is to say there are certain situations where you will mispredict under what would normally be like a reasonable series of inputs. And because of misprediction smoothing, we don't notice in general. Mr. Mark Walligora over there actually spends a lot of time. He wrote a debugger to isolate when those mispredictions happen because of a failure of determinism in the math. And he has this cool little like timeline where you'll see, oh, yep, server and client disagreed on this frame. You can go scrub to that frame, and it has like all the movement state that precipitated that. And you can hone in and realize why the ray that tries to find where your feet are screwed up, because it's almost always the ray that tries to find where your feet are.
So like when a door opens and nav mesh changes, it happens at the same time step as the server.
Oh yeah, so the nav mesh thing.
No floating point.
Yeah, the nav mesh thing doesn't. Certainly the result lines up because it's given the same input, but the amount of time it takes to recompute the nav mesh is different on the server and client, and that's okay. Very few player movement abilities rely on the nav mesh, and if you mispredict, it's not horrible. And again, the server's the authority, so you'll get caught back up to the right state no matter what.
But the client rolls back. So
it does, yeah. But it won't roll back the path data because that's like 40 megs of memory that I want to copy.
Right. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, guys.
Pay attention. AI
Stop.
art has been getting exponentially better this year, and
No, it has been.
understandably, a lot of you, I'm sure, are worried about it. I've been following its development and its impact on the art community that I love very closely over the last year, and finally, I felt like it was time to make a video about it. AI art, for those of you who are hearing this term for the first time, is basically art made by prompt-based image generators, such as Midjourney, Lensa AI, and Stable Diffusion, to name only a few. And while this might sound cool, it's led to displays like this on ArtStation.
Oh, wow. People are mad.
Clearly, the art community is not happy, so...
I mean, I will also say that art is not just for the art community. So if the art community is not happy with art, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. Like, art exists for everybody, not just the art community.
What gives? Let me try to explain why. Now, these image generators can be used by anyone, artists or not. All you have to do is request an image using a few words, and the AI will do its best to deliver that image. Real quick too, AIs improve over time, and they've gotten really good at generating beautiful images.
Especially of girls.
The quality of the art has been improving quickly, and the prompts to generate these images are getting simpler and simpler. It's already at a point where it could be described as too easy. It might sound great at first, an actual real make art button like we've always joked about. But when something seems too good to be true, there's usually more to the story. It's certainly the case here. How the AI is able to do this in the first place is really at the core of most of the problems now. So let's start with the biggest issue, how these AI...
I think that with the AI art, what's going to end up happening is that the people that are more artistically inclined are going to be able to develop it in the best way. In the same way that obviously anybody can use Photoshop, but just because somebody who's very skilled with Photoshop can make something look photorealistic and it not be real, doesn't mean that anybody can do that.
AIs were trained to do what they do. AIs, just like dogs, need a lot of training to learn to do new tricks. Way more training than dogs, actually. I'm simplifying this a lot, but basically the AI learns and improves by example. You show it examples of art that you want it to reproduce, text descriptions, a ton of it, and guide it as to what is desirable and what isn't. Over many iterations, it gets good at recreating beautiful art, just like a pet learns to more accurately follow commands as you repeat them over and over. AIs only develop at an acceptable pace if they have a lot of examples, though, as in billions of examples. The database called the Lion 5B database, on which most of these AIs were trained, contains 5.8 billion text and image data scraped from the internet.
Oh my God.
And in this case, the vast majority of all the art that was used to train these AIs were taken without permission by unscrupulous programmers from artists all around the world without their consent and without compensation. Taken from you and me. I'm not gonna say it's art theft, but it sure smells like art theft to me. In my mind,
I think that that definitely is in some regard, but I feel like a lot of the conversations that people are having around whether AI art is art theft or not are like, there's so much circumstantially around like the United States version of copyright law. And the truth is that the rest of the world does not operate under that policy. The rest of the world doesn't care about like, oh, well, the U.S. does it this way, so we have to do it this way. We have to, respect, their rules. Why does somebody in China have to respect the laws in the United States? Well, I don't think that they should have to. Because if you think that they should, then do you think that we should have to respect their laws? Because I certainly fucking don't. So it's like the moment that you actually apply this in any sort of a real way, it immediately falls apart.
Like that of a huge segment of the art community, this is the main issue with AI generators. Had it been trained on voluntarily submitted or paid art or public domain art like it should have been, AI art would likely suck so bad compared to what it is now that nobody would pay serious attention to it. It would never be considered as more of a tool in some specific application.
I don't really think that's entirely true, because I think that AI art that did well, like, so for example, like the Corridor crew, the way that they developed their AI art, like anime, was that they created AI art and then they trained the AI with AI art to further refine the AI art. So that would clearly be what would happen, because it would just be a more guided process to the same goal.
Instead, it got good fast off the backs of unknowing artists, and now these...
No, they use Vampire Hunter D? No, see, I understand that, but the other thing that they did both. Like, what was transformative about what they did, different than what other people had done with AI art anime, was that, the difference was that they took the AI art and then they fed it into different AI systems and then they fed it back into each other. Like how they used one AI program to remove, the like more derivatives, the more extreme scenes that were not the same as all of the other ones. And then they used another AI tool to remove all types of like shading, for example. So I do think it's I'm not talking about that part, I'm just talking about the other part.
Companies are raking in tons of cash selling their AI services to everyone who can. I'll admit though, it's crazy impressive.
Oh yeah, we've seen that
kind of similar to cloning people. It's crazy what we're capable of. I can see many valid ways this could be integrated in artist workflows, but I'll get to that later. As it is now, and until they retrain their AIs from scratch using only voluntary submissions and public domain images, using Midjourney or Stable Diffusion is the equivalent of shopping at a used car shop where you know that all the inventory was likely built from stolen car parts. Car parts stolen from your neighbor.
I don't think that works because, and this is always the problem whenever people make arguments around intellectual property and then compare them to traditional theft, is that scarcity exists in the real world. Like there can only be so many carburetors. If I have a carburetor, then you don't have a carburetor because I took your carburetor. But in a world where you can duplicate something with no scarcity whatsoever, which is the world that what we're talking about, would that be a problem? So I think that, again, it's just a bad method of argumentation to use a real-life example because all real-life matter exists, it is scarce by nature of the fact that it exists. But AI art fundamentally does, and art and the idea of it and the picture like an image, right? Like this is why NFTs don't have any value, is because there's nothing that's intrinsically valuable about them.
First car. From a moral standpoint, everything about this is wrong in my opinion. Now, I want to take some time to go over 5 of the more common arguments that I've heard either for or against AI art and offer, hopefully, a better perspective.
All right, let's hear it.
I'm just some bald professional artist guy teaching art on YouTube, so all of this is just my opinion, and I'm happy to read your comments and hear you out if you think differently. I'm personally not against the technology, I welcome it, but I'm against the way that it was implemented and the negative impact that it could have on current and future generations of artists. We don't come together and set some boundaries. I'm sure everyone agrees that cloning people is a cool technology, but it's been made illegal because of its potential negative consequences on humanity. I place AI art in a similar category. So the first thing...
cloning people and the negative effects it would have on society. What about cloning organs? Like, for example, like if you were able to clone a person's heart, and you were able to make a perfect one-to-one clone of a person's heart, and you could save somebody's life with that. Or you were able to clone blood, for example. This would be almost impossible to do, but things that were impossible 50 years ago, 100 years ago are commonplace now. So who knows where things are going to go. I think that, you know, cloning an organ, we would all probably agree is a good thing. Is there anybody who would disagree with this? Like if you were cloning a person's organ to save a person's life, absolutely this is good. So I think that even in the cloning conversation, it's extremely nuanced.
On the list is what makes me the saddest. When I hear some of you saying that they're giving up on art because AI art is too good, that it's much better than you'll ever be, so there's no point in practicing or aiming to be an artist. I don't think anyone should think this way because even without AI, that's always been the case.
Yeah, I think that's true too. I mean, like a good example of this is OnlyFans. You can type big boob into Google and get 2 billion result, but people still subscribe to girls' OnlyFans because it has a personal touch. And I think that human-made art is always going to have that appeal in that regard. And as there's a bigger difference between AI art and human art, and AI art becomes more commonplace, the novelty of human art will become more valuable.
There's always going to be someone who's better than you. That's what makes art so fascinating.
That's true.
We keep getting better at it. There's always someone we can learn from, however good we get. We all pursue art for the joy of it, despite, you know, all the pains and failure. There's no better feeling than getting better at something and noticing growth within ourselves. We use art to express ourselves as conscious beings, to connect with others. Art is nothing without that human connection that it enables. And before I continue with the rest of the list, I just want to take a second and mention the massive Christmas sale I have going on in my store on all of my courses.
I love how more content creators are doing this. They're having ads in their videos, but it's their own stuff. This is such a good thing, and I'm glad to see like the content creator economy evolving to this level. And like obviously you have people that'll take traditional sponsorships too, and that's fine. But I think that it's much more healthy whenever you see somebody like this who's, you know, obviously they have their own thing that they're selling, and like this is much more healthy long term for them as like a career. I think this is a very good thing to see.
Including, of course, the Art School for Digital Artists program that will be running until the end of the month only. Like with previous years, it's the biggest discount of the year. I hope it helps you pick up something that you might have had your eyes on. Happy holidays. Now back to the video. The next argument against AI is that it'll take all the art jobs, that it's too fast to compete against, therefore there's no future for artists. No point in pursuing art as a career anymore, and I couldn't disagree more.
I disagree with that too. I think that's not true. If you look at, for example, how industrialization changed farming, it definitely probably means that there are less people in agriculture now than there were in 1810. However, there are still people that are farmers. There are still people that continue doing this. It's just that the way that they achieve that result and the way that they do their job is a lot different now than it used to be back then.
Studios won't replace artists. They'll likely use AI as a new tool within their pipeline. But I think a lot of you don't realize that humans are much better at certain things and will always be.
I don't agree with that. I feel like humans are always better at certain things and will always be. No, I don't think so.
Art is a good example. Sure, it takes time to render out a full concept with colors, shading.
I feel like it's odd to see an argument like this whenever the premise of the video is that AI art is growing at an exponential rate, but somehow there's a certainty that it's never going to exceed human limits and human ingenuity. When I think the most ironic thing about AI art being the conversation point is that art was one of the things that people would always say maybe 20 years ago would not be replaced with AI.
Being lights and materials, but that's not quite what concept artists do. Concept artists need to iterate quickly based on a specific need for the project that they're on. They need to consider all the art, the story, and the mechanics of the project, and then create concepts that fit within all those parameters. Whipping out a quick concept is a relatively quick task for concept artists. Same goes when it comes to modifying a design. Concept art has never been a bottleneck in production, so there's no problem to solve here. No use for AI. The next argument is that AI learns to create images just like we do. We use references from life or other artists, so why can't AI do it too? Well, AI doesn't create art like we do, not even close. AI art is a combination of a series of words or a prompt, a series of words, the resulting image, and a seed number. These three things together result in the image being generated. It's a recipe to create a particular image. If you use the same prompt and seed number, you'll be able to generate the exact same image again. Apparently, you can also reverse engineer this process and find the prompt if you have the seed number and the resulting image. It's just a mindless collage of pixels based on probabilities. Its limit will always be what it was trained on. It can never innovate. It can never create new styles, raise the overall...
I don't think that's true. I think that's true right now. That's definitely true right now. And I would even say people are saying right now that's not true. So it becomes evident that it will become less true over time, which makes sense. And also, I don't really know if, like, the outcome is really, like, a lot of people have a different artistic process. Is it true that one artistic process is fundamentally worse or better than another? And I think that if you asked a lot of artists this question, they would probably tell you no, unless it's like tracing, for example. And you can use the example that AI art is in a different, like, more abstract way it's tracing. But I don't think it's tracing in the same way that tracing is tracing. It's not directly tracing. So, like, I don't see the strategy of how the art is created for being the problem.
A level of art. Only humans can do that. We're conscious beings and we all see things differently based on our experience and our emotions. We can and always do evolve. Just look at the way that art has changed over the centuries. If we stopped creating new art to leave it up to AI, progress would stop as well. Art in 100 years in the future would be no different than it is today. And so saying AI art learns and creates the same way that we do is just...
I think this is partially true. So, like, I disagree on this, that, like, this is a universal truth, but I think that it will always be partially true.
Profoundly not true, and we can't be compared that way. Now, the next argument in favor of AI is that it's inevitably going to progress and be able to basically replace us, therefore we should fully embrace it and learn to adapt to it. I'd say this way of thinking is only right if we keep the technology as a tool. Just like Photoshop has content-aware tools that let you work faster. Left out of control though, it has the potential to do too much damage. Damage that we might not even consider yet. I mentioned cloning earlier. Genetic engineering of humans to create designer babies is another example. Just because it's possible, just because the technology exists, doesn't mean we should use it. I'm sure you—
Well, don't people make designer babies? Like, I don't know if that's really a thing entirely, but I'm fairly certain that there is an element of that happens already. Like, it's just a very, very small amount.
Think of
you can choose eye and hair color. Yeah,
many things that can lead to a good outcome for some, but are made illegal to maintain fairness for everyone. AI shouldn't be illegal, but its use should be heavily regulated in art and every other industry. Just embracing it regardless of the consequences is like telling the banks that they can do whatever they want with customer funds. The reason they can't is not for a lack of trying.
Well, I think that, again, if you make the argument with like customer funds and things like that, money is, and I know this becomes a very flimsy argument because of fiat currency, but money is representative of something that is finite. Like, fundamentally, data and ideas are not finite.
It's because there are regulations in place, regulations that benefit the overall population. The next argument against AI-generated art is more of an open question, I guess. How valuable is art when the author has no name? Writing the prompt for the image doesn't make you the artist, obviously, just the client, as if you asked an artist to draw you a commission. You just asked the AI and the AI did it for you. Now, there's a big problem when people start uploading AI-generated art as their own. It's not much different than uploading someone else's art as your own.
This is interesting because, like, I'm not sure about this. Like, for example, people often have photography that has been, like, very, minorly altered. Like, there are a lot of people who do photography and they change the saturation on their photos or something similar to that. So I think that we already have an example of people that are using something as a foundation and then building on it based off of effectively machine learning, which is saturation and things like that in Photoshop. It's way different. How is it different? Nowhere near the same? Okay, how's it different? Yeah, well, what's the, how's it different? It's a manual editing process, post-production, it's not automatic. I don't know about that. I think that there's a mixture of it. So, for example, like, it is automatic to an extent. Like, Photoshop, like, what's the best way to say this? I've never thought about this, so I'm not, like, really, I don't know what words to use. Photoshop is programmed to identify which pixels to lighten and which pixels to darken on a photo. Like, that is to a degree machine learning. And it's not like you are not choosing each pixel to lighten and each pixel to darken. Like, these filters are effectively tools that are programmed in that do not function the exact same as AI art. Of course not. But I think that they're similar in the way that it is basically the user telling the machine to apply this to a picture and then change it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm wrong on that? They work on a procedural basis? Yeah. Programming a function is not the same as machine learning. Well, I would say that functionally it is very similar. In my mind, I think that they are similar because both of them are not an action that's taken deliberately by the user on an individual level. Like, they are not really taking the action to change the saturation. They're just clicking a button and then making it occur. And I'm not saying it's a one-to-one comparison. I'm saying that it's something that's similar. Like, we're never going to have a one-to-one comparison for something like this because it's just everything's always new. But I think that it is similar.
If nobody should do this with human-made art, well, the same should go with AI art. Then I would ask, what good are these fully AI-generated images if nobody can claim them as their own? Useless is what they are. Unless you're into fraud and try to scam people by
Is AI art useless? I think that's very... I don't agree with this either. I don't think this is true, because I think that if you look at it from that perspective, that's a very... That is a perspective that is... This is going to sound like very communist, right? But it's a perspective that's rooted in capitalism. What he's saying is that, why does this have any value unless somebody can make money off of it? And I think that there are things that have intrinsic value that transcends money. Like, there are a lot of things that have value, and it doesn't have like a monetary value. You can't really sell this, but people have a lot of... People think it's worth something. Like butter? No, butter... I don't think butter's a good example.
Fooling them into thinking that you did it, but that has never been acceptable and it should never be. Now,
yeah, again, like, worth is subjective. So, like, for one person, I mean, like, look at Atrioc. Apparently, AI art does have value. It's just that simple.
I think it should be fine to use AI-created images as part of the art process, as a tool, like I've said, just like someone using photo bashing to create a final concept, but never as the final result itself. For this last part of the video, I want to touch on the pros of AI art and what I think it will become in the future. Overall, like many, I think AI has a huge potential to help speed up some parts of our workflow as artists and generate a lot of interesting ideas as a brainstorming tool. Tools that bring value, tools that help us artists speed up our process and eliminate pains in our workflow should always be celebrated. The problem so far with AI art is that it's been used as the final product rather than as a tool. It's been seemingly trying to eliminate the entire process of creating art in some cases, solving a non-existent problem. Creating art is fun, it's fulfilling.
Well, I don't think that it's a non-existent problem, because a lot of people would like to make art, but they don't have the tools to do it. So the problem for them is they want to be able to do something, but they can't do it, so it makes it easier for them.
Why would anyone try to automate the joy out of it? And I'll end with some quick suggestions or guidelines for artists when dealing with AI art. Hopefully guidelines that the large portfolio websites...
A good comparison to this, how I would compare it is like with a calculator. Like, there are people that can do pen and paper math, absolutely. But if you use a calculator, it would be faster.
We'll hear and implement instead of focusing only on maximizing profits for the next quarter. First one, when sharing art online, just like when sharing studies of other people's art, or when tracing an image, or when the result is heavily inspired by the style of somebody else, do the right thing.
I would say so too.
In this case, disclose it was done using AI art. Easy. Next, when it comes to fully AI-generated images, these should have no place on any portfolio website. Third one, those same AI-generated images.
No place on portfolio websites. Let me think. Oh. That's shameless as hell. What do you mean it's not your own creative skills? It's not about having creative skills. It's about creating an output that people want. Being creative and having skills are not integral to the process. The process is generating an outcome that people will give you money for. Being creative or being skilled is only a means to an ends for that to happen. The only thing that people are not paying you because you are creative or skilled. People are paying you because you create an outcome that is valuable to them. You can be as creative and as skilled as you want, but the outcome, if the outcome is not what they want, then it doesn't matter. So, that's not what an artist is. This isn't a solid argument. What does it matter? Like, how do you define what an artist is? So is an artist a person who, like, I think that in almost all regards, so you could use something that's like a little bit, I've never thought this argument out, so this could be a bad argument, but like you could look at something like Andy Warhol, okay? Andy Warhol painted different versions of soup cans. This is not really revolutionary, is it? This is not a crazy fucking new idea that nobody can do, but he did that. And people got value out of that. And I'll also use another example of Jackson Pollock. Jackson Pollock threw paint on a fucking page. And you know what? That paint on that fucking page is worth $26 million. Isn't that crazy? So it's and what I'm saying here is that there are a lot of people who would use the argument that like something like a Jackson Pollock or something like that is like, oh, this isn't art. And I see this all the time where people are criticizing modern art and saying this isn't real art. The only real art are, you know, like Renaissance paintings and Greek statues. So like, who has the authority to say what is and isn't art? Because I think that art fundamentally is subjective, and it's a subjective experience. It's a subjective expression of the human experience, which is also, again, a very interesting question. If it's a subjective experience, it's a subjective expression of the human experience, then how the fuck does AI art count as that? But I don't know. It's very complex. It doesn't, but like you could say, like if I was gonna make the argument that it does, I would say that a human made the algorithm that made the painting. The human did the inputs that made it happen. And because of that, it was created by humans. So I don't think it's as simple as no or yes. But I do think that like with, does AI art have no place in somebody's portfolio? I think that absolutely what anybody could agree with is that AI art has no place in somebody's portfolio if they're saying it's not AI art. Like lying about it, I think is bullshit. Because it's disingenuous. But to say that it has no place, I don't know if I agree with that entirely. It should be explicitly stated, yeah. You're missing the point entirely. Art comes from the soul. It's something you're creating out of nothing. Well, it's not though. Like for example, like photography is fundamentally, like you would categorize photography as art. I think a lot of people would categorize photography as art, but photography is not something that comes out of the soul. It is a literal photographic image that has been generated from real life. So I think that an example of photography is just like that just immediately falls apart. Let's see here. Just fucking clown. Art comes from the soul. No place on portfolio websites on the whole internet. Well, what I'm saying is that, like, and again, maybe I'm playing devil's advocate with this a little bit too much, but if somebody is able to create AI art that is extremely appealing, that people really like, it's obvious that there is a massive market for that, as we saw with the Atriox situation, and I'm sure this happens with things that are actually, like, not in SFW as well. So does this person deserve the ability to profit off of that? And it's hard for me to say the answer is no. Now it would be close if someone that creates remix songs, like other remixes, like others OGs. Well, I don't know about remix songs or not. If I've never made art, there's a reason why photographers go to great lengths to get the right angle and lighting. There's a lot of human input. I think you can make the same argument that there's a lot of human input with designing an algorithm that creates AI art as well. All I'm saying is that anytime that you try to pin something down on a person like this, like anytime that you look at one of these arguments and you actually get down to a granular level, I feel like the arguments are transparent. And they're actually not as different as what people imagine them to be. Does that make sense? The market will be overinflated in 5+ years. I don't think the Photoshop market is. Let me see here. The algorithm is protected, though. The outputs are not copyrightable. That's very interesting. And potentially those outputs are not copyrightable. But who's to say that, like, I find it to be very weird that people build a foundational outlook on what AI art should and shouldn't be based off of 1 or 2 people that are in the space within like 5 years of it even existing in the first place in any sort of a real way. So like, yeah, you're right. It's not like that right now, and that's not the way that it exists at this current point. But I think that with a lot of other tools that people have made, like Photoshop, Sony Vegas, Final Cut Pro, etc., different tools that are being used to either create things or to modify them, I think that, because also there's a certain degree of AI art can make things like, for example, like, I don't know, where would this fall under the category for you? Like, let's say you have one of the Snapchat photos or Snapchat filters, or like, I think TikTok has the same thing, where like it takes a photo of your face and then it turns it into like an anime character. So like, not all, and like, I would say that is fundamentally probably some degree of AI art, or it functions the exact same way. So I don't think it's as cut and dried as people make it out to be. Yeah, who's to say the coding isn't art? Exactly, and I think that's what the problem is whenever you start gatekeeping the word art, because I think that the more that you actually discuss what is and isn't art, somebody will say art is actually this, and then you'll give you an example of something that doesn't fall under that, that's also considered art, and they'll say, oh, well, that's different. Well, then how many differences are there to the extent to where maybe this definition is not as good as you think it is? I don't know. I find this to be very interesting. If it's not obvious already, I think this is extremely interesting, because these are questions and things that people are going to have to figure out for the next 50 years.
Images should have no place in professional settings unless used merely as a tool, not the final result. And then generally speaking, from a moral standpoint, I think we would all be best to hold off on using any AI image generators for now until they are retrained on ethically sourced data. If the art...
I think that ethically sourced data is something that is very, it's subjective. So like, you have people that believe that they don't believe in copyright in the same way that people in America do. Like, it's just that simple. They just don't believe in it. So I don't know if that really works.
Community can agree on these or some variants of these, and if the AI companies get regulated as they should, I think AI will be a significant tool to help us elevate our art for decades to come. We're not there yet though. There's still a lot of work to do to get there, so please share this video with others who should hear this, and try your best to educate others on the potential dangers. As a community, we'll be able to do this. We just gotta stick together like we always have. In the future, it'll be very cool to see how we can hopefully train our own AI models with our own art only, using our own content as the entire data set for the AI to learn from. That's what I hope this tech will lead us to.
Me too. That way I can just fucking turn on the AI for my stream, talk about how great Dr. Pepper is, and I'll be asleep. You guys not even gonna know the difference. But I could be dead. You have no idea. People wouldn't figure that out for like 5 years.
artists shouldn't be replaced. We should instead be supported with greater and greater tools to unlock
Maybe
our
I
full
already
potential and keep pushing art forward. New technologies are always coming out. The art industry is always growing. There will be many new careers in 10 to 20 years from now that don't even exist yet, that we can't even imagine
Yeah,
today.
I think that's
Being
true.
part of that as an artist is a much more exciting future than one where art stagnates, cursed by AI, left unchecked. And that's gonna wrap it up for this week's class. Again, these are purely opinions. Don't hesitate to share your own in a civil manner down in the comments. By the way, if you've been drooling over how awesome my brush looks working on these drawings in the background, well, good news, you can get it for free as part of my full custom brush set with the link in the video description. Very epic. See you next week.
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. As I said before, I mean, like, kind of, I don't think it's as simple as people make it out to be, because I think that, again, a lot of the conversations that are happening around AI art are kind of just assuming a Western worldview, where the truth is that whenever a massive technological innovation like this happens, it happens to everybody in the world and not just the West. So just because you think that it should be illegal and you think this is the way it should be, etc., that doesn't really mean that that's what the rest of the world has to accommodate and agree with. So that's what I would say. I think this is a pretty good video, though. I feel like these arguments for like why AI art could be problematic are usually better than a lot of the ones that I've heard on like Twitter and, you know, Twitch and stuff like that. So I definitely appreciate that. And this is kind of like what I was saying before about how, you know, like watching things that you disagree with isn't necessarily hate watching, right? Because like I'm a very big fan of AI art. I think it's great, but I think listening to people that you disagree with and responding to it in an honest way, I think is a very good thing, and it's one of the best things about the internet. We've gotten a lot out of that, and I think that it's been good for everybody. Yeah, that's what I would say. And it's a good video. It's pros and cons. It's insightful. Yeah, I think so. People don't understand computers and how they process and infer information. Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe because they're being taught about how many different types of, you know, like what the mitochondria is inside of a cell, rather than how a computer works. What are you going to spend more time with, cells or computers? It's common sense. I think that the way that people are taught things in school is ridiculous. And I'd say over half of the things that people learn in high school are a waste of time. And I think it's not that they are a waste of time, but there is something that could be taught in its place that would have more relevance and validity and use for a person and enrich their life in a better way. Of course, biology matters, but does it matter more than finance? I don't think so. Especially not microbiology. Because people don't capitalize on the information they learn in high school? Well, it's because a lot of the information they learn in high school isn't capitalized on fundamentally. Yeah, or Algebra 2 or something like that. A streamer take? I think that it's a very common opinion that students aren't taught enough about
Welcome to my channel.
For example, in school. I think there's a lot of people that think that. I would even argue that if you were to poll 100 people, I would say the majority of them would probably complain that students and teachers, and like, not students and teachers, but like students and like school systems are not teaching students like what they need to know, like for the real world. Like I would actually say even the majority of people would say that. I think that's on purpose. They want minimum public conduct. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people that think that the reason why people aren't taught these things in school is to keep them deliberately stupid and docile. Yeah, I've seen a lot of things about that, and I don't know if that's true or not. It's very hard to say, but it's certainly possible. Let me read a few more of these. Economics and statistics aren't taught in high school, so the American children don't learn how hard they're getting fucked over. To be fair, I actually I did learn a lot about economics in high school. I had a pretty good economics teacher. My teacher was actually, I think he was in like the CIA or something like that, and he was training to be a spy in Soviet Russia, but then the Cold War ended, so he became a high school teacher. And he would go to every single student, and he would wear a fucking red nose And like Cody had the same teacher. He can tell you even more fucking, like, apparently he just got worse and worse. Like we thought he was an asshole. By the time Cody had the class, this guy was fucking out of control. Like, people were complaining to the principal about it. They were really mad. And so anyway, this guy, he would go around with a red clown nose, and he would watch people take their exams for AP economics. This is the class that I had. Show Us Your Dick Dylan was in the same class. I think he sat in front of me or behind me or next to me or something like that. And anyway, so we were in the same class, and he would walk around. He can confirm this. He would walk around with a red clown nose and look at the people that are messing up, and he would make eye contact with them, and he would stand in front of them for like 3 minutes while this person is like fucking panic writing their fucking economics essay, or not essay, but like their economics question, having no idea what they're doing, while the teacher, and this guy was like 6'5" or something, and he's looking down at you with this fucking red clown nose like you're a complete fucking moron. And then, oh, back in the day, apparently, this was like a year before I had his class, he used to actually give people Burger King resumes. Or, yeah, Burger King applications and like McDonald's applications with all the failing classes. Or with all the failing tests. And, yeah, it was really bad. And so, yeah, I'm trying to remember why I even brought that up. Oh my God. Why did I even bring this guy up? Oh, fuck. Oh, right. And so, yeah, we actually did learn a lot about economics. That's the point, yes. We did learn a lot about it, and by the end of that year, if you, even if you didn't want to, you understood supply and demand. And people fucking hated it, but they knew it. Yeah, he would get canceled today. The thing is, he basically told somebody in Cody's class to kill themselves if they didn't like the way he was running his class. Everybody complained to the school. Nothing happened. Straight up, nothing happened. Nobody cared. He didn't get fired. Nobody talked to him. Nothing. And so, yeah, this guy, and like, again, I don't know what power level he's on right now. I have no idea. But like, this is a while ago. And so, yeah, Texas be like, yeah. Well, Cody graduated a couple years after I did, so this wasn't like, you know, in the mid-2000s. It was quite a bit after that. So, yeah. He had tenure back then, whenever tenure mattered. I don't know if they had that in high school, man. He told the principal the same thing. Yeah, unions make it hard to fire bad teachers. Well, this guy was an asshole for sure, but he wasn't really a bad teacher. And we also had bad teachers who stayed along for a long time too. And my biology teacher would bring a pillow to class with 20 years of head grease, and he would take fishing, only showed movies. Yeah. We had a lot of, I mean, like, we also had, I mean, in my school, this is just like completely irrelevant. Like, now I'm thinking back on it. We had a lot of really fucking insane teachers. Like, my broadcasting teacher, whenever I was in senior year, I am like 95% sure he showed up to class high on the day of the finals, and he literally just read us out the answers. He's like, okay, so number 1 is gonna be, and he reads the question out, and he reads the A, B, C, and D, and he's like, what do you guys think? I'm thinking it's gonna be D. And like, for the first 3 questions, people were looking at each other, they're like, wait, really? And he's like, yep. And we're like, yeah, I think it's D. He's like, yeah, me too. Well, all right, let's go to the next one. Yeah, is he fucking with this? Is this like a test or something like that? And we also had this other teacher, like, how many of you guys had the football coach who was the history teacher? We had this, and this was for, like, basically this was like 10th grade, and like, I didn't want it, yeah. And it was like out in the portable, and it was like normal history, not AP history or pre-AP history or honors history. This was like normal history. So like, you had all the people there that were like 19, like 18 years old, and it was so fucking funny because I had these guys in other classes as well, and they would go and talk the most amount of shit to all of these other teachers. Like, they'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna walk out of class, I don't give a fuck. Hey, fuck you, pussy, I do what I want, I'll be back in a minute. And like, you know, they come back, do whatever they want. They just walk all over the teachers. But I swear to God, this dude was like some fucking, you know, 45-year-old Texas high school football coach. And all we did is watch videos about World War II. And all of those other guys that were these big badasses in school, every single one of them were like, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, coach, no, no, coach, absolutely, yes, right now, of course, I'll put my phone down, nope, okay, sorry, I'm talking in class, my apologies, sorry, sir, I won't do that, and that was it. It was really fucking funny to see that happen, because I had class with like one of them, and then like we'd go to the next class, and they just act fucking crazy. It was some good times. I had so much fucking fun. I never skipped school because I had more fun at school than I had it at home. And not always. I mean, it depends on if a WoW patch came out. But in general, that was the case. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Here, whole class gets an A+. Pretty much everybody in that class got a B.
Welcome. I'm playing RE5 on Professional with viewers on Twitch. If you're watching from YouTube, anyone can join. This might be a disaster, but we're switching out viewers every single chapter. So as soon as 1-1 is over, this one, then it's on to the next one. And then when 1-2 ends, it's on to the next person. And you can't play twice. And I don't know. Are you... Wait, can you hear me? Hello?
Chris here. Coming in loud and clear, Kirk. Yes, indeed you.
Falco here. How do I activate my microphone? I hate controller. It's a shame. Controller, keyboard's way better for movement, but menuing is horrific. And controller's really good for menuing, but movement's a little scuffed. Thank you, Murder. Is it pushed here? Okay, we gotta turn on our mics. Or maybe we shouldn't. I think it'll be funnier with mics on. If you don't have a mic or don't want to put it on, that's okay. I'm gonna turn mine on though. One sec. I can't. You can't press escape while in game. Oh yes, you can. It's just not escape for some reason. Where is it? Oh, is it a console? I think that's fine. All right, let's roll, buddy. Let's roll. Boom! Oh my god. Oh my god. What? That's okay. No, we're gonna play on controller. If I have to aim bad, that's okay. Thank you, Bucklists, for the tier 3. Another pipe. Thank you, Soggy. Thank you, Mangmo. Thank you, Murder. Thank you. How is the audio? Is it okay? had to skip it. 1 sec. There. It's unprofessional.
Remember, we're a team. Whatever happens, we stick together.
We're a team. Oh, oops. Sorry, I'm a RE5 noob. I need to get back into the mix. Please don't talk about that stupid shit. Thank you. Or I will...
Come on.
This is gross.
Are you okay?
That was my mom forcing me to eat my veggies back in the day. True. How tanky are they unprofessional? He's not dead. Oh, he is dead.
They move like any zombies I've ever seen.
He said the word. How the hell do you play this game? How the hell do you reload?
Come on.
I see. Okay. Oh my god, the reload time. Look! This game needs the mod that RE4 has called Tweaks. That makes the controls not garbage. Okay, okay. We got this. We got this. By the way, it's my first time playing professional. I'm using whatever weapons, but no infinite ammo.
Come in, Kirk. The locals were hostile and we had to use force. We don't have any contingency plans for this situation, do we?
Roger on the local, but your orders still stand. What does that mean? Was HQ expecting this?
Okay. What do we do? What do we do? This is gonna take forever, guys.
Roger.
You know, I'm curious. How many hours do I have? 80. Not too bad. Oh my god. It's all coming back, guys. It's all coming back. I used to speedrun this game. I just can't remember the run. It's all coming back, though. It's all coming back. Do I think they'll bring DC Douglas back for 5? No, they're not bringing... I mean, they didn't even bring Ada back for a 4 remake. There's no way they're going back that far for a voice actor. Not a chance. They were replacing every single person from the classic games. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Okay, we got two pistols, I got a shotgun. What's going on here? Where are the hostiles? Where are the locals? Okay, look, we're doing it, I have no ammo. Okay, I'm going outside. This is a bad idea. Ah! Yeah, get that money, yeah. Can't carry shit in this game. I could make it so I only use the Hydra. Hydra only. I need to do some meme for this run.
Kurt, come in. The locals are hostile.
Ma bevi spine nema njao.
We need backup and we need it right now.
Can I shoot Sheva? No. Thank God, dude.
Did you hear that, Sheva? Help's on the way.
Did you hear that?
Just hope he gets here quick.
No, not the guy with the mic. Okay, let's get out of here. By the way, in this mode, you die in like one or like 2 hits. Should I just use the Hydra, guys, for the whole playthrough? Is that a good enough meme? Oh my god. It's so hard to move in this game compared to RE4. Jesus. Holy shit. Okay, we got this, Falco. We got this. We got this. How far back are we? Alright, that's fine. We got this. We got this. Alright. No, Falco! Where'd he go? Come back here! No, it's okay. It's okay. Falco! Falco, come back! Oh, your game crashed. Oh, okay. Hey, Falco. Thank you, Paul. Oh. Now we need a member of chat. Someone try and join. Preferably Falco. Come on. Okay, how do I accept this request? We'll join at the next checkpoint. This better not fuck the game over. There, Naribo. I don't know who the speedrunners are, by the way, so if a speedrunner joins, I'm not even gonna notice. The bow. Whatever. Screw it. Anyone can join, okay? I'm not gonna alter their inventory. Let's see how good Revo is. What the heck is the boa? One shot? Okay, I'll get the money. You keep clearing. Oh! Oh! Look at this god. Like it's nothing. You know, I'm sort of changing my mind. Maybe I'll change this to chat beats professional mode without me. I'm just here to watch. Oh, flexing on us. Look at this. Oh my god, like it's nothing. I'll interfere a little.
York, come in. The locals are hostile. The gate is sealed, and we're trapped. We need backup, and we need it right now. Roger that. Just sit tight. I'm on my way. You hear that, Sheva? Help's on the way.
Got it. Just hope he gets here quick.
Oh!
Hold on.
What'd he say? Blow up. Oh shit. Here come the arrows. Wait, does it one-shot him? It's gotta one-shot him. Oh! Bruh? Okay, I'm going up here again. Please don't die. You got him! Oh, I went to say Roger to congratulate them on the big victory. Hey! Oh my god, even with body armor, you just get one tapped by the first guy in the game. Okay, we're gonna run around now. Oh, the controls are... Dude, I hope... You know what? Right here, I'm saying it right now. God, I fucking hope this game gets remade, because the controls are not my favorite, bro. The turning is just like horrific. I feel like I'm playing a game from the 20th century. Are they worse than RE4s? In my opinion, definitely. But it's only because they can't maintain a pause menu or a inventory system without pausing, so. Yeah. It feels like I'm playing a 2009 game. No, so Apple Tuna. So I play RE4 with a mod called RE4 Tweaks, and it fixes the PC controls so you can play on mouse and keyboard without hating yourself. And it's like, oh, it's so good. This game doesn't have that. Look at the money! Here comes the money! Did we do it? How do I do that? I don't know how to do it on keyboard. There's only so many buttons. There we go. Dude, when this game came out, I played it from start to finish on release day. And then guess what? I didn't play it again for like 10 years. No, not cause bad. It's just cause I beat it, and that was that. I think RE5 is awesome. I mean, this is an awesome game, but it's not for everyone. Find some cover. Ah, thank you, Galzera. Thank you, Caterfly. Thank you, Dutch. Thank you, Yonko. Thank you, Dari. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Harkin. Mike! Oh. Thank you, Warrior. Dude, that was epic. That was epic. Great job. Hey. Oh no! The Hydra's gonna destroy my accuracy. I need S's. So can someone join right now? Oh, there we go. Alright. Listen to that beautiful music. $73. I wish Runeby was here to see this. I know I always say that like every 10 minutes, but I do. Guys, does the Hydra affect my S rank? Does it make my accuracy suck ass? Does every pellet need to hit from the Hydra? Okay, well, I don't know. What weapon do you guys want me to use? I should just use one gun the whole playthrough. Maybe we'll upgrade the... It can't be too good, but I don't want it to be too shitty either. Maybe... Do I even have every gun? Wait, where's the merchant? What are you buying? Wait, I can get the bow. Oh, I don't have enough. Bow would be fun. Is it infinite ammo always? Oh, it's Sheva only? That's baloney, dude. Whatever, let's keep going. I don't know. I think this challenge, I think this is already meme enough as it is. What do you guys think? You can use the minigun. I want to do whatever's most entertaining. I don't have the minigun. I'm not a completionist for Ari Dizzle. Wait, do I have it? I don't. You must get it from Mercenaries or something.
Did you see the new 15 minutes of Dead Island 2 gameplay they just released? It's pretty awesome.
Augers! No, I didn't keeping light. Thank you for the 6-9. I will definitely watch it though. Upgrade the base submachine gun to max to get the minigun. This thing? Okay, we'll work on that as I go through. All right, let's do this. Let's just go. Let's just go, baby. We got this, Skeeter. Oh my.
Kirk, we owe you one.
You can thank me later.
Thanks.
Chris, Sheva.
Chris.
Time for Alpha Team to go in. Hurry to the deal coordinates.
Roger that.
Chris, Sheva.
I'm going on ahead. We'll meet up there. Good luck.
Where you going, bro? Stun rod, best accuracy. That's true. Maybe I should just stun rod only. Thank you, Cosmic Goat, for the tier 2 as well. Thank you. Wait, who got in from chat? Who am I playing with? Look at them go. Oh, they're typing. They're typing. Me. All right, Jail. Let's do this. Sec, I need the treasure. All right. Albert Wesker and William Birkin. Lead the way. You're all speedrunners, right? That are trying to join? Adui! What's going on back there? My accuracy. Lady! I hope my teammate protects me. I'm scared. There's too much happening. Dechan! Thank you, Flex. Help me, Dechan. Bruh! They say this game isn't scary. What was that then? Not scary, they say. Oh! Oh! Not scary, they say. No need to lie. Is RE5 remake possible? Yes. Definitely. Definitely. Definitely!
Hurry! Hurry! Shove up! Okay.
RE5 remake is coming. I'm skipping every cutscene that doesn't have Wesker.
To Nenez? Gdje si radi? Što se radi? Otkud ti? Interesantno. To sam rekao interesantno, nisam ništa drugo da... Pa, jesam na neki intervju za posao. Će li me zvati ili neće, ne znam. Ostavio sam molbe, ja se nadam najboljem. Vidjet ćemo što će biti. A? Brate, slušaj me ti. Tamo gdje ima posla. Ali po mogućstvu da ne moram da koljem, da rukama, znaš, davim pilići, kako to. Mislim, ako mogu ikako to da... Nisam mnogo izbirljiv, znaš, ali... Stvarno nisam izbirljiv. Lopatao bih, što se toga tiče, kanalizaciju. Ali... Neke stvari već... Jeste, čak i nepošten posao ako se radi kako treba je dobar. Šta, ovo što sam rekao sad?
A mu gledaš neku naše zajedničnog poznanika ili?
Ništa ja nisam rekao. Ništa. Ništa ja ne aludiram.
Evo je čovjek upala. Još iko u mediji možda ups.
Pa mu kuracu, da, med jesam.
Ono bi ja da mogu tako kao ona, ali ne mogu.
A misliš da se rodiš bez briga u životu?
Ne molim da ja zvišćem u...
Ne, ovo što sam rekao, da se rodiš bez ikakvih briga u životu. Koga tebi iznervirao?
Našu neku budjanu tamo sa sekcijom nosio onu krupnu ciganku i čovjek napada.
Dobro i?
Kaže, idi ti ovako.
Šta kaže, idi ti ovako?
Aha.
A da, znaš, on ima taj suptilni smisao za humor. Kažem suptilno, ne mislim da je uopšte išta suptilno, dobro.
Ja čekam da dođe da mi da mu pokažem kako je uši gumer i kako neće da stavim svoj vojče, neće stavim do plajn. Do tečne, municiju, hranu, kako neće da plaćaju važne to. Ovo je 6 godina stare.
Šta to?
Ovaj Division. A pojedine igre koje su sad ovako odrađene, sad nemaju ovako odrađene detalje to.
Zavisi koliko ulažeš u... A neću kažem u grafiku, ali...
Recimo, kad pukneš u staklo, čaša se ide kao pukotine i to.
Dobro.
Ja to još igram preko ovoga. Što je veze da ga skinem.
Da igraš preko streaminga. Sjajno. Aj probaj Bloodborne pa mi reci kako ti ide. A možeš da ga kupiš na PlayStation Store-u da bi mogu da ga igraš na PlayStation Plus. Jel' tako?
Ne, postoje Xbox, ima ga i stekom i taj.
Pretpostavljam nekakav server u Mađarskoj da preko njega to ide.
Meni je onaj, kako se zove, daj mi je dosta vršno.
I što slučilo se?
Ali ti tu nemaš cloud ko što imaš na ovom, kako se zove, S.W.Frost. Ti tu skidaš igricu kod tebe na kompu.
Šta?
Ti tu skidaš igricu kod tebe na kompjuter i igraš. Ne igraš ti cloud na Xbox.
Nema šta radiš uopšte.
Skineš kod tebe na kompjuter.
Pa kako ja igraš uopšte?
Tako što bi igrao na Xbox, ti pokreće se kompjuterom.
Znači emuliraš na PC-u. Jesam li dobro razumeo?
Ti igraš PC verziju igre, ne igraš Xbox verziju igre.
Dobro.
Oni to samo zovu Xbox Pass.
Aha, ti rentaš u suštini igru, jel' tako?
A da, pa ti sve ko što ima onaj, kako se zove, Ubisoft, i EA Pass i svi ti passovi.
Trebalo mi je pola sata i do 40 minuta da demontiram stari zamak, znaš. Ma, ostavio sam nešto dasaka i cigala, a ostalo sam nekako izvuku. Šećem peške bez magarca kroz noć, srce hoće da mi pokloni, kad ćeš poći. O, Suzana, ne plači mi ti.
Ovo je cyberpunk kad ga već imam.
Dobro.
Tek uzeo samo drugog boys, njega ni novču. A nemo kako to izgleda na ovom.
Šta ne, virtualna mašina? A inače, to što kaže Milan da će on da mi sredi za posao i tako to, ja uvijek kažem nek sredi prvo sebi, znaš. Mislim, jer ti kad nudio preparate i te slične gluposti, od toga ništa nije bilo.
Ga više uopšte nismo ti za ozbiljno.
Baš u pičku materinu, ko vam napravi AI? Još nisam vidio da AI beži od tebe u isto vreme kastuje magiju, okrenut lezima. Ja trčim za njim, on beži na kontrasmer i baca spell na mene, razumeš? Ušte ne gleda u mene. U mom pravcu, razumeš? Već ono lokuje da ispali spell. Gluposti. Da.
Jesi zapomnio telefon?
Da, jesam i sebi i Ćaletu.
Molim te.
Neka informacija i podinformacija, ajde.
Nije nego, molim te, jer može...
Evo ti ga, nemoj da me nerviraš, evo ti ga. Dok si ti tu, izvoli javljaj se na telefon, ako misliš da se ne javlja na telefon, izvoli. Ako ti treba, izvoli, javi se na telefon ako misliš da se ne javlja. Izvoli. Primaj moje pozive. Baš super.
my god! Alright. Dude, professional's hard. Come here. He's got me. Oh. Oh. I don't think this is the way. Oh. Ah, shit. God, they love hugging me. Move out. Yeah! Oh my god. There's too many people! Alright, I should have shot. I'm too afraid of my stupid accuracy. Okay, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm going in guns a-blazing. I'm sorry. If you want to play with someone else, you can. That's okay. Alright, that's it. I'm going in guns a-blazing. Okay? I just want my S ranks. It's not gonna happen, alright? It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, will it? Ah! Yeah! Thanks, partner. Oh, this hitbox is wonky. This one right here. See? See? If you defeat multiple enemies in a row, you get yourself a nice bonus. Guys, if you gift multiple subs in a row, you get yourself a nice pipe train. Thank you, Mighty Couscous and Dark and Rose for the 5 gifted subs each. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Survivor.
Optimizam na će sebe da postoji 2077. I da smo toliko važni igrači, da zvodimo oružje.
Ko to?
Pa od sebi.
To misliš? Ako bebe. mislim, nađem recept na podu. To je onaj recept koji si ti našao. Ne znam gdje si ga našao, da li na tvom serveru? Ili na... Onaj za general site, kako se zove. To je onaj što daje na... Na spell power daje, to se sjećam. I fore, to je kao tajni recept, to ne možeš nikako drugačije da unlockuješ bez... tako. Ne možeš progresom, moraš bossa da ubiješ par puta da ti dropa, znaš. E sad je fora, ja sam ušao u rudnik i naiđem na recept kao na random drop. Tebi ga izbacio onaj boss.
Nije boss, običan mob.
Ne može običan mob da ti izbaci. Ma kaki, nemoguće. Aj dobro. Ja ti kažem da sam gledao na Wikipediji. Znači, jedino ko može da baci taj recept je taj mob. I to ima i najviše logike, zato što taj mob koristi to oružje. I sad naiđem na... Pa nije na leš, ali ne vidim nigde toga. Ubila ga je ona Meredith, ona Archerka, ona Bright Archer. Ona ide kroz rudnik i pa sve što vidi, znaš. Takav je AI skriptan. Što kažeš ti, tako nešto sam video u Stalkeru jedino. Jedino u Stalkeru, nigdje drugo. Da imaš, to je kao taj A-Life, tako to zovu Stalkeru. AI Life. Gdje oni imaju... Tako, to bi trebalo da ima i u Tarkovu, ali nema. Da ti AI se šeta iz jedne zone u drugu i da nasumično ide ili trguje ili šta god, razumiješ. Tako bi trebalo. A koliko ja znam Tarkov, to nema. Pun. Znači, bukvalno stekovi ovoga gvožđe inventara. Veži, veži. Ćao. Hoćeš, hoćeš. Dobar ovaj Hameka Metales, je. Imaš ono, mislim kad ubiješ onoga sveštenika, kad eliminišeš, dobiješ to. Onaj kao snop, kao blood magiju. Kao tuče u liniju i sve što dolati isisava život iz njega. A ako ima saveznika u blizini, njih heala. Idu pičku materinu. Lightsavers. Pičku materinu. Čestita, napravili ste požar. Guards. Pozvoni, pozvoni. O bože. Još mi treba lovac na vampire. Izbacio sam onaj samostrel. I napravio sam kopljem. što kontam da koplje je da imam kraći domet samostrela, ali za određene stvari čini mi se da nije loše. Pičku materinu. Koliko je 800 podijeljeno na 15? Puto 3. Not bad. 160.
00 Tylerbit. Welcome to my channel.
Ti zajebavaš sa mnom?
Šta je? Šta će mi telefon? Što ste rekao?
Jesi ti zajebavaš sa mnom?
U vezi čega?
Što si ostavio telefon?
Pa šta će mi? Pa izgleda da se ja ne javljam na telefon.
Ti se ne javljaš na nepoznate brojeve.
Ne, upravo si. Ne javljam se na nepoznate brojeve, to je istina, da.
I zove te neko da radiš?
Ne, pa zato sam ti rekao, izvoli, ti se javi na svaki. Na svaki se javi.
A ne, nemoj se javiti.
Ne, pošto misliš da se ja ne javljam, izvoli.
Pa mrš bre,
Izvoli.
se sprdaš
Ne
sa mnom ko da
sprdam
ja
se.
nemam problema.
Ne, pa ja nemam problema.
Mene pritisak 160 sa 100.
Pa šta ću ti ja sad? Šta hoće se sad
Jel to
da te
zbog
ja
mene?
lečim? Da te ja lečim, šta?
Jel to zbog mene?
Hoćeš ja da te lečim? Hoćeš ja da te lečim? Sve ja bezobrazno. Sir Rockinson. I salute you.
Ahmet. E aí, Macon?
Hallo.
Alô, alô.
Do with it. You know what I'm saying? So I think the only people molding are the OTK supporters, making it an OTK thing. You know what I'm saying? I think it's you guys that are fucking weirdos. Why are you making it a thing about the orc? The chick went on there as her. He didn't go on there, you know, with OTK, like he's choosing OTK, like he chose a girl that's in OTK. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm confused. I think you OTK fans are the ones molding, right?
Oh my lord.
Check.
2 minutes.
How much money should your man make a year?
8 figures.
8 figures?
Si gleda ove gluposti, nada.
Ideally, my husband needs to be making
gledaj.
like 600.
Kako su žene realistične. Ne znam gde su naše kokoške.
Over $500,000.
$500,000?
2 million.
I say like $1 million.
I'm thinking about $1 million.
Say probably 6 figures minimum.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely 6 figures. 6 figures.
I think 6 figures is definitely decent.
So if you're out there and you make 15 million or better, is that bad?
Wow. So obviously all of these people
Sve su
are
gadne.
completely detached from reality and have no idea on how the world actually works, or even just how basic math
Koja
works for that
proći?
matter. Since not only are they requiring high 6-figure salaries as minimums to live off of, they are also demanding 7-figure salaries from men in order to consider dating them, as if $500,000 is just slumming it. And thus, this creates the question, what does it even mean when women say, I don't date broke men?
We shouldn't be dating that broke guy with all the sweet words.
Because I think it's selfish to be broke.
40K?
40K is a deal breaker.
That's a deal. That's like, oh, absolutely not. No way. Under no circumstance.
No. If you're broke when I meet you, you don't stand a chance.
What's a broke to you? What is defined broke?
You make less than double what I make.
So this is exactly the clown show we're dealing with. Now, I touched on this in a previous video where I said that broke these days doesn't even mean being in debt with no income, and this girl just literally said being broke is making less than double what she makes. So if we zoom out of crazy land for a sec and take a look at some basic numbers from the United States Census, then we see that the median income for men in 2021 was around $61,000, and for women it was around $51,000. So by her definition, that means that every single guy making less than $102,000 a year is considered broke, which is well over the majority of men. However, most women think that making $100,000 is easy and that everybody's making this in their 20s.
I'm 20, so maybe a good 75K right now.
95K? Yeah, right now. And then 25, it should be like 150. And then 25, it should be like 150.
Oh my
How much do you
god.
think your guy should
Kako
make?
su je
Should be
generalno?
making the same amount as me.
Same amount as you?
Yeah, I've made 95K in the last month.
The last month, 95K? You think I got...
Yeah.
Okay, what do you do?
I s- underwear.
See guys, just sell your undies online and you'll be making 95K a month
Oh.
ASAP. I don't know why you broke guys aren't doing this. Anyways, back to reality. Since the US Census actually cuts off at $200,000 because, you know, common sense, and because only around 11% of all US households make more than $200,000. So that's both men and women combined, which just shows you how extremely delusional it is to expect a guy to make a minimum of $500,000 or even $1 million just to support you and your crazy spending habits, because ultimately that's what it all boils down to.
To take you on vacation,
Offer you a credit card or give you a wage.
buy you a nice gift.
A Pagani BC.
How much is that car?
I don't even know. Probably at least like 1.5 mil for sure. At least.
Take you to nice hotels.
Something more realistic that I would get.
Maybe like some sort of like F12 Ferrari.
Wait, hold up. Her realistic backup car is the Berlinetta F12 Ferrari, which starts at around $250,000. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? By the way, drop a like on the video if you think that this generation is completely delusional, and comment down below what you think. Now, I'm not against buying expensive things that you've worked hard for and want to enjoy, just make sure you can easily afford them and not put yourself in a financial mess. However, that's not what's going on here, is it? Because in this modern dating madness, many women just want to be given a $250,000 car or a crazy expensive engagement ring, because when it comes to spending, then all of a sudden they want to be traditional again.
How much should a wedding ring cost?
$62,000. We had agreed no more than 3 months of income on his end.
I think a wedding ring should cost as much as is in your couple.
Să le spus o žena će do 2050 da budu singli.
Mislim da je to vrlo realistično. Što se mene tiče, može svaka da ode single.
Možda je to i prirodna selekcija.
Slobodno. Samo napred.
Halo,
To je nešto moje.
to je bilo. Vidim da. Kažem. Da, nisam se čuo. Zakopio sam to znam. Treba da, ja sam poručio danas. Je žute beše. Je žute si beše rekao. Treba da stignu za 2-3 dana. Vaš, ponovno. Vaš. 79. Imam 5 onak, mislim, imam po mene ovdje danas. Ajde.
Ti misliš da to nije realno?
Šta?
Pa to.
A ovo ću budu sigurno. To jest? Ho. druga strana, PvP ili što neki keš?
Volim da gledam te gluposti, znaš. Uvijek me nasmeju, isto tako kod tebe. Znaš, neka nerealistična očekivanja.
Ali što nego, ova bolest se kod naših nakuša mnogo više primila nego u zapadnom svijetu.
Dobro.
Mnogo se više recimo množe naše nego stranke na tu priču. Ti će opet se na stranu ne nađeš, može, ali kažemo, 30% ovako. A 70% ovako. A kod nas je obrnuto. Kod nas je 70% nenormalnih, a 30% hipocratia pokażę. Hipokratia. Ja, maj.
I was just starting to get hungry. I was just starting to get hungry.
To je to. Skanto sam ga ko staru cipalu. Skembo sam ono poglavicu od onih vukodlaka. Nije baš ni teško bilo, pošto imam svo oružje mi je onaj od onoga Dark Silver. Ja više sam nekako bio overleveled za njih, znaš. Malo mi čudno da moraš doći ovoliko levelovan da bi ih mogao da ih lagano ubiješ. A, dobro.
Budget, but mine personally is gonna cost around 600K.
600K. 600K.
Want either Tiffany Co., Cartier, anything expensive where you could see like a mile away.
2 times his salary.
Jesus is what I said. Jesus is what I said.
Okay, first, can we get a moment of silence for the guy who's dating the last one? I mean, the intensity with which she said 2 times his salary. It's as if it's the most normal thing in the world. R.I.P. bro. Because there is no way that this type of spending stops at the ring, and I'm sure that this dude is probably wasting a lot of money in that relationship. Anyways, moving on, because we have to take a closer look at what's driving all of these insane beliefs, and of course, this brings us to social media.
Hi girlfriends, and welcome back to Clairbank Style, where we talk about luxury, handbags, travel, fashion. I just want to preface this video by saying that I did not purchase all of this. Like, you know, I don't date broke guys. So,
The biggest problems with social media is that it's normalizing things that are absolutely not normal. 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds buying their first house, that's not normal. Going on holidays 4 times a year, again, not normal. Buying a $250,000 car in your early 20s, that's not even close to being normal. Neither are $1,000 handbags, $500 shoes, or eating golden hamburgers. Even people with generational wealth refuse to spend their money this way, but somehow social media has convinced women that if a guy is unable or unwilling to spend in this manner, then he's broke. You should definitely not date him.
Would I date a guy who brings me for a year? There's nothing wrong with not wanting to be with somebody because of how much money they make.
Obviously, if someone hasn't got any money, they're not going to be taking you for luxury holidays. They'll be taking you to Tenerife at most. They won't be taking you to Bali or the Bahamas.
Now this is all part of a larger effort on social media and news outlets to constantly shame men
He's not gonna get me a tiny ring. He's gonna work 500 jobs.
into spending like idiots on dates, expensive meals, and luxury gifts. Don't buy into this. Because cheap dates are perfectly fine and actually the best way to find out if you even like each other. If you go on this amazing over-the-top date costing hundreds of dollars, is it even the person that you're liking, or is it just the date itself? In Europe, it's perfectly normal to go out on a cheap coffee date or drink date in order to get to know the person and see if you actually have chemistry. But in the US, you see this heavy emphasis on elaborate dates.
So I think coffee dates are the worst kind of date you can go on, and here's why.
Why I don't believe in coffee dates, why they are a waste of time. Do not go on a coffee date.
It's extremely low effort, low value, and ironically, it benefits the man and not the woman or the connection.
You keep hearing these gold-digging influencers talking about how a guy should invest in you from the start, otherwise he's not worth your time.
Men fall in love through investing in women, especially masculine men, right? So
Invest in what? If I buy an S&P 500 ETF, I know I'm getting an 8 to 12% return for life, plus dividends. What the hell am I getting buying a girl a $300 dinner on the first date? Sounds like a horrible investment to me. But hey, maybe that's just me. Let me know in the comments what you guys think. Now, the women who want a guy to make at least 100k or more claim that this is only for taking care of the family, not because of frivolous spending.
For me, like, it's not about, oh, let me buy me this or take me here or do that. Like, I have every intention of building schools in Africa, of building schools in Africa.
Right, so you want a rich guy so you can build schools in Africa? Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, even if the household income easily exceeds the 6-figure mark, but the guy doesn't make 6 figures himself, then that's still not good enough. This mindset is so mental and completely exposes the big fat lie about how independent women are and that they are now making their own money and they don't need men. Sure, women might make their own money, but a majority of them still don't want to spend it on essential things for the family or on the person they're dating.
I don't want any of my income to be needed in the family. I want the man to be 100% the supporter, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to work and I'm not going to have my own business.
Our money is our money, but her money is her money, right? She's earning for herself.
But it's not 50-50 if his money is our money and your money is yours.
So not only does this expose a very selfish mentality of only wanting to take and never wanting to give, but it actually goes much deeper than that, since as women are starting to make more and more money, they are now shaming men for making less than them, claiming that if a woman is more educated or earns more than a guy, then she's dating down.
Women dating down, which means, you know, a man who...
Dating down.
This is just the reality of it. So women, you know, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, and I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
So, okay. Go ahead, all right. So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, you know, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one, right? You can't be the one to pay for the meal and because you're dating down.
I hate it. The people who say this nonsense are the same people who will celebrate a guy stepping down from a job to support the career of his wife, but then make fun of men in general who are stay-at-home dads. The hypocrisy is truly astonishing, and this is why I always say don't fall for the propaganda trap. Now, the second reason why this 6-figure obsession makes no sense at all is that at this point it has basically become a brand, a sort of status symbol, mostly used by people who have no idea what the value of money even is.
100, like 500 grand? Is that a lot?
Yeah, people like that. Now, the irony of it all is that most millennials and Gen Z couples will actually have 2 incomes, which means that the family household can easily surpass $100,000, and thus they can easily live a very comfortable life together. That is, of course, if they actually get together and become a couple. Because this whole 6-figure obsession, together with other ridiculous dating standards and overall just terrible dating advice, is leading to an ever-increasing group of women chasing a tiny group of high 6-figure or even 7-figure men to then complain that they are getting played and discarded by those same men. This is exactly how you get situations like the Tinder swindler. By the way, this was just one guy playing a handful of women, and they make a whole Oscar-worthy movie about this, blasting it across every single news station, while at the same time, millions of men worldwide are getting tricked into paying child support for kids that aren't even theirs.
Carnell is a wanted man because he refuses to do what the state orders and to pay child support for a child that DNA tests prove isn't his. A child he doesn't even know.
I haven't even had a chance to really speak to him except for one time when we took the DNA test.
Anyways, this all comes down to social media brainwashing people into thinking that 6-figure incomes are the norm and that anything less is living in poverty. Demanding that your partner makes a certain amount of money or has a certain level of wealth only makes sense when you actually come from money. It's understandable that if you have a $10 million net worth, that you might want a partner that has at least $2 million of net worth, so that you can feel as if money isn't the reason that they're dating you. However, demanding a minimum of $100,000 a year of income for a guy, when you yourself only make $40,000, makes absolutely zero sense. This was 6 Figure Madness. Please drop a like on the video and subscribe to the channel for more videos.
Oh yeah, people were very unhappy about Skillshare. I didn't see why this was. I was gonna look into it. Apparently Skillshare is bad.
Skillshare, 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 like Skillshare. YouTubers sold out.
The dark side of Skillshare.
Basically, every infotainment video on YouTube pitches Skillshare as some
Yeah.
sort of godly resource. Do you want to learn how to code? Skillshare.
Right.
Do you want to learn how to animate? Skillshare. Do you want to just learn how to learn? Skillshare.
Okay.
At this point, Skillshare isn't even seen as a learning platform. It's seen as the thing productive people do. Clearly, Skillshare has done a phenomenal job when it comes to branding, marketing, and positioning.
Okay.
But the same cannot be said about the platform itself.
Well, let's see why.
Skillshare is not only a mediocre platform, it's a negative platform. And that's not my opinion. That's the overwhelming opinion of everyone who ended up using the platform. On Trustpilot,
Wait a
was
second.
negative platform, and that's not my opinion. That's the
They accused me of fraud and canceled my entire account that I had paid for without warning, just blocked me from their platform. They also ran a background check on me without authorization and searched me online. I refused to use my real name on the platform for this reason. You have a right to access your data and remind them that if they close your account before your renewal due, it is unlawful. That sounds crazy.
Who ended up using
Like another reviewer, design for the website's complete garbage. Used to love the idea of Skillshare, and their website never looked like this in the past. They're pretty transparent with their fees and subscription costs. Now the whole homepage looks cheap and shady, provides no information on the costs. It pushes a free trial, but doesn't state clearly how much you'll be billed for after the trial, which is quite important. It's a yearly billing instead of opposed to monthly. People should know how much they're being charged. Help page, okay. So yeah, that basically, I think that the second one, the first one is so hard to say because like I don't know like whether that's true or not. But like the second one saying that like the price of Skillshare, let me see. Let's look it up for ourselves rather than just take their word for it. How much is a subscription to Skillshare? It says $32 a month. Okay, well, let's see. So let's look at Skillshare.com. Let's see here. Skillshare, I type .cop. Okay, so close that. Set cookies. All right. What is Skillshare? What's included in my membership? Okay, well let me look this up. I don't know if it's gonna show anything weird. Let me just take a look real quick. So terms of service, start learning today, 7 free days, sign up using email. About, maybe? Yeah, I mean, they don't, I think the criticism that they don't show how much it costs, yeah, I think that's legitimate. Yeah, because I'm not seeing it anywhere on here. Hit sign up, I do, and it just takes me to putting in an email. Like, I don't want to make an account on there. Yeah, it seems problematic.
For example, Skillshare has a horrendous average rating of 1.7 stars, with 32% of reviews being 1-star ratings. And that's despite a massive upward skew from YouTubers. For example, let's say I'm watching Ali Abdal, who is an exceptional YouTuber, and I hear him pitch his Skillshare course.
Right.
If I go check out his Skillshare course, I'll probably get exactly what I'm looking for, which may lead to a glowing 5-star review. But this isn't really a testament as to how good Skillshare is as a platform. It's really just a review of Ali Abdal or Nathaniel Drew or Marcus Brownlee. If it...
I don't know if that's a very strong argument. I'm on the side of the fence that it's not. Because Skillshare is simply an avenue for people to post content on the website. And if these people are being promoted to post content on the website, meaning that it is a direct outcome of the website's action because they're being sponsored to do it, I would say that the sponsored content that is available on the website is an extension of the quality of the website. I can't see how it would not be.
If it weren't for these select YouTubers, Skillshare's average rating would probably be closer to that of PayPal. Why are people so upset in the...
I don't know if that's a very strong argument either, because the person that sent the... let me look it up on the Google App Store. Let's take a look and see what it says. Let's see. Google Apps, Google Play Store, Skillshare. Skillshare has 4.3 stars, 51,000 reviews. People are complaining about the price. The Skillshare app is bad. I don't know. I mean, like, App Store reviews are fake. So then what's real? I find this to be like a very, like, this is not a very good way of looking at things, that all of the negative reviews are real and all of the positive reviews are fake. And I think that you can make that argument, but whenever you make that argument, you have to have something that backs it up, other than I don't like it and this is just, that's all there is to it. Most positive ones are. I don't know. It feels very anecdotal. Yeah. Like, this person showed 2 negative reviews of Skillshare. The first negative review didn't even really have to do with the quality of the website. It had to do with some payment problem. And then the second one, I forgot what the second one was. Oh, it was about the pricing of the website. So neither of these things were actually about the quality of the content that existed on the platform. I'd rather go at look at Trustpilot. Okay, I've never been there before. Let me see. Trustpilot, Skillshare. Ooh, this is not good at all. This looks like a 1.7. Holy shit, a 1.7. That's really bad. Let's look at a few other ones. What are other competitive things that are similar to Skillshare? Yeah, let's look at Twitch, for example. Twitch is worse. Twitch is at 1.5. Udemy, okay. A 2.2. Also better than the 1.7 by half a point, half an entire point. Very substantial. However, still poor. How about Masterclass? 2.6. Okay, 2.6 is pretty good. Let's look at YouTube. Oh God! How about Facebook? Oh God! Oh shit! Oh God! Ah, it's not good at all. Wow. All right, let's see here. Reviews, and also let's look at Masterclass again. So it has 774 reviews versus Skillshare, which has 1.4K reviews. So that's about a difference of about double of the amount of results. Is 700 versus 1.4K, would these be within the same realm? Twitter, okay, we'll look at Twitter one more. Fucking 1.5. Yeah, how about Uber? 3.4, okay, DoorDash. I feel like DoorDash is fine for me every time. Let's see, DoorDash, Lyft. 1.1. Oh my God. Well, anyway, the point is that yes, Skillshare does seem to be rated lower than its competitors in the space. I don't know about that Udemy, or I guess that's like U Academy or something like that. I have no idea. And it's also rated less than Masterclass. Check Starforge. Well, we don't really have one. We don't have an app yet. I'm sorry. That'll be soon.
First place.
But my point is that they are both rated extremely low on this website. However, the other ones are rated higher, which is that does serve to mean something. But it should also be contextualized around they are all rated below 50%. Every single one of these is rated below 50%. And so are things like Twitter and YouTube. So it seems like people are not getting what they want out of this app, or their opinion of the app is not very good, and that's why. It's a mixed bag. Yeah, it's very hard for me to say, okay, based off of this, like, it's a problem. Seems like people aren't getting what they want out of any app. Well, I think that also people just don't like the app, and so they rate it down. Because a lot of people aren't rating, like, there were 700 people that reviewed it. There were 7,000 people that used Lyft. Millions of people use Lyft. 7,000 people say it's bad. That means that it's extremely good, because negative criticism, this is a business school fucking thing that we learned. You are 9 times more, for every 1 type of positive criticism you're going to get 9 times, or sorry, whenever somebody has a negative interaction with a business or with an employee, they are 9 times more likely to complain about that negative interaction than they are likely to talk about a positive one. So I'm going off tangent here, but the point is that the low ratings that he showed, the 2 low ratings, I don't think that is sufficient enough to be able to draw the conclusion that without these content creators on the platform would be dead. I don't think it exists. I don't think that's enough.
Well, aside from a history of slimy sales practices, Skillshare simply doesn't offer
a history of slimy sales practices, like what? What is this?
The value that YouTubers say it does. At the end of the day, it's really just a worse version of YouTube.
Actually, to be fair, I'm going to give him credit. You could make the argument that not having the price of the subscription is a slimy sales practice. I would agree with that. So thinking about this more, I think it's actually fair for him to say that. Okay, that's fine.
That costs $32 per month or $168 per year. Instead of getting the monthly subscription, you can get a YouTube Premium Family Plan for 6 people and have $9 per month to spare. Or you could get a Premium Netflix subscription for 4 people and still have $12 per month to spare. So here's the truth about Skillshare and why it doesn't live up to all this.
I think that's also a bad argument, because like what he's doing is he's saying that the content on YouTube is equivalent. And I don't think that it is possible for him to make that evaluation across all of the content on YouTube versus all of the content on Skillshare. Now, for the record, I probably agree with him on this. I bet Skillshare 9 out of 10 times is going to have the exact same content that YouTube is. However, it's just like, it's baseless.
Social media hype.
There's also a value proposition that's different for each individual. It's like, for example, like subscribing to a stream. There is no world where subscribing to a Twitch stream provides you the same value that a Netflix subscription does. Like, how much is a sub is like $5, and then, you know, people are doing it 4 times or something like that. It's about the same as 20 bucks a month for Netflix, something like that. So I would say that's the case too. There's always a value proposition, and to a certain extent, the value proposition is subjective.
Likely the biggest complaint about Skillshare is that it's not actually better than YouTube. At best, it's able to match YouTube, and this is true for basically any topic that you want to learn about. Take Swift coding, for example.
Okay.
If you're not familiar with Swift, it's the coding language that you have to use for native iOS development. So it's a pretty relevant skill. Yet, if you search up Swift on Skillshare, you don't get much more than 50 results. And out of these results, only 3 of them are actual courses on Swift that last 30+ hours. Most of the results are just introduction or feature videos. And the remaining results, well, they often don't even have anything to do with Swift. We have a video.
I think what he's really attacking here is the value proposition that Skillshare provides. Because I do think that it is almost impossible to create a platform for videos that would compete with YouTube in any way. It's nearly impossible.
About the principles of remote work, a video about organizing your life, a video about captivation marketing, and a video about Adobe Illustrator. In fact, 26 out of the 54 results didn't have anything to do about Swift or iOS development at all. But at least there's 3 good courses.
Swift or iOS development at all? I mean, I think that... okay, so the search function is bad. That could be kind of the same thing on YouTube. But I do think that it's very much true that if you go on YouTube...
Looking for fun_bot_master.
Now,
Welcome
will the
to my
results
channel.
be as comprehensive and as good as the ones in Skillshare? That's really the question. So evaluating the amount of results, I don't think really matters. It's about the quality of the results.
Right? Those alone should be worth a subscription. Well, that's what you might think until you take a look at what YouTube has to offer. Code with Chris alone has 536 videos, all about iOS development, and many of these are over 3 hours long. And his videos don't just teach you how to write a function or class either. They teach you how to make a feature completely functional from beginning to end.
Well, we can also use another example with this is that, you know that guy that we watched his videos the other day, it was yesterday with AI, and like how he was drawing that girl the whole video? Like, he also sold courses and did stuff like that and had tools on how to learn like art, etc. on his YouTube channel as well. So I think that in many regards, I don't think that you can build a premium video platform that's not for porn that YouTube will not outshine. I don't think so. Because just based off of the law of like how many numbers, like not really the law of large numbers, but just based off of quantity in general. It's just that the only thing that Skillshare can really provide as a value add is curated search results. And it seems like they don't really provide that either based off of his search for this stuff. But, I mean, there could be other things that Skillshare is really good for as well.
A custom login page using Google Authentication. How to link up your iOS app to a cloud database. How to make API requests to implement external functionality into your apps. Code with Chris's channel literally has more content about Swift than the entirety of Skillshare.
Yeah.
And he's just one channel. There's dozens more like...
Yeah, how can you possibly beat YouTube? Exactly.
iOS Academy.
Bad argument so far? Do you think that's a bad argument? That because YouTube is open to a global audience and it's being uploaded by a global audience, and the best videos are usually the most popular ones. So there is like a democratic selection process that will automatically generally correlate the better videos towards the top of search results that is being done across the entire world. You think that's not a good argument? I think that's a very good argument. Yeah, it's very good to compare. Because what he's really doing, it's not that Skillshare is a scam, by the way. Skillshare is not a scam. It's just that the value proposition is just... It's not worth $32, at least not in this regard. The point is you don't want to go through a billion channels to find a good one. That is true.
Iowa's Academy
and
has
that's the
a total
curation
of
that I was talking about.
3 videos covering everything that Chris covers, but he takes it even one step further. He has these massive series where he builds full-on apps from beginning to end. For example, he's currently making a Rick and Morty app completely from scratch that has a total of 45 parts.
Oh my god.
This series alone has over 10 hours of content. We also have Sean Allen, Paul Hudson, Codecro, Rebelliper, Let's Build That App, and so many more in just the little niche of Swift. This same argument can be made for learning JavaScript or animation or motion graphics or cooking or basically any skill you can think of. But none of this is really surprising. YouTube is the biggest video hosting platform in the world. On Skillshare, there's a total of 30,000 courses. On YouTube, there's 30,000 hours of content being uploaded every single hour.
I think that's also a very bad argument. I don't think that really makes a lot of sense because it's completely different. Like, there's 30,000 hours of content being uploaded, yeah, but a lot of it is just family videos that don't even have anything to do with it, and full-length feature movies being uploaded, and 10-hour repeats of Hey Ya, you know, the He-Man fucking song, randomly uploaded every day. So it's just like, I don't really think this is very good. I think that he should talk more about, like, the fact that Skillshare, because obviously the argument that you could make for this is that Skillshare provides better curation, and while YouTube does have more information, you might be able to find the right information on YouTube, Skillshare would be able to find it in a more bespoke way and be able to tailor it more for individual content creators and people that are looking for that content specifically. So it's like, I don't know.
So naturally, YouTube will have the most in-depth, most comprehensive videos on any niche.
And structure, yeah, structure.
And ironically, this is true for even the YouTubers that pitch Skillshare. Ali Abdal, for example, has a total of maybe 30 hours of content on Skillshare.
Okay.
Meanwhile, on YouTube, he has hundreds of hours worth of content. We should also note that Skillshare doesn't have any sort of vetting process in terms of who can post content. So basically anyone can post content on Skillshare just like on YouTube, meaning that the content on Skillshare isn't necessarily more credible, valuable, or informative. Meanwhile, there's...
do they have a vetting process to remove content that's low quality, though? Yeah, it's like neither does YouTube. Yes, well, neither does YouTube, but the problem is that Skillshare is using that as a value proposition. So it's like whenever they both don't have something, it's not a competitive advantage.
Plenty of extraordinarily talented teachers on YouTube itself. Most of the coding channels, for example, are run by former or even current FANG software engineers. So even if we take the cost of Skillshare out of the equation, you're still better off using YouTube. Not only does Skillshare lack any sort of distinguishing factor, but YouTube destroys Skillshare in terms of the amount and depth of content.
Okay.
Given Skillshare's glowing reputation on YouTube, you would think that they're experts at public relations and branding. And in terms of customer acquisition, they are. But if we take a look at customer experience, it's a whole nother story. Honestly, this is pretty surprising. Though I don't think that Skillshare is worth the money. I would have expected Skillshare to be on the top of their game when it comes to customer satisfaction. But reading through these Trustpilot reviews, that doesn't seem to be the case. You know how YouTubers always pitch Skillshare as this risk-free service? You can just try it for 30 days and cancel with no strings attached. This idea is plastered all over their website as well. But in reality, the trial process isn't what it seems. D. Stevens, for example, claims that he was charged for a 1-year subscription after just 2 weeks of trial. At first, Skillshare didn't even reply to any of his messages, but
I don't know. Like, it's... How does that even happen? Yeah, it's like, number one, where's the proof of this? Like, here's my, you want to know my honest fucking opinion? This person doesn't even fucking understand English. They're capitalizing math. There's things constantly misspelled. This person's a fucking moron. Do you think I'm gonna believe them at their accounting of this situation? Absolutely not. There's no proof of this. There's no evidence that it happened. Now, if 10 other people say the exact same thing, then yeah, I would take it more seriously. But one person saying this who can't even understand the language that they're complaining in, this is not going to fill me with a lot of confidence that they're an accurate source of judging the product. They don't even know what they're saying. I'm not trying to be mean, but there it is.
even when they did reply, all they had to say was, "You have 14 days to cancel from the day you sign up." This likely seems confusing at first glance, but when you read the fine print, it all makes sense. Basically, you do.
Well, wait a second.
So from the even when they did reply,
they advertise 1 month free trial, and then they take a 1-year subscription fee after 2 weeks of signing up. Message them again. All they say is you have 14 days to cancel from the day you sign up. So they are 1 month free trial is a lie. This person is an idiot, but I also think that it is intentionally misleading. So, like, I think this person is an idiot. They're dumb. However, it is true that if you say it's a 1 month free trial, people will assume that you have to cancel before that month is over, before you're charged. Does that make sense? Like, that's what I think a reasonable person would come to the conclusion of. Yeah, he got misled. Exactly. Yeah, he got misled. And the thing is, like, as I said, usually whenever coincidence and personal gain converge, it's not a coincidence. I think that it is intentionally kept this way. How many of you guys are like, you ever see somebody like, I remember at Sam's Club, this used to always be the case. You would go to Sam's Club and like there would be some guy, he's like, do you want DirecTV? You're going to get free internet for 90 days. And I'm like, I always ask people, how much does the free one cost? Because it always costs something. It costs your email address, it costs your phone number, it costs your address, or it costs your name and contact information. There's always a cost. And I think this is true, especially with this. However, I do think that a lot of these companies will make money based off of people who sign up for free trials and then they forget to cancel them. And then they bill them for the first month and make $32 off of them. And I do think that this is unethical because it is worded in a way that is misleading. You tell somebody they have a 30-day free trial, the assumption would be that you can cancel it within the 30 days, and that would be the case. I think that is the assumption that a reasonable, well-intentioned person would go into. And so whenever you deviate from that, you might be legally protected, and this is not illegal, but I'm not going to say it's good.
I had to say was, you have 14 days to cancel from the day you sign up. This likely seems confusing at first glance, but when you read the fine print, it all makes sense. Of course, yeah. Basically, you do indeed get 1 month for free, but you get charged for the following 12-month period before the trial month even ends.
A 12-month period.
This is of course stated in the fine print. Cancel before the trial ends to avoid being charged. But
all memberships will be billed automatically. If eligible for a free trial, cancel before the trial ends to avoid a charge. Yeah, again, this is misleading again. Because again, a reasonable person would go into this and see cancel before the trial ends would mean that canceling at any time before the trial ends. Because it's not an exclusionary statement. This is like an umbrella statement. Before the trial ends. That's a 30-day period. So I think that this kind of language, by the way, should be regulated. Like, fucking super regulated. Because, in my opinion, they just stole this dude's money. 100%. And by the way, this is not to shit on Skillshare. Because so many fucking companies do this. So many of them do this. This is not a Skillshare thing. Almost every company that has a free trial system works and does this. And it's bullshit. And not only is it bullshit, but it takes advantage of oftentimes people that don't have the money. That's why they're trying to get the free trial in the first place. So it's like you're deliberately curating an audience of people that are oftentimes not financially literate to take advantage of them and have the technical grounds for doing and taking their money. I'm very much against this, but I don't think this is a Skillshare unique problem. American problems? I don't know how they do things in other countries. I have no idea. I'm just talking about in America. It's not bullshit because when you buy, if 20 days is over, then they have to charge for the new month. Well, no, they don't have to. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, ultimately, this is a deliberately misleading tactic that is intentionally crafted to be misleading on purpose in order to trick people into allowing them to take their money legally. That is fundamentally what this is. I don't care about the legality of it. The law does not matter. What matters is the effect and the intention.
If we're being honest, this is rather misleading.
True.
The average user probably hears about Skillshare as this godly learning platform on YouTube that they can try for 1 month completely for free. Then
that is what a reasonable person would assume.
To this page and they see all this advertising about this one free month. So they decide to give it a shot only to be charged $168 2 weeks later. And this doesn't seem to be an honest marketing mistake either, given the number of complaints on Trustpilot itself.
I would like to see the point in the fine print that it says they're going to charge you for $168. Because my assumption was that the person was charged.
Halo? Ruczek. Alô? Alô, как он казнет?
Sorry, I'm gonna go back again. I apologize. Take a 1-year subscription, 2 hours. Yeah, if they are charging you for a 1-year subscription, just like 2 weeks into it, that is extremely unethical.
To give it a shot, only to be charged $168 2 weeks later.
Like,
and
massively.
This doesn't seem to be an honest marketing mistake either.
Yeah, we've got a real Giga Chat in chat. Good luck getting $168 out of my bank account. Yep, there you go, brother. You can't take what you don't have.
Given the number of complaints on Trustpilot itself,
yeah, we gotta
I'm
worry
sure
about
their
that.
help center has been overloaded with confused customers. Yet they stick to the same slimy sales tactic.
Because it's intentional.
Worse, it doesn't seem like they tried to even make it up to customers.
Because it's intentional to take their money. Obviously.
Sam, for example, missed the refund window for an annual subscription by just 4 days, and he was refused any sort of refund at all. Even if you do get a
let's see here. Not a refund, can you pass to them, get money. I'm only worried that they'll try to charge me again next year, even though I've already canceled, avoid at all cost. This is one good thing. You will never hear me ever say this in any other situation except for this one. This is one of the good things about credit cards, is with credit cards, if you have a charge like this, you just call your credit card company and you say, this is what happened, and they say, no, it didn't happen.
And he was refused any
not
sort
always,
of refund.
Of course not always.
Even if you do get a refund, though, you're not out of the woods just yet, because you could be charged 1 year later. Take Roberta's daughter, for example. 1 year ago, she signed up for a free trial. She too was surprised when she was suddenly charged an annual subscription. Fortunately, though, she was able to contact customer support and get a refund and cancel her membership. But 1 year later, she was charged for a renewal. When she contacted customer support again, they told her that they can't issue a refund because they have a 1 refund policy, which she had already canceled.
Oh, that makes sense, because you can only get 1 refund, so if we charge you twice, I mean, that's smart. That's good. Yeah, 1 refund policy. You know where that came from? Their ass. They just pulled it straight out. That's like, yeah, so we have this like 1 refund policy. By the way, they don't have a 1 refund policy. I guarantee you, if like, think of like any powerful, influential person had this problem with the company, they'd find a way to get 2 refunds.
Original email thread showing that she had issued a refund. The funny part was that this quote also contained evidence that she had...
Somebody says, why do they charge only for 1 year at this point? Okay, so I'll explain why. So you have 2 numbers. Okay, which one do you want? And think of it in terms of dollars. Which one do you want? $32? Yeah, more money, more problems. That's what they say, right? That's what Biggie told us what it was. True. Yeah, so that's why. It's because this one makes more money. It's literally that simple. What do you like? Come on.
Asked them to cancel 1 year ago, but when this was pointed out to them, they simply stopped fine. All of this is truly quite a shame for a company that's so good at customer acquisition. But this is simply the harsh reality of Skillshare. If all of that wasn't already bad enough, well, it gets even worse.
I think the chatter meant, why don't they just take as much money as they want if that's the case? I'd say that's stupid too. That does, yeah. Well, in our terms of service, if you buy something, we can take $1 million out of your bank account. Let's be kind of realistic here. Do you want to know why they actually do it for a yearly charge? It's because it's normalized in this industry. How many of you guys have signed up for the free trial of something and then you were charged 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, or a year after the free trial was over without your consent? Or sorry, you did consent to it by signing the original contract without your approval at the time that you were charged the second time. Yeah. 20 times at least. Stop signing up for free trials. Yeah, so, I'm not an idiot. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Is that, you see the point that I'm making is that who are the people that want free trials? Generally people that have less money. Who are the people that are more financially illiterate in general? Probably people who have less money, logically, right? They're younger, they're less experienced on average. We're playing with averages here. So I don't want to hear about how you're super smart and you don't have a lot of money, or there's stupid people that have a lot of money. I don't want to hear about that. We're talking about averages here. On average, you are cultivating an audience of people that, by the nature of them seeking the product that you are trying to serve, are, on average, more financially illiterate than the general population. So guess what happens? They get fucked over. You know, if you've ever been poor, you would know this to be true. It's expensive to be poor.
Skillshare not only has subpar content that costs a fortune, but they're also preying on YouTubers' most loyal audience. When it comes to Skillshare, I bet that a significant portion of people who sign up aren't even trying to learn. They simply want to support a creator and see more content from said creator, similar to something like Patreon. But unlike Patreon, most of the subscription fee doesn't even end up going to the creators. Patreon only keeps 5 to 12% of the fees. Skillshare, on the other hand, keeps, wait for it, 7.
I thought Patreon was 20%. I could be wrong.
50%. This is completely unacceptable when you consider that YouTube itself only takes 45%, and they're
yeah, I mean, Twitch only takes half. 70% is that, yeah.
Content is available to end users for free. Meanwhile, Skillshare is charging their users $168 per year, which is again even more than YouTube Premium. Yet they're only sharing 30% of it with the actual creators. Take Teachable for example. These guys have become the go-to place for hosting courses. And guess what? They have a free plan for creators that supports unlimited students. This does come along with a per sale fee of 10%, but creators can get this per sale fee down to 0 by upgrading tiers. Even Netflix, who people seem to hate, is extremely generous with their revenue sharing. Much of the main Stranger Things cast, for example, was paid $250,000 per episode. If
that's a
all
lot.
of these other businesses are able to stay afloat without taking anywhere close to 70% of the revenue, there's no reason for Skillshare to be taking 70%.
70%, by the way, for like agency fees and like management fees, like anything over 30% is probably a lot. Like most places operate between like 10 to 40% based off of what's happening, etc. Like anything, but bro, like you're talking about 70%? That's some fucking meth drug dealer shit. Where you're like a mule and you just have to take a bag of crack across the fucking country for like $3,000. Then whenever you get there, they shoot you. Like, who the fuck does this? That's awful.
It appears to me that Skillshare figured out that many YouTubers have extremely loyal audiences that are willing to pay up large amounts of money to get more content and theoretically support their favorite creators.
Yeah.
Instead of creating a smooth platform to enable such support though, Skillshare has decided to cash in for themselves. In the end, YouTube is filled with glowing endorsements of Skillshare, but much of this is just due to Skillshare's smart positioning and branding.
I don't think that it's smart positioning or branding. What they're really saying is that the truth is that a deliberately misleading trial period and a unfair user split between creators, these are not like this would not be in the advertisement. Like, of course it would not be in the advertisement. So It's just they're not talking about that. Like, and on the surface, the idea of Skillshare sounds very good, so it's a very easy idea to sell.
Behind the scenes, Skillshare doesn't accomplish anything notably great. In fact, they have multiple notable negative attributes. They have pretty shady free trial, renewal, and cancellation policies.
Yeah.
And they only share 30% of their revenue with creators. But even putting those attributes aside, the bottom line is that Skillshare just isn't worth it. You're basically getting...
I think this is actually his weakest argument for Skillshare being bad, is that Skillshare isn't worth it because it's too much of a subjective value analysis. I think it's probably very circumstantial, and I would argue that there probably are a number of very good, like, different types of, what's the word for it? There's a number of very good, like, courses and trials and, like, different, like, I don't know, like, videos on Skillshare that are actually high quality. I don't think you can say that there are none. Or that the ones on YouTube are universally better, especially whenever his point of reference is one case. You would have to look at this across like 50 different cases, 100 different cases, and even then it would still be, you would not be getting to 100%, you would be getting close to it.
A discount version of YouTube that you have to pay exorbitant fees for. If any other company was offering the same service, they would have gotten shredded by the community. But because Skillshare is such a big player within the sponsorship scene, no YouTuber wants to speak out against them. And audiences are led to believe that Skillshare truly is some sort of exceptional service that's worth the premium price, when in reality, that's just not the case. But that's just what I think. Have you ever used Skillshare? Comment that down below. Also, drop a like if you appreciate the honest take on Skillshare. And of course, consider checking out our Discord community to suggest future video ideas and consider subscribing to see more questions logically answered. But until then, I'm Hari, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
So I think there's a lot to talk about with this because number one, I went into this video, I try to go into videos that are accusatory, assuming that the accusations are probably like not entirely true. I try to go into it putting the burden of proof on that person rather than just being like, yeah, this person's totally right. They're fucking, this is totally a scam. Oh, it's such a fucking scam. We love scams, right? So I very much am not a fan of that. So if you go back and you watch the beginning of this, you can see that I was very clearly defending Skillshare. And I think that the reason for that is that I don't like to see something like this just get shit on because somebody's subjective value analysis is not, they don't think that it's worth it, basically. I think that's unfair. However, I do think that he has two extremely strong points in this video that are irrefutable that show that Skillshare is acting in an unethical way. Number one is the fact that the 1 month free trial ends actually at 14 days, and at 14 days you get locked into a 1-year subscription, which is $168. Guys, I know for a lot of you, you're lucky enough that $168 isn't a big deal. There are many years in my life when $168 would break the bank. And the truth is that with a lot of people that are watching YouTube videos, etc., you're catering towards a younger audience, towards an audience that is much less financially literate than the average population, and thus they're not going to be reading the fine print. They're already getting their guard is not up because they're following an advertisement that a content creator is giving them, and so they're thinking, oh, well, I trust this content creator. And the content creator probably doesn't know. I don't think a lot of the guys that are taking the sponsorships even knew anything about this. It wouldn't matter to them. And you also have to keep in mind that if you're being paid for putting your videos up on there, because I can guarantee you that's what's happening, is Skillshare pays some guy like I think it was this guy here.
Hey, what I'm looking
yeah,
for.
like they paid this guy to put the courses up on their website. Like he got a lump sum amount of money. Like they probably paid him, I don't know, like $100,000, $300,000, $50,000, I don't know. But he was paid a good amount of money to put these videos up on their website. So if you are paid a massive amount of a lump sum and then a 70% differential afterwards, then I think that's very fair because the company is basically, they're risking all of the upfront cost. They're saying, we trust that we are going to make more money with your product in the long term, so we are going to front the fixed cost up at the front, right? And I think that's true. They're investing into it. That's totally fine. if it's a 70% differential for a person that has a sponsorship and they're being paid a base rate for actually creating the videos. However, whenever you're talking about something that is not a special contract, this is not an exclusive influencer contract, this is just a content creator on Skillshare who's looking to share their skills, and you're taking 70% of that, then I would consider that unethical. And again, it's very hard to say what is unethical, and if something is unethical, whenever both parties are consensually under, you know, no duress or fucking weird reason, they are choosing to engage into this contract. So it's very hard for me to say that is unethical, but I do think in this case it is at very least shady. It could be seen as unethical, it could be seen as predatory, but I think that's up to the individual to decide. However, on my side of it, I do think that it's bad. And I think that I consider it very sus, okay? Let's just say that. So that's the second thing. I definitely agree with him on that. The 70% makes a lot of sense for a guy like this because he probably got paid a flat fee. But if you're talking about bringing in a base creator at 70%, people are getting pissed off at Twitch for 50. How the fuck are we not going to get pissed off at Skillshare for 70? Also, I think it's very good that people are finally calling out a lot of these sponsorships on YouTube. We saw this happen before with the established titles, which was the buy a plot of land in Scotland and you can be an official lord, which turned out to be a meme and not even true. Now, you can make the argument that because it had no actual functional value and it was a meme in the first place, that people that were buying it didn't really matter in the same way. But with this, I think it is different, and it's actually a little bit worse because you're actually looking to buy a product out of this, and that product has a functional value, and that functional value is somehow not being met, or in the process of trying to seek that functional value, things that are unethical occur, like, you know, having to spend a lot of money for the one-year trial, or having a lot of your money taken away by Skillshare if you're uploading something. So I'm really glad to see more content creators and people speaking out against these different scams. And I don't think this is a scam, by the way. I think this is an unethical practice that Skillshare is engaging in with their free trials. And I do also think that it should be called out, absolutely. But I also don't think it's something that is unique to Skillshare. A lot of companies do this exact same shady stuff. So I feel kind of uncomfortable singling out Skillshare and saying Skillshare is this horrible thing whenever so many other companies do equally manipulative things with free trials as well. So, but like Skillshare is one of them though. Like, it's not like Skillshare isn't at fault. I'm just trying to contextualize it around other people are also at fault. Yeah, Amazon Prime, fucking like AT&T, I think might do stuff like that. Like a lot of like internet companies, maybe not AT&T, but I remember Time Warner Cable did that. It was very, very common. So yeah, overall, I hope that people. Honestly, I just hope I hope they change the free trial thing. Like, that's the main, that's my main takeaway for this, is that Skillshare should see this video and see how many people are being misled by the free trial and realize that it's not worth the hit to your reputation and integrity to steal people's money, who are oftentimes the people that need the money the most. So I really hope they change that. And I also don't think it's the content creator's fault for supporting something like this. The content creator might not know every single nuance of their payment structure, etc. I think that, of course, people should be held accountable for what they promote, but I think there's a reasonable amount of distance that you can assume that a person has with a sponsor. Like, just because somebody takes a sponsor doesn't mean that they approve every single action this company has ever taken, or they understand every nuance that the company has. But I do think that content creators, after seeing this, and now that this is public, should be much more reluctant on taking sponsorships from Skillshare. That was a lot for me to say. I'm very interested in this kind of stuff for obvious reasons. So, yeah, I had a lot to say. I'll read a few comments here, and then we'll be... What a rant. Yeah, sure. Just because everyone doesn't mean it's not a scam. You're totally right, and that's the point that I was making. However, I do think that it's misleading and disingenuous to take something that everybody is doing and then pin it on one person and say that you're bad for doing it. I think that you're right. Fundamentally, you're right, but it is deliberately misleading, and I think it's almost like you're playing favorites. As a content creator, how do you differentiate a legit sponsorship opportunity and a scam? Simple. The amount of money they pay you. Yeah, if they pay you a ton of money, it's legit. If they don't, it's probably bullshit. That's simple, guys. Come on. But no, I mean, really, you look and see if other people have done it. And this is what happens, right? Because, like, as a content creator, like, I see this a lot. With a lot of content, what you end up seeing is, like, you see, like, for example, like, Marcus Brownlee is, like, one of the most well-respected YouTubers on the entire platform. So, like, if I see him taking a sponsor for something, I think to myself, oh, shit. Like, this is something that's legit. I should totally believe in this, and it's real. Absolutely. Sorry if I pronounced his name wrong, I apologize. But the point is, like, this guy is the real deal. So, whenever I see him do that, and maybe this guy saw him do that, and then this guy saw him do that, and then I see this guy do it, and then I look at all the other guys that are doing it, it's like, well, it looks like everybody's doing this, so it's okay. So, like, everybody just kind of assumes things are fine. And, like, realistically, that's not a very good way to go about doing things, but I think that there's also, like, that's just what's going to happen. Just what people are going to do. Yeah. He's a bit brand biased. I mean, I think you can easily make that argument, but overall, like, he's relatively well respected. You know, much more so than a lot of other mainstream YouTube personalities. So yeah, established titles, exactly. New DBZ game we got announced an hour ago. I tweeted you the trailer. Yeah, sure, I'll take a look at it. Give me a second. I have to admit, I preferred seeing the Skillshare ads, the Endless Keeps, and Raid Shadow Legends. I mean, people have got to make money, and that's just how, you know, we live in a society where people need to make money. Once we reach some sort of singularity where everybody can live in a virtual world and scarcity is a thing of the past, then we won't have to worry about it anymore. But until then, you're going to see sponsorships. Philip DeFranco are sponsored by established titles, so even big reputable YouTubers can be deceived. Well, look, man, like, everybody can be misled by something because nobody can fundamentally understand every nuance of a system like this. It is an unrealistic expectation. Whenever some of the biggest, like, think about all of the venture capitalists that invested into Eddie Ibanez, who was the guy that was part of Logan Paul's crypto zoo. Remember that whole part of the story? How he hoodwinked literal billionaires into investing in him and giving him money. So if these people at the very, very highest level are not able to completely discern this, you shouldn't expect somebody like Philip DeFranco to do that either. That doesn't mean you shouldn't hold them accountable after the fact, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't have conversations about being more accountable and being better at being able to see these things ahead of time. However, I don't think you should just go off the rails and get mad at them for it either. It's a middle ground. I think that the people you should really be frustrated with are Skillshare for deceptive practices, and I would say, yeah, with them. This is a great video. Again, I went into the video thinking that this was just some hater, and it turned out that he actually had some really good points about halfway through the video, and I'm glad I watched it. So I'll link you guys the video. I'm going to give it a like myself. Yeah, this is a great video. Really good to see this. People looking out for the YouTube community. Venture capitalists don't do as much due diligence as you might imagine. Well, what I'm saying is that nobody is doing that much due diligence. It's just not happening because it would be functionally impossible to keep up with everything. It's shady why billionaires would invest in something like that. Money laundering, tax evasion, I don't know. So this is the idea that a lot of venture capitalists and people like that go in with. They say, we're going to close our eyes and we're going to take, or at least we're only going to have one eye open, and we're going to take 100 shots. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like Dr. Disrespect. How many times have you seen the doc take a shot at some fucking helicopter that's 500 miles away, and then once every 6 months he hits the guy? And then the clip goes on YouTube, or it goes on Twitter, it has 18 million views, and everybody's talking about how amazing he is. But you don't see the fact that he takes 2 of these shots every fucking game, and he plays games 8 hours a day. But you remember the shot that he hits. And the truth is, a lot of VC people, they think like, okay, well, all we need to do is hit one TikTok. All we need to do is hit one Vine, hit one Instagram, hit, let's see, what's another, like, really popular, Uber, something like that. And then we own the next fucking, like, $1 billion company. So that's why they do it, and that's their strategy in a lot of regards. I can't speak to every group, obviously, and I do think that a lot of the groups do indulge in a good amount of due diligence, absolutely, but that is kind of what the philosophy is behind a lot of investments, especially like tech investments. Venture capitalists are happy with a 90% failure rate. That's right, because you can lose 90% of your money, but you can make 1,000% of your money. So it's basically like gambling, but these guys are it's like the good version of gambling, and it's good because these guys have a lot of money, obviously. Someone that use tech incubator don't even know what they're investing in. It's a lot more complex, but you're right at a high level. But they have people that like that. There's, I mean, it's a whole company, right? It's like the CEO doesn't understand what the person in the mailroom is probably doing, or the person that's, you know, doing graphic design. Like they don't understand that. So yeah, isn't that what Shaq does? He invested in everything. Yeah, he sure does. I hear about Shaq all the time. Holy fuck! Like if there's a new product coming out, Shaq's on it. Absolutely. Yeah, and I bet, I don't know how much Shaq is worth, but I bet he's worth a lot of fucking money.
To episode 3 of the Steak and Eggs podcast. I've been late to every episode so far. I'm sorry about that, guys.
I wasn't gonna say nothing. You suffer more than man.
That's actually not true.
If
Both
I
of you
call
have been late.
myself out, wait, you were late too?
I was late for a reason. Actually, you know what? If you're just gonna call me out for being late, I will just tell you why I'm late. So, have you noticed my katana here?
Oh fuck. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
you wanted us to
Let's
ask
go.
about
Let's
that,
just get
didn't
this out of the way.
Well, I actually had a fun little game because in the previous episode, you told all of the steak and egg viewers that I stole your katana. So today we have a mini game.
Wait, did I say that you stole it?
Maybe. Or
Yeah, that was episode 1 where I talked about the video where you swung at the tree. Yeah, they put that in episode 1.
To be fair, I fucked that thing up and then I just gave it back to you.
Yeah. So, but you didn't seem happy, so I had a mini game today.
Okay. All right. Let's do it.
Which is Bloodforged.
Wait, that's
Damascus.
sick.
Oh,
Wait,
wow.
why is it red?
It's Bloodforged.
What does that mean? What? No, you're lying.
It's used by there's Titanite demon stones. Used to forge that.
Or I just made it the fuck up like I do everything else in this podcast. Something sick. So we're gonna play a game here.
Okay.
What the fuck is happening?
I'm not wearing shoes right now. Should I put my shoes on?
Here's the game.
Okay.
I got you these. So y'all get to win one of these.
Okay.
Whoever loses gets the small one.
Okay.
However, this is a authentic replica of a character from Demon Slayer, of which I forgot the name of. Regardless, this is from Demon Slayer.
Isn't it that girl with like the green and pink hair?
No.
No, hers is like a
the
wavy
squiggly one.
Oh.
I think it's like the dude in the beginning whose name I forgot. Then we also have a dual-edged Damascus Warforged battle-ready blade.
Okay.
Okay. Very sharp. Okay. So,
I feel like before we do the game, I feel like Imro should just get the small ones. Since
No, wait.
Yeah, I mean, like it just makes sense, guys. I mean, come on.
No.
It's very simple. All you gotta do, okay?
Okay.
All you gotta do is beat Emeru and rock, paper, scissors one time.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's it.
All right.
Okay?
Let's go.
You have one chance. Whoever loses gets the small one. Whoever wins gets the big one.
Oh fuck. Okay.
You got it.
Oh, that was.
No, you didn't go all the way at the same time. You gotta do rock, paper,
Wait,
scissors.
is it 1, 2,
Yeah, yeah.
go?
Yeah, yeah.
1,
2, 3, go. Yup. 1, 2, 3, go. Let's go.
Okay, but first I saw him. Can we play that in slow motion? He went like this. He went like this.
All right. We could hold. I looked in your eyes and I could see that you were gonna do paper.
Hey, if you ain't
I could tell.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
That's right. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Look, why does he's just
It's
gonna
nice, right?
He's just gonna ruin that one too. Okay,
wow.
how much was
It's
wait, that
sharp.
one's
It's
cool.
sharp. Yeah, it is.
Shit.
Yeah, careful with that.
I can cut in half of this.
There definitely is.
Fucking bastard.
Yeah, it's too bad, huh?
Doesn't it just?
That is too bad.
Yeah.
That's sort of me. Yeah, that's sick.
Plastic.
Wow.
Oh my god.
That is so cool.
Just being bullied.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, well, yeah, great games, Hector. We should play more of these games.
Yeah, 100.
Well, this is such a fun game.
Okay, but can we talk about how I would have won if he knew how rock, paper, scissors works?
That's also true. That's very true.
Okay, all right. So now we're gonna change the rules. Like all right, we could go back. You could go back and look at it frame by frame, and you'll see.
No, be real.
All right, I will.
I saw that shit in slow motion. Asmund cheated his ass off, and that was badass.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Okay, all right.
speaking of badass.
What?
Oh my god.
What?
I rewatched the first episode.
Yeah?
I said badass like 1,000 times.
I know.
Do you do that on purpose?
Okay, so fun fact. Before I went live, I have this, or before we went live with the episode, I have this buddy, his name's Laurel, and randomly him and I just getting like these weird waves where we just say one word a lot. I have a new one that I'm gonna debut right now.
Oh no.
I'm locked in. Okay, that's the new one. Dude, it is badass.
Are the finger movements part of it?
Yeah,
Okay.
locked in.
What is
Yeah,
this
got it.
from? This sounds like a
This?
Valorant thing.
I was at a party. I was at a party and we were all playing this game called like Stir the Pot, where we were like 13 buddies sitting in a row and we were all shit talking each other. And there was this one dude and his name was Lord Balvin. And before he was gonna shit talk anybody if it was intense, he was like, "Fuck it, I'm locking in. You a bitch." Dude, it was so
God damn. All
fun.
right, okay.
It was a good time, but yeah, we get into those waves where we just say one word a lot, and then there was like streamers reacting to the first episode with a badass counter.
That's right.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I mean, look, I think everybody does that, right? I'll go back and I'll watch videos of myself from like 3 years ago, and they'll just be like sayings that I have.
It is what it is.
Just annoy that. No, that's a current one. That'll annoy me in 3 years. But like the current ones are like, yeah, it is what it is. There it is, dude. Like there's probably some old ones I used to do, and I honestly forgot a lot of them, and I only remember them whenever I go back and I watch old videos, and it's like, oh yeah, wow, I was a loser.
You know what's even
about it.
On that note,
Yeah.
Did you ever have an old YouTube intro?
Oh, I've had the same intro on YouTube ever since like I was a kid.
Wait, is that just what's up, y'all?
What's up, y'all? It's me, it's your boy Asmongold.
You want to hear mine?
What?
It was bad. I mean, bad.
Yeah.
So there was this wrestling tag team called the Road Dogg Jesse James and the Badass Billy Gunn, super old tag team, and they had this really cool intro, and I thought it was cool. And I also had this idea, which is really awful because I do it all the time. And I thought, if I just make my intro as horrible and as cringy as possible, maybe people will actually not tune it out and they'll actually like and subscribe, which did work. But it was, what's up, y'all? It's me, it's that T-E-C-T-O-N-E, it's your old pal Tectone.
This sounds a lot like Asmon's.
Yeah. Halfway there, I was like, wait a second, are you doing the same thing I am?
No, so the Road Dogg Jesse James is it's me, it's that D-O-double-G that told us.
I get it.
Yeah. It's very close though, but that.
Mine's just me talking. I don't do it on purpose, but when I do reads, my voice gets higher, so I'll be like, "Hey guys, it's me, Emmy." Then I'll start talking. It's like, "Hey, y'all, what's the fuck up?" Like, just like the.
It's actually even better. It's like. There's like you, oh wow, and then, hey, I noticed you haven't been subscribed. You need to subscribe right now to the channel.
Yeah.
That's what it's like.
Yeah.
Am I right?
No, you're not
Yeah.
wrong.
I've never done those for like getting people to subscribe. I need to start selling out like that. Like my channel, like I don't even have 2 million subscribers on my YouTube channel.
Oh wow, not even 2 million.
Wow,
It's
that's
awful. It's embarrassing.
Just quit.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
And, well, I mean, I'm uploading like 7 videos a day, okay?
Yeah.
So, like, people probably don't subscribe to me because they don't want to be under that deluge of just, like, content after content after...
No, it's not that, actually, because I didn't realize I wasn't subbed to you until a couple days ago. The reason is because you post so often, your shit's just in my recommended. I thought I was subscribed to you.
That's right.
I thought I was subscribed.
That's right.
It's just there all the time.
Yeah, we're doing work.
It is actually insane how much it helps by just saying like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell for all notifications at the beginning of every video.
Well, a lot of people, all they have is a little animation where it just shows like a mouse cursor clicking the subscribe button, and that's it, and it works really well. I don't even do that.
You should.
Yeah, I'm probably going to actually unironically start doing that.
You edit your own videos? Surely not. There's no way.
Fuck no.
Yeah, hell no.
No, my editors just do that. Like, what I used to do is I actually didn't even have a YouTube channel. I just said survival of the fittest. Whoever uploads my video first makes the money on it. And I did that for a long time. And I had these people, like, these are like editors, and they were sending me messages like, hey, Asman, you know, keep doing the streams. I just made 30 grand this month off your videos. And I'm like, that's awesome, man. Keep it up. And yes.
30 grand?
Yeah, that's right.
Dude, 5 more and that's a sponsor.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, you can play Lost Ark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just let him do it, and then finally, like, YouTube came out with some new policy with like duplicate content, and so I had to make like my own main channel for it. But other than that, I never gave a shit. So yeah, they just do all the work, and all I do is just sit there. It's great.
Speaking of stream content, I had this idea for a stream that I wanted to do.
Okay.
And hopefully I've done it by the time this episode comes out. I want to just get my camera, put it on my shoulder, and then just go downtown and just pick up garbage. For a whole stream.
Garbage man.
Yeah, just be a garbage man.
Okay. Well, what are you gonna do with the garbage?
Put it in a bag and throw it away.
Oh, that's so boring. Like, what if like you put all of it together and you make a house with it or something like that? You know, make a little trash igloo. Yeah.
I feel like this is gross. You know?
You could get one of those Elon Musk flamethrowers and just set the trash on fire and burn it.
We should get a furnace.
Is that illegal?
Yeah, probably. It's illegal, but oh, did you guys see that thing in Austin?
The racing.
Yes.
Oh, the people doing donuts?
Yep.
What
Oh my
happened
god.
there?
And by the way, like everybody, okay, so look guys, I've lived in Austin my whole life. The Texas relays come around, that shit, like, all right, this one was a little bit, this was like an 11, but there are 9s and 8s all the time. Like I remember this was like 10 years ago, I was parked on I-35 and people were dancing on top of their cars. And no, there was no coverage of this, it was just a normal everyday weekend. So it's like, I'm pretty sure that was over like downtown or in Riverside or something like that. That shit happens all the time. It's really not that big of a deal. Usually people don't set their car on fire.
Wait, but like what causes people to do that? They just feel like it?
Well, like, I mean, so people were doing racing, and that's what it was. They were like racing around, and then I guess the cops came over and people started throwing fireworks at the cops, and it's just, you know, it's whatever.
Who set the car on fire?
Oh, I don't know. They probably set their own car on fire.
That happened recently?
Yeah, it was like a few days ago.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Were they driving it while it was on fire?
Really?
Oh wait, this is a video.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, look at that, so badass. Oh my god. I think there's like a KFC near this place too. I've been there.
Oh, I used to live down there.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, look at that. Oh my god. That is so badass.
Dude, they're locked in.
Yeah.
Holy
they are locked in.
Holy shit.
They're about to be locked up too.
Shit, dude, I wish I would have known this was going on. I would have gone down.
Yeah, that's so fucking cool, right? Like, obviously, like, the thing is, like, you can't really have people doing this, but whenever it happens, it's still really funny to see it. Dude, I think it's great.
I was watching, like pseudo documentaries on, like, this one dude. I forget what his name was, but he was, like, a Japanese street racer.
Yeah.
And he would, like, go driving, like, 170, 190, like, on roads just to, like, challenge cops.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if y'all have ever seen that. Does that not sound awesome? Like,
well, but just like to see if they
like
could
straight
catch
up
him?
Tokyo
Yeah.
Drift.
Yeah, exactly.
Like unironic, just live in the movie.
Yeah, and there's so many YouTube channels where they just put the dash cam on the back, and they see a police car, and they do some illegal shit, and they're like, try to catch me, bitch. And they take off their license plate, so they can't do anything. And they go.
Oh,
like,
they have the rotators?
Yep.
Yeah.
It is so crazy. Like, I was watching those for hours the other day.
Damn.
You should do that, to be honest.
I should do that?
Yeah, you have the car to do it.
Sounds fun.
What's the fastest you've ever driven in your car?
I don't want to Can they censor it if I say it?
160 miles an hour, guys. That's the fastest she's ever driven.
Oh, wait, fast?
More?
There's no way.
What the fuck?
There's
Are
no
you
way.
kidding me?
There's no way. In your new car?
Can they censor it?
I don't know. Holy shit. That's nuts.
I can't say because it's near where we live.
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. I mean, I
I
think
just wanted to see if I could.
yeah, I think the most I've gone is just like 140. That was on accident.
I never look. Growing up, I have had a driver's license for, oh my God, 17 years or something like that, right? 16, 17 years.
Yeah.
I have been driving legally for a matter of months.
Sick.
So, if I ever got pulled over, I would get a ticket. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if oh, well, I wasn't really speeding, officer, or, oh, well, I kind of had the right of way. So I have always driven like a complete bitch.
Yeah.
Like, I never drive over the speed limit. I'm always in the right-hand lane. I'm a good little boy, and I never pass the cops. and like, I never do that. And like, I remember, like, all the time, it's like whenever you're driving like that, you're constantly thinking it's like driving is a game because you're playing hide and seek with the Austin Police Department. And I've been doing this again. Well, actually, not anymore. They caught me, and so I had to actually fix everything. But yeah, it was like a big thing that I did for a long time because I couldn't afford insurance and like the license and the registration, and then I let my license lapse, and it was a big issue. And I got in trouble for it, and it is what it is. But yeah, so I never drive over the limit. I am a very good boy.
I had a car where I couldn't drive over the limit. I had a car called the Chevy Spark. It had like, I think like cars. This might just be something else that I just made the fuck up. I'm gonna say it anyways. I believe like cars since the 90s on average have had over like 100, 110 horsepower. I don't think that's too far-fetched to say. Maybe it is. My Chevy Spark had 86 horsepower. And you know how they say it's like 0 to 60 in like 5, 8 seconds? My car felt like it was 0 to 60 in like 2 to 3 business days.
Yeah.
Like, bro,
yeah, like it'll get there eventually, right? And like that's down a hill. Yeah.
Bro, it was so bad. And then my goofy ass, I used to be 6'8". I'm like 6'6" now. I got like a spine.
How do you used to be?
So I was playing Pokemon Go, right?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, so I was playing Pokemon Go. And I'm in the top of this 3-story apartment. And when Pokemon Go first came out, it would show you the shadow of the Pokemon and then how many footsteps it had. Okay, so 1 step means it was like right there. 2 steps, a little bit. 3 steps, super far away. Don't even bother. But it was either a Nidoqueen or a Dragonite. It was one of those 3. Okay, and it was 1 footstep away. Yeah, and I was like, oh, shit, I have to go get it. So I run all the way down my flight of stairs. Okay, and then I'm sprinting. I don't know which direction it is, but I'm sprinting towards a direction, hoping it pops up. It goes pothole. Okay, my right foot goes in the pothole. My left foot stays above the pothole, and I can feel my spine just like that. I couldn't stand up straight for 6 months, and I also lived in Canada, so I couldn't afford to get medical medical help. Okay, so I couldn't stand up straight.
I thought it was free up there.
Not if you're not a citizen.
Oh.
Yeah, it was bad. So I couldn't stand up for like 6 months straight. In my college, nobody expressed sympathy. You know what they did? They called me Camelback John. It was so bad.
Camelback John.
And you just never recovered those 2 inches?
No, I don't think so. I went to the chiropractor a whole bunch, but I definitely know my spine is messed up. I should probably go see a doctor. I have not seen a doctor or this is gonna be gross. I haven't seen a doctor that doesn't like years.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
I went to see a doctor. This is like maybe I have to see them like every year for a prescription I have. But other than that, actually COVID, I've been like, yeah, I can't show up. Let's do a telemedicine meeting. But last time they did like a whole blood test and everything on me. And I remember I had like a panic attack when they had the blood test. It was awful. And so I have not done that again. And I remember I got like all the results of the blood test and like everything was normal and like healthy. And my dad didn't believe me. And because my dad was like, he's like one of the, like they can contact him about like my medical stuff. He actually asked his doctor to see my report because he thought I was lying.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he thought I was fucking lying about it. Yeah, I haven't been to the doctor since then.
I don't blame them, man. They're scary.
Yeah.
I don't like going to the doctor.
Yeah.
I finally went because of this cough that I still have. I went like 2 weeks ago and I still have it.
I remember when you started to get that.
Wait,
You didn't always have it.
Cough?
When did I get it?
Yeah.
It was when I came back from Kansas after Christmas. I thought it was just like really fucking bad allergies because I'm allergic to grass and there's like grass blowing everywhere in Kansas and shit, but it just hasn't gone away, so maybe I'm dying finally, I don't know.
I was actually having a conversation with Sarah about allergies, about how like, you know, some people are like allergic to like shellfish or peanuts. Yeah. Like imagine if you like died because you ate a fucking peanut.
Bro, talk about going out like a bitch.
Dude, if I was Sarah and I were talking, and Sarah said,
it's like such an awful thing to joke about.
Yeah, but Sarah said, if I was dying, if I was choking on a peanut, I was gonna die.
Yeah.
I would just jump out of a window and die that way instead. That way I don't look like a bitch.
Oh my god. That's true.
I think he even tweeted it out too. It was actually so funny. But I love Sarah.
Oh my god, I couldn't even imagine that. Like, I don't even know what kind of stuff I'm allergic to. I guess we'll find out.
Let's find out. Right? Let's fuck around and find out. Let's go get
Oh
some
shit! Yeah, by the time this goes live, we'll have already done the fruit tier list. I hope you're not fucking allergic to anything.
Well, it would be funny if I died on stream.
Some people are allergic to like strawberries or citrus. Are there other fruits that people have allergies to?
Let's find out.
I think it's mostly just strawberries and citrus are the two big ones.
Maybe. I've actually never heard of a fruit allergy
before. Is there citrus and like a citrus?
It's like oranges,
like
lemons.
orange. Like what about like an orange flavored like Powerade? Is there?
I don't think that's real.
It might not be real.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
You've never had like an orange juice or anything?
I've had orange soda.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean,
I don't think there's.
Maybe some. Who knows?
Have citrus.
Dude, speaking of medical marvels, Wake Wilder went live the other day.
Yeah.
Reacting to the VOD, and he was trying to decipher how the fuck you're still alive.
Again?
Yeah. And also, apparently, red meat isn't bad for you. Apparently, I thought it caused like
Who said
heart
it's
disease.
bad for you?
Well, if you Google, is red meat bad for you, which is what I did. Yeah, I'm a Googler. That's how I get all my information. Like, red meat bad for you. It'll be like heart disease. Look,
too much. See, it says too much, but like I'm not eating too much.
I guess that's true.
Isn't that one of those things though where like people ended up saying that's not true? Like there was some doctor who said like a glass of red wine's good for you. He like admitted he like lied about that or something.
That's badass.
Just try to get an excuse to do it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Make it random bullshit. Like, for example, if NASA were to say that they found life on another planet, what are we gonna do? We're gonna prove them wrong?
Yeah.
Or are we gonna build a rocket? There's nothing we can do.
It's true. We just gotta kind of take their word for it. You're right about that.
If I was NASA, I would just lie. What is anybody gonna do? Nothing, because they're already not funding. Pretty sure, are they shut down or something? Or no?
I don't know. Like, I don't remember the last time we've been to the moon, so maybe.
Yeah.
Like that yeah, I mean, whatever happened to that?
I don't know, man.
I guess there's like no real. I mean, the thing is, like, if you went to the moon, theoretically, it would probably be really boring.
Yeah.
There's like nothing to do there. The internet, I mean, it probably sucks. It's like, no, I mean, think about it, right? Because it's really far away. There's no way you can do anything. Probably take like 5 minutes for the website to load. It'd be awful.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't blame them for not going over to the moon. We probably
could probably just like shoot. Like one of those. And that's the thing, right? Doesn't Elon Musk have like Starlink?
It's really far away now.
Like they are satellite, they'll be able to do it. Like one day they'll do it.
Yeah, if internet's on the moon, I'm like.
Why would you choose to live on the moon?
Well, it's like fat.
What?
You're thinner and you can move around more.
You're thinner on the moon?
Actually, theory. If you lose weight on the moon, you probably live longer. Like when you live longer on the moon, you really grab less pressure on your arteries. There was actually research that went up the other day, or it's fake. I don't know.
Probably fake.
Yeah, probably fake.
Yeah.
But the maximum lifespans were like. Can somebody Google this before I make myself look like an ass again? Where the maximum lifespans were like discovered. And apparently it's 114 years old for a guy and 115 years old for a female.
Yeah, let's go. 1 extra year.
Let's go. We're gonna party it up. But I also just don't think that's true. Isn't there like human beings that have lived within like 140 or something? They're like.
Nah, there's no way that shit's true. Like, there's always kind of like medical stuff, and like it's always averages. So like it's probably gonna be an average because there's already people that probably live longer than that. 150 years.
Studies suggest 150 years may be the one.
Yeah, but like they probably said like 100, like 50 years ago that 100 and like 20 was the limit. Like I never really put any stock in this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's
or-
like they're gonna like by a time like half. Hopefully by a time if I ever get to 120, like half of my body would be like the Terminator. You know, I'll have like red eyes, like fucking robotic arms. Like I can have like legs. I climb up a fucking building and shit. Yeah, like so I'm not even worried about that at all.
How old was the oldest person to live?
I don't know. It's probably like 120 something.
Oldest human, oldest person.
I feel like that would suck.
Yeah. What was it here?
122.
That's an old ass guy.
I feel like that can't.
Or it's
That's a woman.
Yeah.
That can't be true. I feel like 122 just really isn't that old.
I don't know. I
And
mean,
what's old to you, bud?
I mean that's pretty old. You've been watching too much anime with vampires and shit in it.
Yeah, I'm just
like,
saying, like, I don't know, man.
That's pretty old, man.
22? Jesus.
Yeah, that's old, dude. That is really, really, really old. What are you talking about?
I just feel like, but like, for everything, like, we're just gonna live to 122. That's it. Really? I feel like we're just like pussies as a species. Like jellyfish can be like 3,000. Be worse than a jellyfish.
There's like sharks that are 500 years old. There's turtles that are like 200 years old. Shit like that.
Yes. Why don't we just eat what they eat?
Like water.
Yeah, bro.
They don't eat water.
Yeah, they do. What
No,
do you
they
think
don't.
Like, if we're one chromosome off from being a dolphin, why don't we just?
They consume water, but they don't eat water.
Look, I don't know how a dolphin works. All right, I got no idea.
They're all employed.
They're
They don't work.
carnivores.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Aren't dolphins carnivores?
No, there's no way. Aren't they vegans?
Well, I know sharks are carnivores.
Yeah, sharks make sense. I feel like dolphins gotta be friendly.
They are carnivores.
Holy shit! Are you serious?
What?
God damn!
Eat fishes and bottom-dwelling invertebrates.
Bro, fuck dolphins.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
They're evil.
Not even Asman eats fish. Dolphins are
Well,
evil.
I don't know why people eat fish. It doesn't make any
good.
sense. But so is steak. What are you talking
Okay,
about
well,
steak?
didn't they show, like, in some study that the reason that a lot of East Asian people live longer is because their diet, which includes fish?
Yeah, but you know what? I'm just not gonna believe anything I ever read anymore.
Oh.
Because
Yeah,
anytime
yeah,
I
it's
say
probably fake.
yeah, anytime I say
Probably fake,
anything,
yep.
like, nah, that ain't it.
Nah, it's
Nah,
not fake news, brother. No shot, brother. Fake.
What? Okay, during the fruit tier list, would you be mad if, as a bonus item, I brought you some fish?
Oh, dude.
Oh God, I would try to look. The only thing I would never eat like a bug. Like I've tried to
That's
eat
fair.
a bug before.
Wait,
and-
would you eat a bug?
Well, cause like it is what it is, and so like I just to see what would happen. But no.
Wait, what kind of bug? Was it alive?
No, I don't think so. And it
We're
was
gonna eat a
like
dead bug?
grasshopper or something like that. Yeah, I was like a kid.
Oh, a
People
lot of
told me I
people
wouldn't
eat
do it.
grass.
Yeah, I used to eat
did it.
cicadas for money.
Really? How much?
$5.
Oh fuck.
That was back when I was in 4th grade.
Yeah, yeah.
And this one time, this
It's
kid.
a lot of money, man.
It was. And this one time, the kid didn't have the $5, and my big brother was there.
They beat the shit out of him.
He grabbed him by the collar of the shirt, and this kid drops to his knees, okay, and just opens his backpack up, just looking for anything to give us.
Oh my
And he
God.
gives us a pack of unbuttered popcorn that wasn't cooked yet,
Yeah.
and a ring pop, and then he threw the kid to the ground.
That's good enough.
Yeah, it was actually
So fucking funny.
Pops are so good.
I know.
I haven't had a ring pop in like 20 years.
That's crazy.
You guys still have those?
Yeah, they still have those.
Really? Wow. I did not even know that.
You
Holy
ever
shit.
proposed to a girl with a ring pop, like in like elementary school or middle school?
No, I
Really?
did not.
Did you?
No, bro. I was a loser, man. I couldn't even talk to girls. Look at me. I'm bald. What am I supposed to do? I've been bald.
Bald in middle school.
I was bald for a period in middle school because I dyed my hair, and then my principal told me that I wasn't allowed to dye my hair.
And you had to shave it? You didn't let you dye it back?
That's crazy. I remember it was like 6th grade, 6th or 7th grade. My dad took me to like some place and I got my hair dyed green. And they complained about it. My dad told them to fuck off.
That's sick.
That's it. Yeah, he's like, it is what it is. Don't worry about it.
Wait, how did your dad? Is he around here or no?
Yeah.
Can he come on the show?
Maybe. I'm sure
Oh, that
he'd
would be
want
sick.
to. Yeah, to correct all like, because anytime that I tell a story about him,
Yeah.
he will go and then sometimes he will actually call me on stream and he'll be like, okay, yeah, you're full of shit. That's not really what happened. Actually what happened was, and I remember one time, yeah, there was one time somebody asked me in my chat, they were like, how many hot dogs have you eaten in your whole life? And I'm thinking it's like, you know, 500, 600, 700. And my dad was there. And my dad, who was just like passed out on the couch, woke up and heard this. And out of nowhere, no, you've eaten way more hot dogs than trust me. Nah, yes, you have. Don't you tell them that. You've eaten way more. It's like, remember going out over to Greg's? Remember back whenever we had those barbecues? You were talking about 1,000 hot dogs minimum. I had no idea.
My dad calls me after when I have a chance podcast. He tells all of his friends about it. It's speaking of which, I actually talked to my brother for the first time in like half a year yesterday. He was like in Colombia, and one of his buddies was talking about getting an energy drink. And instead, he was like, "Oh, actually, you should try my my brother's energy drink." And he showed him the old one that he used to be sponsored by. Yeah. He was like, "Oh shit, your brother's Tectone?" And he like lost his shit. Like,
so did he watch your stuff?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Which is crazy to me. Like that is crazy.
That's weird. And so he wasn't mad or anything like that? Because I remember you told me that other story of that girl that recognized you, and then you're like, "Oh, I'm Tectone," and she's like, "I thought so," and then she walked away and never talked to you again.
Yeah, there's two different types of people. It's either, "Oh, Tectone, love that guy," or "Ew."
Yeah.
I don't know. I wish there was just like Tectone's okay. I wish there was a middle ground.
Oh, I actually, I love the crazy people. Like, Emmy can attest to this. Like, I was talking to her about it whenever we were in California.
Oh, I remember.
And I screenshot every comment that's made by someone who I think is completely mentally unhinged. I screenshot them, and sometimes I'll scroll through them like I'm looking at a zoo.
No, this came up because I was talking to him about like some weird like community I've seen. He's like, "Oh, I know. I have screenshots of it on my computer." I was like, "You what?"
Yep. Everything. That's right. I collect them all. And I have more. Yeah, there's a lot. They're absolutely fucking nuts. Yeah, I do the same thing for myself. I used to sit there with my mom, and I would read about myself to her, and she would laugh at me. Yeah.
That's funny, honestly.
That was what I did so long, and so now I just have to see these and show them to people because they're just so absolutely crazy.
Yeah, wait, you had a screenshot on your phone that you showed me when we were talking. How do you have this ready? It was like specific to what we were talking about.
Oh yeah, the one with like.
I don't know.
Do you want me to tell what it said?
Oh, is it bad?
There was a guy made a post. He said that he liked to rewatch vlogs of being on Nick's stream because he could delete Nick from his mind and imagine it was him in a day ago.
Bro, what? That is so fucking weird, dude.
Right.
This conversation I was fucking legendary. I was like complaining about this. I was like, "Oh yeah, he's like," and he's like, "I know. I have screenshots of it."
Oh, I know about. Yeah, absolutely. Oh no, I take it upon myself to know every single depth of gravity in existence. Like anything disgusting, anything weird, the most perverted, horrifying, awful things. Not only do I know about them, I know a lot about them.
Here's something you might not know about.
Okay.
That's gonna ruin your day.
Okay.
Hear about McDonald's new sauce policy?
What the fuck?
Oh no.
I'm sorry. If you think Taco Bell's bad with the increase of the Nacho Supreme, are you a big McDonald's guy or no?
Of course.
Of course. Apparently, they're dabbling in the dark arts, thinking about charging per sauce that you ask for.
Nah, there's no way. They said they're thinking about it. There's no way they're gonna do that. They're probably gonna. This is probably some like elaborate marketing technique where they're gonna say that they're gonna do it, then they're not gonna do it. See, we listen to you guys. We care about you. There's no company that's gonna do this because y'all might not remember this, but I fucking do. Whenever you used to go to McDonald's and you asked for extra for sauce, they would just give you a handful of packets. Y'all remember that?
I remember.
Those were the days. And then one day I went there and they said, we can't do that anymore. Each one is 29 cents. Number one, who the fuck has 29 cents? Number two, why? Like, everything was going great. We can have as much ketchup as we want, but the moment that it comes to barbecue sauce, suddenly everybody loses their fucking minds. They've got the audacity to charge this, you never get, yeah, McDonald's is now charging for dipping sauces. Nah, bro, like, because I actually got McNuggets, like, this is probably like a month ago. So, like, when did this happen? No, this is bullshit.
For context, McDonald's franchise owners are allowed to charge for sauces if they'd like. These include only giving one sauce for nugget orders of up to 6 nuggets, with every subsequent sauce costing.
Wait, no, this.
Oh, no.
No, there's a place here that does that.
No, that's totally fine, though. Because, like, so the usual nugget per sauce ratio is about 5 to 6 to 1 sauce packets.
I agree.
So, like, what you do is if you get a 10-piece, which is usually what I get, or a 20-piece.
I get a 20.
Oh, I bet. And so you have...
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you know, it is what it is, right? I mean, you like to eat food. I mean, food's great, right? I mean, what, you don't like food?
No, I love food.
All right, great. Yeah, of course. And so, yeah, you get 4 packets, right? You get 4, and then whenever I get 10, I'll get 2, and that's it. And so that's actually totally fine. This is alarmism.
Okay, if you're sure.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they forget.
No, they don't. Because I learned whenever I was 7 years old. My mom taught me to check the fucking bag.
Wait, that's a song lyric.
What?
Once I was 7 years old, my mama told me. Wait, you never heard that?
I probably
quoted that like word for word.
Well, that's what happened.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was. Like today, remember last week whenever I said I got a diet fucking Pepsi? That shit didn't happen this time because I checked my drink before I even drove out of the drive-thru.
That actually,
I was ready.
It blows my fucking mind that you go to Taco Bell and you get a Pepsi or a Pepsi. You don't get the Baja Blast.
Sometimes I'll get 2.
Yeah, because the Baja Blast, I remember that when that shit like came out. We used to call it God's Nectar. It was that. Baja Blast was called God's Nectar. It was au jus sauce from Arby's. Did you ever get that? Au jus sauce from Arby's. Well, it's crazy. So I don't know how they do it. This is how I imagine it in my head. It tastes like meat sauce. So I imagine cooking the meat, it like goes into like a little vat, and then like they scoop out the meat drippings, and you can dip your sandwich back into it. It's so
meat
good.
Sauce?
Yeah, but apparently, this also could just be wrong. They get like water and they pour some seasoning into it, which would be way better.
I don't even know. I have no idea. Why?
Yeah, I like to separate the art from the artist, so I don't really care
You know,
about
fast food places do tricks. Like McDonald's got in trouble a long time ago because they cooked their French fries in beef fat, and a bunch of vegan people were really upset.
Well, they just not eat it.
Well, they changed the recipe, I think.
Really?
Now they're vegan.
Really, I bet the meat sauce tasted way better though.
Yeah, probably did. That's probably why that's probably why they were using it.
Yeah.
McDonald's will never do us wrong.
I just feel like, you know, the world's just going in a horrible place where our fries can't even be cooked in meat sauce without somebody being pissed off.
I don't know.
Wait, look, there's a Reddit comment. As a former Arby's employee, yes, that's how they make it. A packet of spice powder and hot water.
Yeah,
see, like, that's the thing is you never want to find out what's behind the curtain. Like, I know that the odds are that whenever I get a McNugget, this was like some weird pink chicken-like substance that just got microwaved and then they're serving it to me.
Yeah.
But whenever I bite into it, I can imagine that I'm just eating, you know, a pure raw piece of chicken with some nice breading around it. And I can just imagine that and I'm totally fine.
We're part of the problem, and here's why.
Why?
We just went onto Reddit, and we just listened to a comment from Bitterbug92.
Yeah?
Just because he said, well, actually, as a former employee, this is how it's done, actually. We are so part of the problem.
Wait, you're actually right.
Because why the fuck are we believing this loser? I'll say right now, if it ain't a .gov, I ain't believing that shit. Okay?
And if it is, I certainly ain't believing it, brother. I tell you that right now.
The government's trying to poison us.
Yep.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Hey there, Steak and Eggs listeners. Emeru here. Let me tell you, if you're in the market for some new clothes, you gotta check out OTKnetwork.com. Our apparel is so good. We've got everything from cozy hoodies to sleek crew-necks to snug joggers. And let me tell you, these joggers are the real deal. I wear them all the time, and they're made with high-quality materials that are built to last. But here's the best part. Use the code STEAK, S-T-E-A-K, at checkout for a sweet 15% off your order. That's right, just type in S-T-E-A-K at checkout and watch the savings pile up. So don't wait. Get yourself some fresh new clothes from OTKnetwork.com.
No, because this is a whole issue that I experienced, okay? Where people go onto the internet and they say, I'm part of this. They start causing issues. They start causing problems. I'm gonna just bring it up. You tell me what you want. So like the LGBTQ community, right? I feel, this is my opinion, I feel like people just lie and say, oh, actually, I'm from the LGBT community, and they just say all this horrible shit to try to paint them in a horrible light.
Silvervale.
Which, by the way, Silvervale and I are very good friends. Like, I love her. She's amazing.
So here's actually what happened. I mean, did you actually see how people got married?
Silvervale? Yeah. Well, she said she was getting like death threats and her friends were being
Well, like why?
She's playing
So basically, there is a people are going into Silvervale's chat, and they were trying to type the word trans into the chat, and the word was filtered, and they could not type trans. So of course, what they thought is that Silvervale is trying to erase trans people, obviously. And so they went to Twitter, assuming this was the case, and they were calling, like cancel Silvervale, hate Silvervale. The truth is, though, that actually the Twitch auto mod put that word in there, and Twitch auto mod and they were blaming Silvervale for it the entire time. So they were just completely fucking wrong, going off of something that didn't even happen. And that's why people are getting out there. It's crazy.
I feel like technically right though that sometimes like communities that are anti-LGBT or anti-trans and stuff like this happens, they're like, oh, this is our chance to make people look really bad.
Oh yeah.
Just like, like I'm a trans person, then go attack someone. They're just like trying to make these communities look really bad.
Oh, I had the same thing with Asgore. Had this up before too. Like, there would be like an issue in like the game community that I would play, and then people would say, actually, like I'm part of the Tectone community, and I think these actions are crazy, or I'm part of the Tectone community, and say like a whole bunch of shit. Because, like, bro, anybody can type that. Like, unless you have like a badge that says like Day One Founder on your name, you just lie. Like, how are you gonna prove that's wrong? Like, people just believe way too much shit they see on it. It actually drives me nuts. That's a battle that I'll never be able to like win, because people believe whatever they see. It's
I wonder
so bad.
how many, like, I don't think it was like really a majority. I think usually, and this is what happens with everything, is anytime something bad happens, I remember this happened on January 6th, people were like, oh, it was feds trying to get people to go into the Capitol, and then like with this, or think it's people pretending to be LGBT and they're not. There's plenty of crazy people that are in plenty of every group, right?
Yeah,
and that's how it is. But the truth is that you guys are right. There were actually people that they didn't want me to play Final Fantasy 14. So they went and they decided that they would attack me for not playing Final Fantasy 14 and act like unhinged Final Fantasy psychos, and then hopefully push me away from the game enough where I would stop playing it. And I caught one of these fuckers because I saw him typing it, and I checked his log, and I scrolled up to like October, 2023 or something like that. And it's like, hey man, I really love you playing WoW. Like, when are you gonna play WoW anymore? I love WoW. Like, please stop playing Final Fantasy. So they're completely pretending to be somebody else just to give that group a bad name.
Yep.
It's nuts. I couldn't even believe it whenever I saw it.
It's so bad. Like,
oh yeah,
so bad.
Well, people just go for the thread too much on the internet. Like, they just get too mad, too emotionally attached to stuff, and they just get like way too worked up over like fucking stupid shit. Like, and just like making a mountain out of a molehill, because it's like these people have no real problems, and then they go on the internet and they're trying to wage war as if they do. And I hate that. It drives me crazy. Because like I think a lot of people, they want to find somebody who is that bad person they can attack and get angry at and feel like they're oh, and that's what I think is happened to me recently.
Well, yeah, I haven't been as invested in a community.
Well, you don't sit there and give hot takes for 6 hours a day.
Yep.
That's true.
You don't sit there and like, all right, let's see, what's the most controversial and polarizing thing? Okay, yeah, I got it.
I just don't like getting into that stuff. Like, I don't find it. No, I don't.
Why?
it just doesn't feel worth it to me. Like, I guess, like, it's because of what you're talking about with just, like, people getting super invested into it. For me, I'm just like, I would just rather just play a game and mind my business, but I totally get why you guys talk about it, because it is good to express your opinions on things, but...
The thing is,
I'm just an opinionated asshole.
Sam. The thing is, like,
so that's why.
It can be so minuscule. Like, I've had people who, like, hate me. Like, actually hate because I don't like Attack on Titan's ending. Like, that's it. That's such a
Well, I have kind of had experiences like that. Like, when I was more into League, now I kind of just, like, do whatever I want. But, like, for example, like, I guess it's, like, kind of like where, like, you'll have, like, one small opinion and it's misconstrued. I said, like, so you play League, right?
Yeah, of course.
Someone asked why I don't play Lux, and Lux was, like, a very popular character with girls at the time.
Yeah.
And I said, like, I just don't, like, find her very fun or, like, interesting to play. And that, yeah, it turned into people saying that I think that I'm better than other girls.
Yeah, no, I know how these.
Or like.
What you do?
Yeah.
Tectone.
Yeah, my bad.
You're better than me. Say it.
I know, my bad, my bad. I love farming that shit for the people. It's so funny. I remember you said that I'm the reason why your chat is toxic. That shit is so funny to me.
It's your fault that her chat's toxic.
That's what Emmy thinks. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
That's
well,
probably true.
They feed off of energy, right? They
Yeah.
come in and just antagonize me.
I love it.
So they antagonize you.
Yep.
But I don't know if I ever told you this, but I actually had a conversation with my chat when I first started getting really big, like going from like 2-3K viewers to like 10-15. I was like, guys, I want you to stop being so fucking nice to me. It's weirding me the fuck out. So now my chat's just like really like, they just shit on me, but that's what I want.
Yeah, no, you have talked to me about this. I actually have a similar issue where like I think I have a lot of the times it's too accepting chat. Like I'll do something like.
I think that's bad. Yeah.
I think it's also bad as well.
Well, I think it's great.
Because I was
personally, like whenever somebody disagrees with me, bad take, okay, you're banned.
No,
done.
No,
I watched the video.
It's like, I feel like it's good if like your community can be like, we disagree on that.
The thing is, dude, my chat can be so funny when they're dickheads, but sometimes they're just like too nice. Like, you know what, Techie? You're all right. All the time, I'm like, bro, did you see what I just did? Like, I'm fucked up. I actually wish they would shit on me more, but I was watching your video.
Yeah.
And it was like, if somebody calls issues, ban them. I'll be real. That also works. So I can't tell which one I want.
So effective.
Yeah.
It's crazy how many people don't realize that. You just ban them and they disappear. Problem solved. And if there's another person that gets mad about that, ban them too.
So here's my theory on why I don't think that I will do that. I feel like there's more people on Earth who will dislike me or hate me first. And in order to have a faster chat, I need to embody the it's okay to shit on me mentality. That way when they come into a chat and they see all these people like being like, fuck this guy, fuck this guy, fuck this guy, they can join the herds of the hatred farming.
That does work, and I mean, I personally like that because I don't want to feel like, I don't know, like I just like there to be like a bit of separation between me and my chat, if that makes sense, but also like, I don't really care when people come in and have different opinions from me, but one, I don't do like the opinions and takes like you do, like you said.
Yeah.
But also like, I just view myself as like a character on stream, and my chat's like an entity, so like people will come and be like, this bitch R-worded, and I'm like, yeah, and I just like, I don't know, I just don't care.
Dude, I was talking to my chat the other day, and it was shocking, because this one dude sent a dono, and it was a sub, and it was like 36 months, and it was like, crazy how I started off hating your fucking guts, and now I've been here for 3 years. And then people were like, oh, mega lol, true, same.
I get that all the time, too.
I feel like I have the world's worst first impression.
I think people either really like me or really hate me. There's not a lot of people that are just completely neutral, and I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't need to put that that's all there is to it. Problem fucking solved. Yeah, I never worry about it. Like, I think that, like, banter and stuff like that is fun. So, kind of like that thing where you have a little bit too far.
Yeah, they go too far.
Yeah, they go too far. And I think that's kind of like, I remember I dealt with that a lot back in the day.
Yeah.
So like now, I'm just like, anytime I see something similar to that, and I'm like, nah, bro, like, we're not doing this again. Yeah, it's not.
You know, things that imagine there's like a short, like just a little special where we all go out, have some nice sushi, we talk.
Probably throw up.
And Asmund Gold throws up on camera.
Okay, you have to get him some food that's like more like
a palate cleanser, like have some spicy
get
nuggets
him like
on the
some
side.
teriyaki chicken and rice or something, and then just give him like some like
So we'll get him
sashimi.
We'll get him the A5 Wagyu risotto, which is always
Okay.
good, and then the A5 Wagyu hot pot, as well as the 24-hour slow cooked sous vide pork ribs. That's gotta sound good.
Okay, yes, all that sounds good.
And then we just give him a couple pieces of salmon, flounder. He likes it. He doesn't spit it out.
I've eaten hamburger meat raw. Nah, because my friends, they were cooking and they weren't done. Like, I got there late and I felt bad, so I had to cook another one up for me, so I just ate it and then let maybe cook like a tiny bit, but like that shit was cold and in the middle.
Wait, you just brought up a repressed memory that I try to forget. I used to eat raw steaks.
That's disgusting.
Okay.
You're a freak.
Why? How old were
Because,
you?
like, I was like 15 or
Oh shit, okay, so this was like a,
No,
like a
they
5-year-old.
weren't. No, they weren't like straight up raw. Like, I really like blue steak, where it's like, you know, like more than rare, like it's still bleeding. But I like really like blue steak. And my grandma made the steak, where she would put the steak in the microwave for like a minute, so it was bleeding, but still like completely.
Yo, here's the thing. Actually, they're not bleeding. Actually, it's just liquid that is the color pink or red. It's not blood.
Well, it was delicious.
Yeah, I know it's really good.
Oh
But I stopped doing it because my dad got mad and said I was gonna die. So.
There's no way. People probably did that shit all the time back in the day. But I mean, to be fair, like their lifespan was like 40 years, so like maybe.
It was also like actually fresh, like stuff at the supermarket.
Even the rarest and reddest steaks is actually done instead of what you're looking at. A combination of water would be 75% of meat and a protein found in muscle tissue called myoglobin.
Myoglobin, fucking delicious.
I realize we have a superpower now.
Yeah.
Anytime we say anything wrong, it'll be corrected.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just say shit, and because I don't know.
No, you should say shit wrong on purpose because then it drives people to crazy.
That's what I did to Asmund the other day. You were reacting.
Oh my god. Oh.
So Asmund was watching.
I was like 30 minutes into like a 50-minute review, so I've been reacting to this for like an hour. Right? And so Tectone comes in and he's like, what did you say?
I said that a new character gets released every 2 months and it power creeps all the old ones anyways. Because, dude, I just love making shit the fuck up for the Genshin, like Genshin community. Like spreading misinformation for Genshin is so it is the funniest shit. And upload the video to it. See the comments?
No, I did not. Were they all fucking mad?
Fuck you, Tectone. Fuck you.
Oh my god. That is insane.
Yep, because it was, I can't remember who it was who said it. But we did a thing where we would purposely say one thing slightly wrong on TikTok. Because if you did that, then the comments, they would comment, be like, no, actually, right?
I think I said that, but I think our editor already knew it. If you misspell one word, half the comments will be it, and it will make your video like get pushed to the algorithm.
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
Which is why right now with Melkana, we're gonna flip Emiru's head upside down.
Yeah, I can do that. Wait, you guys saw like the wonky eye edit and the finger edit and the
Oh, I saw
Some
it.
people thought the forehead edit was real.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean thought it was real? Well, then check it again.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're gonna make it even
Edit.
taller. Make it taller.
Oh my god. Wow, okay, it did get taller.
It's fine.
That's nuts. Holy shit.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that reminds me of my own. Oh wow, that is just not good at all. But yeah, no, I do the same thing. Like I will mispronounce things wrong on purpose all the fucking time, just to fuck with people, and like just especially whenever it's a really simple word, I will just say it wrong.
Yeah.
And then people will be like, "What? Why is you saying it like this?" Or say it with like some weird inflection that doesn't make any sense. Like focus on like the ass part of a word, and just to fucking. Just to get people like, what the fuck are you talking about, you weirdo? Like, stop it.
Like my dad, he's selling this right now. My dad, I don't know. He's like old war vet. He does dumb shit, but he's like, so we got Emiru, and then we have my ass is gold.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, dude. I bet he thought he was hilarious when he said that shit too.
Oh yeah. No, I had a friend, and like his dad went and he was was there. His dad was there, drunk with all of his friends, and they were like, "Hey, what's that game all y'all play? That stupid ass computer game you sitting inside playing all day? World of what? Oh, World of Warcraft. What's your name on there?" And I said, Asmongold. They're like, Assmonger? Holy shit! And I'm like, no, it's Asmongold. And then he just turns around, ignores me, and he's like, to all of his friends in front of me and my friend, like, he's like, Assmonger. God damn, these kids, they really something, ain't they? Wow, what is wrong with them? They're all just laughing at me, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's why I have the name there. That's why I've used it for so long.
Is that actually why you use it for that long?
Assmongler.
Assmongler. That's a badass name.
8 years to figure it out.
8 years?
Yep.
Damn.
He's also been borrowing my PlayStation 2 since 2008.
I feel like that's just called stealing. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I saw it there, and he's still playing, like, NBA 2006. Something like that. Yep, still playing it. Damn.
I hope
in the past.
I hope I'm not like that. Like, there was a period of me where I was probably becoming a little bit of a boomer, where I was like, if it ain't what I grew up with, I don't want to fucking touch it, right? But then eventually, because I skipped the PS3 generation, which I would watch other people play. I have stories of some crazy shit that happened when I was watching them play PS3. But I used to be like PS2, like that's it, that's the best console. I ain't touching shit.
Yeah.
But I got a PS5 recently, and I played the remake of Demon Souls, probably.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's a good game.
It was so good.
It is actually absurdly good. I would say it's better than I think it's better than Dark Souls.
The gameplay is better. It's super, like, very surface level. So, like, you can't really, it doesn't have a lot of replayability in the same. But, like, the fluidity, like I think it's Bluehole that made it, absolutely fucking perfect. So, yeah, I totally agree with you there.
If you use any pyro ability, you just dumb through the game.
Yeah, it's over.
It's crazy.
No, that's it. Yeah, I mean, I remember, like, I used to kind of feel the same way, where, like, I would just, like, always be stuck in the past and think that stuff that kids are into is stupid. But then, like, a lot of my friends got their jobs and they started getting bored. And I'm like, you know what? This is really good. You know, gotta have fun. You know, yeah, it's not a problem. Like, I remember I watched Kai Cenat. Like, the first video I ever watched of it was like a year ago. And it was him and his friends in like this nice fucking mansion they had rented out, shooting bottle rockets at each other. And I was like, oh my god, this is what I always wanted to do.
Yeah.
This is great. They're living my dream. This is incredible. I love this. And then after that, I was like, you know what? The kids are all right.
This conversation reminded me, you started playing Valorant the other day.
What was that about?
How's that been going?
Well, I have not had a game where I've been in a positive kill-death ratio, but, you know, we're working on it.
Do you have experience with FPS? Like, you ever played CS?
PUBG is that all I had to do is sit behind a tree, they walk by me, I shoot them in the back. And so, problem fucking solved. But with Valorant,
sometimes. Not as well.
Yeah, not as well, but you kinda can.
Yeah, no, I've been playing it. I've been trying to get more into it because it's like a lot of people play Valorant.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's one of those like social games.
Yeah, Valorant's the game like kind of dabbles in now.
I really wish that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
Like Fortnite.
That's a good-ass game.
Yeah.
Right.
Fortnite's just not as competitive. I feel like that's like.
I think that's why it's awesome.
It was the weirdest fucking thing with Valorant. Like, I queued in and they were
a lot of girls play Valorant.
I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I love that shit.
I've never, like, this is like, I come from Warcraft, right? Where it's pretty much just dudes. And like, also, like, other games, it's pretty much just dudes. And now, in my channel, I think my channel is 98% men. I'm talking about this is sausage fest. And so, anyway, there were two girls, and then they would, at the end of the match, or like the round, they would be like, oh, good try. It's like, bro, he just died. Like, call him garbage. Like, what do you mean? Like, bro, he just literally fucked up. Like, I just started playing this game yesterday, and I know he fucked up. Like, but they're like, oh, you know, it's okay, you did good. Like, okay, see you later, bye. And it's like, I can't imagine not malding.
No, there's still mald lobbies in Valorant.
I think you just gotta get to, you gotta get the higher rank.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're playing with like players.
Oh yeah, it wasn't ranked. So I think that's where everybody just goes to chill out.
Here's why I hate ranked competitive games, because I used to be one of the losers who would be like, I would wake up, 1 p.m. and then grind League of Legends ranked 15 hours.
Right.
Go from gold 3, 78 LP to like gold 2, 40 LP, and then be like,
That's so real.
that was a productive day.
Yep.
I'm like, bro, I'm a loser, man.
Yep.
Like,
Bro, that is so real.
I know, because I used to say, oh, my accolades in video games would be like almost like substitute any type of real worth I had outside of the computer world. It was so
Did you do competitive WoW? I actually don't know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did a lot of that. I mean, back in the day, like I had like some of the highest, like I had like all the achievements in the game. I made like all these guides in the game. The reason why I started making WoW guides, straight up, Ego Andy, I thought everybody else that made WoW guides didn't know what the fuck they were talking about.
I made guides too.
That's why I did gotcha guides too. That's why I did gotcha guides.
You did that? We all did guides.
Yep.
Before
because everybody else was stupid besides me.
Before TikTok, I think like that Mario clip on TikTok, the most viewed thing I ever did was a Jinx guide for League. I have the most viewed Jinx guide in the world.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
With Gold Emerald?
Yeah.
How do you look older when you were younger, and you look younger?
So it's a so I was trying to contouring. I was trying to look older because everyone that I hung out with was older, so I was kind of like didn't like being younger.
Yeah.
And so what I did was I would wear like twice as much makeup as I do now. People think I wear more makeup now because I look younger, but it's not. It's less. I would wear like dark colors and stuff.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
It's not a secret that I'm loud. I'm pretty sure everyone in the Austin area can hear me doing this ad read right now. But you know what aren't loud? Starforge Systems computers. Not only are their computers quieter than Killua's footsteps, but they're faster than Saitama's as well. The decision is simple. Get yourself the computer that will always win the power scaling discussion. Starforge Systems. Starforge Systems has computers for first-time gamers all the way to PCs built for even the biggest streamers. Check out starforgesystems.com and get your new computer today. Oh, here's something you don't know. Okay. So I saw your How to Be an Elitist video.
Oh yeah, that was a classic.
And I think you did you do things from Mythic Plus?
Yeah, I did.
You didn't do guides though, did you?
I did.
Okay, if you did guides, I think I might have watched.
At the very beginning of it, I stopped.
Did you delete those? No, I can't find them.
I don't know.
Because I was trying to confirm the story in my head a while ago.
Guides kind of get buried if you don't update them.
Yeah. But I had a gold in every single Mythic Plus, except for one, because I was waiting to get it done with somebody. I'm not gonna say his name. He's a weird guy now, he sucks. But I specifically one achievement, one more gold kilo, full like set. Like you got the what? You got the weapon?
Oh, you're talking about so you're talking either Mr. Pandaria or Draenor.
It was Draenor.
Modes.
Sorry, challenge.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And if you're talking about weapon,
yeah, it was Draenor. Yeah, and I was one off gold. I just didn't know nobody could get it. And that's how I just didn't get it. There was a challenge weapon where you would get like a seesaw, and then you would sit on it, and it would morph you through the wall, and then you'd get off and fly down the end.
That's right.
You remember that shit?
Cheating.
That shit was crazy.
Always cheating. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Like I do that all the time. And like now, like it was the funniest fucking thing. We were doing the new WoW expansion. This was like maybe a couple of months ago, and like we found this boss. This was like a world boss that you could kill him and keep getting loot from over and over and over. And like we had like a thousand, but like 200 or 300 people there farming this thing over and over and over. Blizzard hot fixes it in the middle of the stream, and everybody immediately, we looted it once and it didn't drop anything. We're like, what the fuck? Okay, looted it again. It didn't drop anything. Everybody started running away. They all got on their mounts, and they're like, get away, boys! We don't want Blizzard to get us. It was the funniest fucking thing. Oh my god. No. That's why I love streaming MMOs. They are so fun to do. Oh my god, I will never forget that.
Yeah, I would say
flying away in different directions. Like, hey, they can't get us all.
Yeah, like week 1, week 2 of streaming an MMO. It's almost like a sexual experience. That's really weird to say it that way, but it's like it's so good. There's nothing else. There's no way to describe it. It is just the best. Like everybody's hyped. Everybody's grinding. People are like some of these people are alive for like 48 hours. You see like Shroud. I don't know why. I always find it so funny whenever I see Shroud playing an MMO. Yeah. Because he used to be like the god of FPS. I used to watch him all the time, without disrespect. And just seeing him grind MMOs, the same passion that he had in FPS is so cool to me.
Oh yeah.
Like everybody comes by grinding New World and happening. Our man is doing
game a lot, and then I just kind of stopped because I just kept hitting the daily caps. I was gonna play it again, but I just kind of haven't. It kind of got out of the habit of it. I know, Emmy, you played that one too.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like it?
I played it mostly when sponsored, but I thought it was.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was too. I was expecting it to be a little garbage, and it was like, it's okay.
I liked it until I didn't, and I started liking it again. You know how that goes.
Yeah, for sure.
But like, just like you're live.
I don't understand how you guys keep getting these sponsors that I have to play for fucking free.
I don't know.
This is I don't know what's going on.
Oh, actually, I do know what it is. This is actually a fun fact. So for streamers, there's like this sweet spot.
Yeah, I think you're too big.
You're too big. That's why you're sad. But like the sweet spot for sponsors is like 3 to 5K, and you get like infinite sponsors. 3K to 5K. You get like every sponsor. Like
I get like 5 to 6 offers a month.
yeah. And you get 10, 12, 15K.
Extras gets like 20 a month.
I get. And then I think, yeah, it's insane. I don't take them all.
Yeah, the sweet spot is like 3 to 5K. Like you can still get sponsors under 3K, and then like when you're in like the 10K plus range, it's hard. 20K plus is really hard.
I remember I would get like one sponsor back whenever I streamed on my main channel.
Like something else with me, I get more sponsor offers because I'm female. There's not as many female streamers in my bracket.
Yeah, I could go into so much with certain people who get more offers because of certain things that they don't really have control over. But it's very interesting. So yeah, like a lot of people think that like, oh, this person has 20,000 viewers. They must be like a multi-billionaire because this person has this amount of viewers. In reality, it's like there's a certain point where like you'll get like extra ads, but like sponsors, and I'm sure we probably all agree that sponsors are the majority of where the majority of our money comes from. Is that not the case for you?
He doesn't really do sponsors.
Well, I do sponsors
Oh, you
pretty
do?
regularly. You know, I
okay.
did that Honkai Star Rail, and then there's another one I did. I forgot what it was. And no, I don't know. It kind of depends. Like, I get a lot of needs from that right now.
Oh yeah,
a lot. So yeah, I mean, I don't really worry about it.
I was. CCVS, which means, I guess, cost per mile or something. Yeah. CCVS.
CCV is where CPM is cost per mile.
Exactly.
Every 1,000.
Yeah, I had the same concurrent viewer count as another streamer. I'm not going to say who it is. And we had the same offer, okay? And the VTubers, they don't talk business with anybody. So a lot of VTubers come to me to like actually talk about like, what deal should I accept? Is this a good rate? All this stuff. I love talking about that. I wasn't getting paid twice as much. I wasn't getting paid 4 times as much. I was getting paid $50 for the same sponsor, the same as the other people. And so they accepted it. So they told another streamer, wow, I got this much money for this sponsor. And the other one thought, oh wow, I'm getting double this.
Yeah.
This must be good.
Yeah.
And I just hear all of these people do it.
Yep.
It's probably their agency, right? That's the manager them.
A lot of them were independent. They weren't represented.
Oh, so
Yeah.
That's why it's happening.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there was a day where I no joke, I put out a tweet saying like, this is happening to VTubers. I will help you if you want to talk. I spent the next like anywhere between 12 to 14 hours of just talking to every single VTuber that DM me at length.
Yeah.
Because like it was absurd. Because like I don't know if people get this, but like there ain't no way anybody gonna hire me after I'm done being a content creator. There ain't no
You don't think so?
You think so? I feel like
Oh, people would hire me. Yeah, sure.
There's stuff you can do.
Okay.
You can work at like.
The thing is, like, like any job that I've been at in 2 jobs, a lot. But like any job, if you show up on time and you do your job, you are automatically in the top 50%. You are automatically above like half of the people that are working there because they're showing up late, they're complaining, they're fucking up their job, they're doing something wrong, they're annoying, or something like that. So if you just don't do that, people will be totally fine with you.
Okay, I guess I'm under the duper mentality, which is kind of frequent now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Where I think the moment I'm done content creating, I have no way to get any more income. So I try to be very careful with that. So my plan is make as much money as I possibly can, and then whenever I fall off and I'm done, I can't do anymore.
Right.
I'm gonna sell everything that I own, get like a bachelor, and a computer and a bed, and then just live in that little cave.
Okay.
Until I'm dead. That's my plan.
I mean, did you ever have a job before
No.
I did.
Okay.
I've never been employed. Well, I moved on,
I actually think that's really cool. I feel like people who like mow lawns, clean gutters.
It
wash
is
windows.
now. I had to pay
Yeah.
some fucker $50.
Yep.
It's 50 fucking. We used to mow lawns for $10.
I did it for 20 to 30, but everyone has big lawns in Kansas.
Yeah, I didn't have big lawns over here.
That was the only job I could get.
I got a quarter per section of the yard I would mow.
God.
I remember that. I would get a quarter if I mowed the front right side, the left side, and then both back sides, so I get $1. And then if I would rip out tree stumps or bush stumps, I would get $5. But that shit was hard.
Yeah, it was.
Those were
Yeah, those were different.
So I do remember when sodas cost a quarter. You remember that?
I remember whenever I could get the bottled soda at school for $1. That's all I remember.
You never had like the machines where they didn't have Mountain Dew, they had Mountain Thunder?
No.
Really?
Well, maybe. I don't.
Can we Google that? Mountain Thunder? Can we
No, I think I know what you're talking about.
It was like off-brand soda machine.
It's like a ghetto stuff.
Yeah, and you pay a quarter to get a Mountain Thunder.
Like Dr. B.
I don't think. There it is.
Mountain Lightning.
Mountain
Oh my God,
Lightning.
that looks like electric piss water.
It was so good.
And there's Dr. Pepper.
I actually used it better because it was more diluted than Mountain Dew. It's like going to McDonald's, right, and getting a Sprite. It just tastes better than the actual Sprite because it's a little bit more diluted.
No, what McDonald's are you going to? Bro, the McDonald's I go to, the Sprite is like battery acid. That shit burns your mouth.
Oh wait, no shit, you're right. It's the Coke that's diluted.
It's the Coke that's
Sprite that's the battery.
Well, no,
That's
the
right.
thing
The
is-
Sprite
okay,
is
so
strong as fuck.
The fuck does that even mean?
why y'all drink Sprite? Like, what is this? Like,
Am I wrong?
It's so weird. Like, it's the same thing I said with diet soda. Why am I gonna drink a diet soda? Just drink water. Like, what do you mean? Is Sprite? Like, just get a Coke like a normal person. What are you talking about? Sprite?
Sometimes Sprite just hits right.
I'm about to piss you off, Aspen.
What?
I'll say it. I don't like saying it, but I'm gonna do it. Zero sugar soda, and you know what?
Why?
It tastes better than the real thing.
No, it doesn't.
Dude. Hey.
No, it does not.
Yes, it fucking
You can tell yourself that all you want, but it's not going to change the reality.
Dude, zero sugar Dr. Pepper.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God. And it's guilt-free, baby.
What do you mean guilt? Why would you feel guilty for drinking Dr.
Because
Pepper?
180 calories for a soda, that is crazy. Wake told me, don't drink calories. And I'm like, okay, Wake, whatever you say, man.
I don't like any soda anymore.
Yep.
What the hell is wrong with y'all? What happened?
Dude, zero.
I used to only drink soda.
What happened?
Dude, zero sugar cherry Coke, zero sugar Dr. Pepper, zero sugar. It's like it's an off-brand Mountain Dew. It's a special flavor, but it tastes like it's like lemonade mixed with Mountain Dew. It's crazy. I forget what it's called. But yeah, dude, zero sugar. That's the best shit. Diet is gross.
Yeah.
Zero sugar. That shit is bussin'.
Wait, you said you've had Fanta, right? Have you had the Fanta variations? Like the red Fanta or the blue Fanta? I used to only drink blue Fanta.
Why'd you stop drinking soda?
Because it made me sick.
Why do you say that like you're a recovering alcoholic?
Because I only drank blue Fanta for a year. I'm not kidding.
I've been clean for 5 years.
I'm not kidding. I only drank the berry blue Fanta. And it was delicious.
Oh, I get that.
stopped because I had it so much that I would just get nauseous every time I drank it again.
That's how you know that you're gaming. That's how you know how you're locked in.
And that was like peak league for me.
Yep, dude, peak league for everybody, and I'm
Yeah, there it is.
oh my.
Is that it? Does it make you
That's
sick
it.
to look at it?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Not
That's
as bad as
bad.
it used to.
You have PTSD from Phantom, bro. That's rough.
It was good though.
I remember I drank, I went to like one of these, it's like, you know how they have like thrift stores? Like, we used to be so ghetto that we go to the thrift store for food. And
Bro,
it used to be
stop.
like, yeah, like a Big Lots. stuff like that, where they would sell, and like they didn't have refrigerators there. It was like all this other normal kind of food, and they had a Jolly Rancher blue soda, and I saw it, and I was like, Mom, can we get this? It's $1. She's like, yep. And I remember I drank it, and I didn't drink it. I took it home, and like I saw they had a bunch of them. Oh my god! And then so I remember I was like 5 a.m. I was on like a Skype call with like some girl or something.
I remember those days.
Yeah, and so then I remember I'm like, man, I'm thirsty. What am I gonna drink? And then I remembered that I had this soda, and I was like, oh my god, I am the smartest person in the entire world for having this ready. And so I go up and I drink this soda, and I'm drinking it thinking that it's the greatest thing that I've ever had in my entire life. And I'm just loving it, and it's just getting so much better, and I'm just so happy I'm talking to this girl, and like I'm drinking this fucking blue Jolly Rancher soda, and then all of a sudden, the headache comes on, and I'm like, I think I've got to go. The sun's right? It's 7 in the morning at this time. And like, I'm like, yeah, I gotta go. And like then my stomach started getting sick, and then I was just like done. I was like, breaking down, and the only thing that I could manage to do is crawl out of my chair and curl up around one of the little sides of my my desk, and I just fell asleep there at 6 in the morning, almost dead. And then I took it downstairs the next day, and my mom was doing dishes, and she's like, well, how was it? And for a second, I thought to myself, maybe it'll be better this time, right? And I almost drank that shit again. And I remember pouring it out and feeling exactly like, remember when, who was it? I think it might have been Boromir gave away the One Ring, and he struggled so much to do it in Lord of the Rings. That's how I felt.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I felt.
I had the same experience with my dad, of that we were watching a wrestling Extreme Rules like 2013. Go over to Papa John's, go over to pizza, and my dad hadn't had sugar in a while.
Yeah.
So I offer him a cookie, right? And I give him a cookie, and then everything's fine. 2 minutes later, he just stops talking going, and he only whispers. I'm like,
uh-oh.
Dad, what are you talking about? He's like,
yeah.
Something to me.
Yeah.
That cookie did something to me. And I'm like, okay. But it was my dad's first experience with a panic attack because of the sugar in the cookie. But it was so funny because I still shit on him like 20 years later. Like, are you sure you want that? Sure you want that cookie?
You handle this?
Yeah. That cookie was strong. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I do that stuff all the time. Like, that was one of my favorite things to do is drink soda. Like, I still, I mean, even now, like, I just drink that stuff all the time. I can't imagine it making you sick. That's crazy.
I only drink water, I think.
Nuts.
You know what we should do? Just see how much soda you can drink until it makes you feel bad.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I don't really like drinking a lot. Like, I only eat maybe 1 or 2 meals a day. Like, there's never a day where I eat 3 meals.
Do you only drink soda? Do you drink water?
Well, soda's in water.
Yep.
Okay.
That's true. I mean, these guys are there.
So no.
At the end of the day, I will take, like, I will get a glass of water whenever I'm going to go to bed. And that's it. It's the only thing I've ever done. Like one time, like 7 years ago, I felt like I had, like, pain in my kidney. So I drank a bottle of water and
Save.
and that was it.
That's actually sick.
Wait, have you ever had a kidney stone? When I was in high school, I dated someone who got a kidney stone at 16. Because they only drank carbonated lemonade.
What a freak. Oh, speaking of freaks, y'all see the streamer award nominations?
Yeah. You guys want to vote on them?
Yes.
Okay.
I would love to. Can we get those pulled up?
Yeah, I'm down to vote.
We just do. This is who we want to win and why. Like, we don't do too much.
There's some of them that are going to be like, we just can't get through an episode without Tectone starting drama with other streamers.
You know what?
Yeah.
I will not. I will not.
MMORPG streamer.
Let's see. So you have S.W.Frost, who does it. Like, he's been streaming WoW a little bit. I mean, Bodhi, who's been streaming OSRS, Max, who's been streaming WoW, and then Baldy down at the bottom. Wow.
When was the last time Asmund went live?
I don't know. I forgot.
I actually can't
I
remember.
forgot he stole my sub.
Yeah, that's fun.
I think that I mean like Bodhi really sits in there and he does a lot. Like I don't really have like a winner here, right? I mean, this is category. I mean, I'm
All right.
Me and Tectone should vote then.
Yeah, you win.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You're gonna win.
Yeah.
No win.
I honestly think that I hope that next time around they get some of the other guys maybe in like Zeno and just like Sprite, Genji, wow, get listed.
Yeah, I was actually pissed that you won.
I'm not a Souls-like streamer.
Dude,
I don't know any of these people except isn't Miss Mika the girl who beat the games with the dance pads and all that shit?
Yeah, she'll win. Yeah.
I think that she will probably win. I think little Aggie, doesn't he only do Sekiro? I haven't seen him play a lot of other games. I think that in terms of just like speed running, like big dick capabilities, absolutely Distortion. I think Lobos is like a really good, well-rounded Souls-like streamer. Aggie, I have watched probably 10 or 20 of his Sekiro speedruns, but I do think in terms of like virality and just how much like new integral content, Miss Mika too.
Yeah.
Like, I could see her winning.
I actually avoid watching Souls-like streamers play the game because I don't want to find out how to easily beat something. So I don't know.
Yeah,
any
I
of
haven't
these
been
streamers.
watching any Souls streamers because I'm like, I don't want to like spoil.
Until I beat them all, I'm not gonna watch.
That's not true according to YouTube comments.
Alright.
Oh, yeah, true.
Dude, yeah, a lot of people think that I've already played, and I'm like pretending it's my first time.
Here's the thing. I've actually seen Emery's search history. She's actually watching them all the time. There's no way she would know how to beat this without it. Yeah, Miss Miko should win just because of virality. I don't really think these awards are like who actually is the best. It's just kind of like who's the most well-known and who will most likely get votes. So I'm not voting unless you want to. Good. Right now, best art trimmer, I'm going to... Oh, Meat Canyon's awesome. So here's the thing. I'm very close with two of the people on that list.
Meat Canyon did a video about me, made me look ugly as fuck, and people use that picture from now on all the time about me as an insult, but I think it's fucking funny. It's hilarious. I love it.
Dude, Meat Canyon is hilarious. I've only seen his YouTube videos though.
Okay.
But Rubber Ross is insane. The innovation that he's done for like the things he does, like Among Us, where you have to draw. You can't speak. You have to draw who did it, what happened.
Right.
And you respect, like he had like 12 hours.
Cool.
Yeah, he did another thing where like he made an entire role-playing Minecraft server where he like made all the animations on stream.
Oh my god.
Designed every block. He's incredible. And also, I mean, his old stuff with Game Grumps and Steam Train is amazing. I love Rubber. He's one of my favorite human beings on the fucking planet. He's so awesome. And also, Diarico is Diarico is an amazing VTuber. Makes some beautiful artwork like effortlessly, like in seconds. She can make like the cutest little mascots. She draws my eggs all the time. I love her so much. Meat King, I'm also a huge fan of his YouTube content. But for me personally, I would pick Rubber Ross just because that's who I've watched the most, and him and I are super close.
Meat Canyon's feeding me the reacts, okay? You don't bite the
Yeah.
What about you, Emmy?
Well, Meat Canyon's the one that I recognize most from this list, so I would probably vote for him if this were mine.
Biggest strategy game streamer?
Box.
So DK Box.
Wait, they don't have Grubby on the list. Where's Grubby?
See?
Who's Grubby?
Grubby, Warcraft 3 guy.
Oh, never seen him.
He's so popular, yeah. I don't know any of these guys except Scara. I mean,
you don't know Box?
Soju's TFT, Box is like a bunch of stuff.
Dude, anything Box touches, it turns to gold.
Okay.
He's just good at everything. It's like freaky. He's a genius.
Okay.
Yeah, I would pick Box on this list.
Scara's also badass.
I would say
Scara.
Scara is doing strategies in game and out of game.
Yeah.
I would say Scara.
Box. He's just too locked in.
I don't know any of the other guys, so I can't really even pick.
Yeah.
Best chess. Like.
Oh.
Best. I mean, like, isn't Hikaru like second in the world? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's pretty easy to decide there, right? I mean, Botez sisters are great. I love their videos where they go out and they're like, they'll find some jackass that's out there trying to like hustle people for chess, and then they'll beat them. I think that's great.
Yeah.
I don't really know a lot about chess. Like, I'm not really a big chess guy. I'm
actually a huge chess guy.
I don't know what all the pieces do.
Oh, yeah. I actually have a bot on chess.com. It's like the worst bot.
Oh, yeah?
It's called the Techno Bot. Everyone just go bully it. It's so funny. Hikaru, I've never heard of Anna, unfortunately. I bet they're great though.
It was YouTube.
Yeah, Hikaru is like insane, like very good player. Botez Live's content is very good for like the IRL, like you know, crushing hustlers.
Yeah, I'm
at
dude,
Gotham Chess.
Hmm?
His content is just another level. Dude, yeah, his
I
YouTube
get him
short
all
term
wrong,
also
yeah.
streams
Good
are
eyes.
so interactive. his play-by-play commentary, especially during the chess boxing event, like his ability to entertain is just insane. I actually used to play Among Us 3 years ago, and he's really good at all things like mental, but he's a good dude, great content, and yeah, I love that dude's streams a lot, so I hope he wins, but all of them are great on the list.
Good enough. All right.
Not to be a politician, but all of those are
Best League of Legends. Wow, look who's not on there.
Oh.
I was surprised I was even nominated last year, because at that point I like didn't play anymore.
Yeah.
Last year's nominations didn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a Tyler 1 category, but like I love Dante's. I think he's great. I follow him on Twitter, and he just says the most crazy, out of character things or out of pocket things all the time. I think he is amazing. It's like he's a young guy. He wakes up, all he wants to do is grind and work out. It's so good. I love it.
Yeah.
I like the, I'd probably say his name wrong, the Baus.
Yeah, that's probably it.
It's like huge now.
Yeah, I've never heard of him.
He's a Scion player.
Oh, that's badass. I love Scion.
Yeah, he's sick.
That's sick. Yeah, like T1, obviously, I mean, he's like the go.
I think he's gonna win.
But I'm kind of bummed because I watch a lot of Trick 2G, and I feel like his streams are like incredible. Like Trick is just dude. Maybe it's because I'm a jungle main. He plays jungle.
I actually started streaming because of Trick. Well, not really, but he's the first streamer I ever watched.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I discovered Twitch.
Yeah, Trick motivated the fuck out of me too. Yeah, T1 has that for sure.
100%. Best battle royale streamer.
2700 durability ima ovaj mač jebać.
Yeah, obviously. Well, I mean, Nadia, find out where you live. I mean, like, no way. I mean, bro, you're not gonna get away from her.
Dude, her clip, she's actually so smart. Like, the clip shows on TikTok.
Zašta za?
Da vidim je nije krenuo da mi se raspada zamk. Ne znam je vreme te čeka si oklan.
Ti nemaš server na mom zamku. To jest, nemaš zamak na mom serveru. Mada, to sam te da ti predložim inače. Znaš,
Šta da napravim moj zamak?
ne nego da ti kikujem iz klana i da napraviš svoj zamak i onda da uđeš u moj klan. Kao da uđemo.
Misliš da imam duplo u zamku? Šta ne?
Pa, mislim, bolje da ja tebi pošaljem moje resurse, jer ja i ti možemo pošaljemo... ti možda pošalješ svoje ljude u jednu zonu, ja moje ljude u drugu zonu, ili u istu ako hoćemo, znaš.
Može.
Što mi zvuči, a ja tebi mogu da dam resurse, ono, da startaš, a ne moraš da grindaš ništa. Mislim, već sam ti dao, mogu da ti pomognem da ubiješ bossa. Mogu da prvo tako što ćemo ubiti svakog bossa i onda kad imaš unlockovano sve, onda uzmeš i fino napraviš zamak od resursa koji ti treba. Mislim, to je kao ideja.
Ovo ima. Ne funkcioniše i tako. Ne ide.
Ne ide vreme, ako si na to misli. Ne ide to tako. Mislim da to ide tako svaki put kad se ja izlogujem, čekalo bi me horda resursa, ne radi. Hoćeš i da ti napravim...
Ja hoću da pravim zamek.
E pa to ćeš ti da odlučiš. Razmisli malo. Rudnik srebra ti je gore levo, rudnik bakra ti je dole, rudnik vožđa ti je tu.
Napravio bi negdje gdje mogu da lepo napravim bez...
Ti si se logovao, jel ne? Dođe ti dam nešto. Ođe ti. Evo ti. Ovo imaš na svom serveru, nemaš na mom. To ti je tajni recept, znaš. Samo možda ga kraftaš.
Ne mislim i da na poljani isto pravi znaš.
Hoćeš da ti napravim ovaj armor set što imam ja? Ovaj ljubičast.
Može.
Imam to korist.
Znaš ima penja, original thing. Sve je blizu ovamo rudnik gvožđa i...
Pa da, rudnik gvožđa ti je desno, rudnik srebra ti je levo. Može. Da li možeš sad da praviš Castle Heart ili ti je blokiran, pošto sam ja već napravio 2 zamka?
Moram me kiknuš iz ovoga da bi mogo napraviti.
Dilazim.
Kick.
Welcome to my channel.
Ali ne iz igre, već... A, bože.
Ne bacio sam iz klana.
Pa nije mi bio plan da te izbacim iz klana. Options... Niste izbacili iz klana, ste izbacili iz klana ili sa servera?
Iz klana.
A gdje si ti?
U tebe u ovom. Samo moraš da mi... Otvoriš vrate da mogu preći na...
S koje strane si? Ne znam s koje strane si unutra.
U zatvoru sam.
A u zatvoru si? Izvoli.
Fundamental. Čekaj, prema da je Staten uđe ponovo. Pravi mi poziv.
Toš da izađeš iz igre?
Zašto ja sve, pošalj mi ponovo.
Moment samo. Samo moment. Pogledaj ti šta je ovo. Ja nisam normalno. Idu pičku materinu. Već su me jednom ubili, znaš. Nije ošto je zebancija.
Znam, mnogo više ne. To je da se dignu u kostu. Ne možeš doći do njih, a svi te gađaju. Mislim da se nalažemo i spadne grave dust. Ćeš da ti pošajem invite? Evo, sam ti poslao. Jebot. Zvali su mi pičku. Šta je ovo bilo? Ne znam da ja mogu da napravim ovo. Ne izbacujem, ja mogu napravim ono.
Castle Heart?
Da.
Ili moraš da uradiš onaj quest, šta?
Možda tu postavio da radio taj quest.
Pa B pritisneš.
Pa B sam pritisao, ali ne izbacujem ništa.
Ne možeš da napraviš Castle Heart, šta?
Ne mogu, ne mogu.
Možda moram da te A?
Čekaj, prvo. Može ime to koliko vate tvoj teritorij.
A kontam da ne možeš blizu ovdje, mora bi da odeš negdje dalje. Ili možda zato što je PV server pa onda... nema logike opet, razumiješ, opet bi svaki igrač trebao da može da napravi za sebe, pa to baš nije logično što sam rekao, nema veze.
Ćeš da napravi novo karakter?
Probaj. Stani.
Ne mogu ne prazim prvo mislu. Kaži.
A.
Pogledaj ti u opcije da sve.
Moram leave game pa da vidim. Ne znam da li mogu išta da menjam uopšte. Continue. Ne, nemam uopšte opciju da išta izmenim ovdje, vidiš.
No room for build.
No room for build? Pa ne možda praviš da hoćeš, to sam ti već rekao.
Uzi pogledaj na sebe.
A ne mogu da promenim ništa. Gdje god je to podešanje ne mogu ništa da promenim. Ne može da edituješ server koji je već podignut. Možda mogu config file da editujem, ali ovako ne mogu. Nemam onaj user interface. Ne znam šta gledaš, ali ovo je ispiranje mozga. Šta god da gledaš.
A gledam neke gluposti.
Definitivno tako zvuči. Bez uvrede.
Build plus multiplayer.
Zvuči G. Šta god da je.
A neki ko dobio mnogo keša u jednom. Ušte bi ovaj.
Ne to nego, gledam sad. Izgleda da su mi ovi nekromanseri pobili slugi. Šta je ovo? Šta sad? Da si googlo, da li to može?
Jeste damage mode, no, ma gledam preko ovoga, no, peda. Ima neki health limit, level 11, level 12, 34. Sad, ti kažeš, šta je?
Pitaš men.
A ovi kredaju ove informacije. Jeboj koji nul. Da odeš što dalje.
Pa prvo da odeš tamo gdje si teo. Čekaj, jesi ti na mom serveru ili?
Connection time out. Pošalji mi ovo. Invite.
Hentai-chan.
Yes, you learn it, yeah.
Welcome to my channel.
Najnad pokušavamo da se odcepimo.
Od čega?
Jedan od drugog. Ne, nego pokušavamo...
Dobro, sve ti je vodi pravo u represiju.
Ne. Nego pokušavamo da podelimo teritoriju na pola tako da on kontroliše jedan deo i ja drugi deo. I da obojice ubiramo plodove od toga. Ako to ima logike. Ako dva čovjeka nose istu pušku, onda oba čovjeka nose zapravo jednu pušku, jer tako, to nema poenta. Ali ako oba čovjeka imaju po jednu pušku i po, ne znam, 100 metaka, onda to je već druga priča, ja mislim.
Spremam.
Nema ništa.
Šta?
Nema ništa, bio malo na poslu da radim. Vratio se kući.
Imaš neki projekat koji radiš kući?
Pa imam jedan koji je skoro gotovo, ali imam problem s njim. Mogu da vam ukačim sliku.
Je li nešto antivladino ili tako nešto protivustavno? Ako je to, ja neću da imam ništa s tim.
Ne.
Šalim se. Slobodno stavim. Ja podržavam sve da, to ću reći. Da, to zvuči definitivno kao ispiranje mozga. Šta god da slušaš.
Ja ne puštam ništa.
Ne. Kao da sluša neku radiodramu. Tako mi zvuči. Jesi uspeo ti da napraviš to što si hteo?
Čekaj, mogu to da pogledam. Da vidim prvo da napravim prstenje i ovo...
A šta si napravio? Novog karaktera?
Ne. Otišao sam napravim, možda ću kroz misiju da mi dana.
Trebam da pozovem jednog drugog da proba da mi upari snaf.
Da, ako si već hteo da napraviš novog karaktera, moj ti je savjet bio da prvo izbaciš gear, znaš. Ako si to hteo da uradiš. Mada nema već, imam ja dovoljno materijala za još 2.
Nisam napravio novog karaktera.
Nego si hteo da tu misiju radiš, šta?
A da, moram da radim tu misiju da bi ovo...
A šta imaš? Tebi ti resursi za to ili?
Evo, na 100%.
Pa zarobi ga, samo ne znam da ćeš ga staviti.
Ne mogu da ga zarobim, ne mogućnosti.
Ja sam jednom tako zarobio i gdje na 9. A? Ma imam.
Ja ne mogu.
Aha. Nemaš toga bossa ubijenog. Koji zadatak treba da napraviš?
Kako?
Koji zadatak treba da napraviš?
A da napravim ono po stilu noge, ruka, vidi, česti.
Aha, da ti iz početka to radiš, šta? Od kosti ona, ne? Pa idi tamo da su i kosturima i konkureks.
To je radno.
Dosadni snake. Predicaments. Oh, kako sam... Uf.
Sad nema ni jednog jelena kemisijale English.
Šta hoćeš, kožu?
Da.
Ok, ja sam ti napravio armor set sad. Kako god.
Evo, samo mogu da kesom.
Gdje ćeš da ga napraviš? Tamo da si hteo, ne?
Da.
Znaš šta me zanima?
Ili ćeš da ti stavim jedan recimo.
Ne, znaš šta me zanima? Da ti ja dam materijal da gledaš maksimalno taj zamak i da onda probamo da te ja pozovem nazad u klan i da imam u suštini 3 zamka, ali taj je tvoj.
Može imao 4. Meni nije teško da se ja sve stavim, razvijem.
Pa dobro.
Ja imam da napravim sad ovaj jedan.
Šta ti treba za taj zamak? Mislim, mogu ti pomoći, u suštini ako nećeš da razvlačimo resurse gore dole, mogu ti pomoći da zajedno idemo da farmamo to što ti treba.
Ja idem...
Ček, zajedno ćemo, lakše ćemo napuniti inventar. Doneću ti po jednu bocu. Hoćeš armor da ti donesemo onaj ljubičasti. I imam onaj...
Znaš, ja sam malo iznad glavne manastira. Sući da vidim da mogu da napravim zamak. Da ne bude na nome na uzvišenju.
Znaš kako ćemo? Ajde se čekaj me ispred toga manastira, ajde. Može.
Evo idem krenem. Ko stigne pre, ja bi...
Čeka ovo drugo, to tako ide.
Stigo tamo.
Čekaj. Tam još 3 sekundi, ja mislim. Ovdje imaš resursa. Ujebut. A što ne ispod zamka? Ovdje je planet.
You better stick around. I don't like cows.
Ja sam ispod crkve. Tu u šumi. Ne vidim te. Vidim, vodi, gdje ćeš?
Da mogu da stavim tu.
Ima isto takav proplanik pored ovog manastira ispod.
Tu sam ispod.
Ja ne znam. Jel ima neka kuća tu?
Ovdje nema.
Probaj. Tu su ruševine, trebalo bi da možeš. Svuda gdje su ruševine trebalo bi da možeš da napraviš. Castle Heart.
Moram očistiti.
Da čekaj, gdje si, ne vidim te. Tu si, stani sekundu. Stani.
Čekaj, pun sam.
Jebote, puni. Daj mi nešto. Ja vidi ovaj otpad.
Ja ga tamo dalje.
Drži ovo isto.
Drži ovo će da ti gdje.
To će mi sigurno trebati.
I ovo.
Uzmi oružje ovdje. Ja ti tu armor isto. Možda sačuvaš taj rezervni armor set, nemoj mi ga vraćati. Daj ga onome slugi prvo. Ti baš nemaš, uzmi srp čovječ ako ćeš da kideš travu. Ćeš travu da počistiš, uzmi srp. A treba će ti trave.
Ja sam ovdje. Da ti ovćeš.
Uzmi buzdovan, to ti je moj savjet. Dupičku materinu.
Ne znam da stavim tu ili govorim.
Pa gdje ti piše najveća iskorišćenost, to ja tako gledam. Piše ti u procentima, available, otprilike ti igra izračuna.
A gdje to piše, čekaj?
A brate, kad postavljaš Castle Heart piše ti.
Ovdje je iskorištenost 50%.
Pa vidiš. Bojim te izračunati koliko možeš kocki okolo da postaviš, o tome se radi. Ja mislim...
60.
Znaš, kad izračunaš sve kocke... Ne znam, postavi. Postavi pa ćemo vidjeti. Trebalo bi da može.
Ovo ću ako bude ovdje ne radi.
Samo sekundu da vidim da li ovo radi. A, moram biti zajedno. Ne oštećujem te, ali ne mogu da ti healam. Nema veze. Znam i drvo i kamen i trava, ti isto treba na početku. Samo to će sada naraste naš kasnije. Imaš da baciš esencije. Popij ovo. Kad si već tu. Čisto da... Eno ti patrole tamo.
Apatole, kaladiši. Apatole, kalabišni kole.
Ček, mogu li da...
To bi nekako najmo više naš. Blizu ovaj srebrni, blizu ovaj gvozdene.
Znam. Nema pointa da se napraviš u startnoj oblasti, ono, to je baš ono gej. Ja sam već napravio drugu bazu na onom mjestu gdje si ti predložio. Levo od onoga rudnika srebra. Na onom proplanku odmah pored rudnika.
Ja ti ne držim šaj, to stavim sa... Na miru. Ti ne vjeraš se.
Ne mogu da vjerujem da ti igra forsirala da napraviš ovo inicijalno, ove gluposti.
Da.
To su napravili kao obavezne tutoriale. Koplje je dobro za vukodlake i one stvorove iz močvare, znaš, zato što imaš fin range, onako. Nisi baš melee, taman si otprilike na dužinu koplja koliko.
Uvjeren. Moram sutra do doktora. Moram sutra do doktora. Mi daš neke lajkove.
Ti dođeš opet će pola šuma, znaš.
Ne znam. Tu će treba puno deo. S.W.Frost sam našao.
Šta si našao?
Kao post za ovo.
A, pa može se naći receptu, random.
Vidim sad i dati.
Ja nemam sanduka, bilo bi dobro kad bi stavio sanduke da ti bar ubacim ove resurse, drvo i kamen.
Evo sad se vraćam nazad. Evo ga, sam skupim ovo.
Blood Essence. Koliko si skupio?
250.
Ti dosta za neku malu bazu. Eto ti da možeš...
Postavljati ovi pevi.
Zidovi, makar zidovi postaviš.
Ne mora zid da se postavi.
Drveni zid, znaš, da ne pržiš se na suncu. Makar tarabe okolo. Ima zašto se stavlja onaj zid. Možda postaviš onaj oganj, kako se zove, mist brazier. Da ne izgoriš na sunce. Aj stavi jedan taj, hoćeš li? Ono za gorenje. Mist brazier. Prvi ovaj tar. Na fundamentals, trebalo bi da ga imaš.
Ne, ja gdje sam. Evo da.
Vidi, mogu da mu pristupim. Odlično. To će da gori. Odlično. Mogu da vidim koliko ti teritorija, znaš. Ali ne mogu da pravim. Daj sanduk! Daj 2-3 sanduka.
Ne znam, ne možeš da pristupiš im sam.
Mogu. Ja vidi isključeno. Ajde, trpaj drva, ajde. Meći drva unutra. Može ovako. Ovo može sigurno. Evo tako. Stavi još jedan sanduk za travu. Treba ti trava za razne stvari isto. Još jedan sanduk napravi.
Da ću da se spavno oni posle ili neće, a?
Što ne? Šta da se spawnuje?
Ovo govno iza.
Oni neće, ako ti claimuješ teritoriju za sebe, neće se ništa spawnovati. Pa na ovom serveru koji sam ja digao, ona inicijalna teritorija koju sam ja napravio bazu, ja sam sad sve digao odatle i opet je narasla šuma i zidovi i gluposti, znaš. Treba više drvo ili kamen?
Sad, sve mi treba. Ponovo kožu gledaju na kodom ono.
Ti bi odmah da proširiš na 5 hektara, a?
Šteteš na mogu posine kad se pravi.
Trouglovi, šta? Kao u rastu, je to?
A kao što kosina ima tu u tom zidu, taka. Tu ima 100. Ja imaš štavljene kože?
Ne, imam samo regularne. 160. Imaš ti konja, da odjašemo do mene, da ti ja dam što ti treba.
Ovdje, koji možem kupiti odavde.
Ja ti stavi još drveta i kamena. Ajmo, imaš ti, kažem, trebalo da ti ukrademo konja ili šta?
Evo ne ukrademo.
Ti znaš da je moja baza?
Vidi mi na mapu.
Vidiš, je ozbiljno? Pa dobro.
O, a dole čak vidi mi, dole mi je čak i plava mapa.
A, ta ne postoji.
Možda dršti ne postoji.
Ne postoji. To je vjerojatno kao baza koju si kao bio pre, znaš?
Pa bio sam i u ovoj.
A bio si, ali ovu znaš gdje, jer si kao, znaš, ulazio u nju kao igrač. Ali ono dole nisi kao bio skoro, pa zato ti kao...
Očistio to čekaniš.
I will do as the light
Čekaj, trči me tamo.
Pa šta nisi mogu da ukradeš ko bilo?
Ne, sad ću krade mene, kaže... Kako ne dođe.
I bet your head's worth a lot.
Što samo prozuješ s konjem pored njih. Vuš. Šta treba? Kože, papira?
Sve treba.
Kojim redom?
Treba
cigala dasaka,
vezane poluge i uštavljene kože, pa treba daske, cigle.
Daske i cigle, da. Daske, cigle i bronze. Na početku. Koliko se ja sećam.
Treba mi staklo i...
Staklo? Zašto ti staklo treba?
Pa da ga napedim odmah teći.
Staklo ti diskutabilno, pošto staklo non stop trošim. Daći ti koliko imam, ali...
Na 20 treba.
Ma, pa toliko imam. Ako ti treba 100 stakla, tako nešto. Jer ti ne dam, nego... Kad praviš one gluposti, treba ti staklo konstantno.
Za tablet treba dosta.
Svaki tablet treba 6 stakla, mislim da treba. Gluposti.
3 stakla treba za...
Je, ali to je za svaki tablet.
Tri stakla, 20 oni već tonova.
Sve to.
Otvorite mi teška vrata.
Si već došao? Kao to lupo. Moj mi je razvaljivat vrata, razbit ćete. Ubit ćete ovi moj.
Ne može.
Si siguran da te neće ubiti? Priđi.
Pozoramo, mogu se pomenuti. Mogu se pomenuti.
Možda detektuje da ima vrata tu, znaš? Mislim da je bug, da postoje neka vrata koja sam ja digao možda ranije. Znaš, kontant je to. Šta ti treba, koža?
Štavljena koža, bronzane poluge, daske,
Ček, evo ti
cigle.
200 kože. Može toliko. Ok, dođi vam. Evo ti 100 bronze. I ja više nemam. To je to. Bukvalno nemam. Moram ja da iskopam onda za sebe. Evo ti sirove bronze. Znaš da ti treba za one pećnice.
Da, za ove pećnice.
Da. Evo ti sumpora. To ti treba za kasnije. Ne treba ti sad, treba ti kasnije. Staklo. Evo ti toliko.
I što baš još treba za ovaj treći nivo?
Google pa mi reci. Papira ti mogu da dosta.
Znači vidim. Za treći nivo treba 24 ovih Iron Igota i 4 onih kao velikih. Greater Blood Essence.
Greater Blood Essence, daću ti 4. I šta si rekao ti treba još? Ingoti, šta?
Da, gvozdene poluge.
Dobro. Moment.
Gdje su mi naši ovdje, što htjeli?
Možda neka separacija, da nisu neko drugo odeljenje. Koliko ti treba gvožđa?
25. 24.
Sad ću ja to da prepolovim. Evo ga. Izvoli. Evo. Još. Pitaj dok smo tu.
Daske.
Pa to ti je lako, daske su ti ovdje. To si ti rekao 100 puta.
Ne mogu da ih hvalim ili ja.
A možda kao lutuješ ovaj moj sanduk.
Ne mogu. Isključeno.
Evo ti 300.
Cigle.
I cigle ćeš dobiti isto. Isto 300. Napravo cigle... Ne mogu li ti dati 400? Mogu. Zove. Ćeš ostalo sam. Mogu ti dati možda, nisam siguran. Samo da vidim. Drži. To se jako teško i farmo i nalazi, izvoli. Ne mora ni da priča. Ček sekundu, samo da pošaljem ove u ekspediciju. Nema mi lupat na vrat. Ne budi naporan. Stani bre! Po mozgu mi lupa, znaš? Čekaj da ih pošaljem na groblje. Ujebote.
Kako si ti svinci uživala, ja?
Imam najviše lovaca ovdje kod mene, znaš? Najviše imam huntera. Već je luta pun kurac. Ti li ti ja otvorim vrat ili nećeš? Najem ja toga. Izlaz napolje.
Čekaj, već što sam napišem da... Možeš uvijek mi napišao to.
Dobro, nemoj da mi kradeš konj.
To je moj konj.
To je tvoj konj. Jes, greška. Ja imam sebi još malo ove krvi ovoga workera, znaš. Ne, mogu da iskopam iron ore ako hoćeš. Ne znam da će ti trebat odmah, ali znam da će ti trebat sigurno. Važi, mamu on je. Marš u pičku materinu. Retardirano. Treba će ti iron za sve ove za sve ove bolje armor setove ako hoćeš za svoje sluge, znaš. I onaj reinforced plank ti treba isto za sva oružja, malo bolje. Ja sam ga uglavnom lootovao, možeš i da ga craftuješ. Nemaš u toljnim količinama. Ajde vidimo. Wow. Ili me zapališ možda, mamu ti jebe. Meni u suštini treba kopera. Ali...
Mene treba greška.
Tebi treba grešaka.
Nisi gledao. Mabel. Vladimir.
Bom. Su tri pičke materine, nenormalne. Kravodna.
Bukvalno me tjera, znaš, bukvalno mi tjera da sve emisije mora isprelaziti na...
To problem?
Nije, nego kažu.
A to ti je kod igraš sam. Jesam ti dao resurs?
Ke.
Ne znam šta je tu smeš. Meni niko nije dao resurse kad sam počeo igram.
Zajebavaj.
Sem toga Čak i ako nismo u istom timu, te bossove koje sam ja ubio, mogu da ti pomognem da ih ubiješ. Ništa me ne sprečava da odem na isto mesto i da ih ja isto agrojem i bijem. Kako je naporna krp ti jebe.
Može li doneseš u jednu veliku esenciju?
Možeš i sam da je napraviš. Ovo me zjebavati. Vučeš se s kraja mape. Hvala.
Ne pitak jesi ti dali oni papir? Dobio si ti.
Nema, nije bio taj Mika tamo. Šta da mu radim ja?
Ništa.
Rekao sam mojim koleginicama što radi još uvijek tamo. Ako ga vide da mi ja poruku.
A nije ako ga, nego to je djevojka, žena, Mika.
Mika? Neće bit. Ja još nisam nepismen. O, ti izgleda ne znaš. Mika ti je čovjek, muško. Da, jes.
Ja, mene nešto žensko.
Ne, neće bit. Neće bit.
A isto su pristali neke da rade, jel?
Ne, nego su im rekli kao da rade par dana, da se napravi ta salama, pa ako se salama proda, ne znam, kao dobit će 20% od plate. Ja rekao, dobro, nisam ja te onda sudim.
A ima li muških majke?
Ma kakih muških? Samo njih dvije. Kojih muških?
Eno, rekao, aj dobro, kiša pada i to, ali moga bi, ne bi to, šutro pada kiša. Uzmeš bicikl, najdeš pored firme i isto svratiš, odeš na biroa, prijavi se na biro, pa kad počneš bilo gdje da radiš, ono će te automatski iskinuti. A može da bude ono, a jesi prijavljen na biro, razumiješ, da ne budeš tu.
Pa otići sutra da vidim, jer je tamo.
Nemoj ako bude kiša da se kvasiš bez veze.
Dobro.
Ako bude suvo, idi.
Dobro. Doneći ti dosta gvožđa. Ja ti si nisi napred dole nego gore iznad manastira. Dobro si ga nagurao, fin ćošak. Treba li ja sad da lupam da uđem? Mislim, vrata nemaš, pošto su ovo zidove, ja još nisam naučio da letim. Ima li vrata ovdje? Ili, pa gdje god. Znači, dve strane nemaju uopšte vrata. Koja strana ima vrata?
Slušaj. Čuješ li?
Ne čujem ništa. Evo, ja sam s polja. Otvori vrata bilo gdje. Moguće da imaš vrata na jednoj jedinoj strani.
Izađi na put. Izađi na put.
Bože, sad čuo, ušao sam sad. Bi li mogao da staviš na 4 strane vrata ili mora baš specifično, ne znam koju je ovo stranu, ovo je na istočnoj strani, dobro, neka, to je problem. Evo ti, daj napravi sanduk za ovo. To ti je poklon za useljenje. Imaš još ovdje gurđe, vidiš?
Znam. Ono što meni tebe, ono što sam ti rekao.
Greater Blood Essence ti treba.
Da.
Za šta ti treba? Već sam ti dao da naprediš zamak. Šta sad hoćeš?
Da mogu da napravim kovčeg za ovoga serventa, da bi mogao da napravim dalje sa ovim. Ja ne mogu da napravim dalje bez toga.
A šta si teo dalje da naprediš? Na level 3 šta?
Ne, misli da bi mogao da craftujem stvari.
Pa ništa.
Odakle dolazi ovaj jedan most?
Od spolja, zato što nemaš vrata. Što se mene tiče, mogu si vrata da napraviš. Sad kad ne treba, sad se bukvalno pomeraš. Zaledio sam te. Dobro. Ne mogu da te zveknem. Ovo kurac. Vrata stavi čovječe, zato ti ulazi golem. Golem je samo došao do vrata i ušao unutra. Kapiraš? Ja ću ući...
Otvori vrata.
Nećeš otvoriti vrata kad bude trebalo.
Ne mogu da stavim ovdje to što si htio. Može.
Hvala.
Otvorite mi teško.
Hoćeš li da uzmeš taj Greater Blood Essence ili šta?
Ne popunim prvo onda za to. Da imam krivo nad glavom. Sam je bilo kako pa će da menjamo.
Da. Baš. Znaš koliko će ti trebat cigala? Ja sam ti dao 400 cigala, čini mi se.
On ide obično steni.
Pravo si mu 400 cigala, pa jesi ti lud?
Ne ide stena, nego idu cigle, koliko ja znam za ovo.
A ne, pa nemam šta nego da stavim. Nemam šta.
Kako god. Nije nego ti nisi normalan, već sam ti to objasnio, nisi normalna osoba, znaš. Zato sam ti rekao bolje sam napravi kako mi se treba. Ti si uzeo odmah napravio hangar i nemaš para da napraviš pod, razumeš, o tome se radi. Umjesto da si napravio jednu veliku sobu, znaš kako sam ja napravio zamak tamo da ti pokažem, napravio sam sobu 3 sa 3 i onda sam iz sobe 3 sa 3 napravio drugu sobu 3 sa 3 pa sam sa južne strane opet napravio 3 sa 3 i svaku sam pokrio, a ne kao ti. I sad ćeš kurac to da pokriješ. Nemam ni ja toliko cigala koliko tebi treba. Sad krljaj beton. Ako si ostaje resursa da napraviš grinder. Evo ti, treba ti whetstone za grinder, koliko ja znam. Imam ja whetstone, o tome se radi. Raspada ti sve ovo. Alo?
A, kad nemam ga povede, evo, panja.
Slušaj, evo ti. Uzmi to srce isto. I to drugo. Evo tako. To sad stavi tamo da ti ne bi zamak otišao u kurac. Hoćeš ti da ubiješ kojeg bossa ili šta?
Evo da završim ovo što sam počeo. Makli ćemo bossa da pobijemo.
Pa određeni bossovi ti čuvaju određene stvari za... Da bi mogo da praviš tanner i treba da ubiješ Kelly the Frost Archer. Ne mogu da praviš...
Mogu da pravim ovo šumelje kamenje.
Možeš to, možeš da napraviš woodworking bench. Možeš da napraviš... A ne, možeš. Koliko uopšte imaš otvorene stvari za craftovanje? Imaš prvi...
Jako malo, ja.
Pa onda moraš da ubijaš bossove. Dobro jutro, Columbus. Znaš. A čestitam što pod nisi polomio. Nisi napravio malu sobu da je pokriješ, sad jebi ga, sad gori kosti, šta da ti kažem.
To će se završiti začas.
Jes, začas. Da im samo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11 puta, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 70 kocki imaš, pa znaš? 11 puta 7, oko 70 kocki ti treba. A to ti je, odmah ću ti izračunati, brže nego ti. 70 puta 4, 300 cigala ti treba. I jedno 400. Da, 300-400 esencije. 300-400... Jesi napravio grinder?
Nisam.
Pa napravi i stavi da ti lomi cigle dok mi tražimo bossove.
A redstone mi nisi bacio.
Aaa. Izvolite. Cijele svane dok ti odlučiš da kreneš. No dobro. Znači ovaj mač je jako skup da se napravi, ovaj što imam ja ljubičasti. Imao sam ovih dragih kamena, treba ti perfect safir, 3 komada. Bio sam harpije da ubijam tamo pored rudnika srebra, znaš. Drugačije nisam znao gdje da nađem. Ubio sam harpije random, lomio stene i dok nisam našao 3 safira. I onda sam mogu da napravim mač.
Jer to je bilo, hajde plavi moj safir.
Devojka sa biseročima.
Ajmo i okolo. Če da krenemo od vuka ili...
Kreni od prvog, pošto ja znam da nemaš ništa. Imaš konja, hoćeš ti peške da ideš tamo ili šta? Voliš peške, ne? Konj ti unutra, prošli si pored njega. Vidi koliki konj. Vodi.
Okozila se koza. Čerapank.
Šta ja sad radim? svaka čast. Trebalo da častim. Trebalo da častim, da. Treba li ja da budem ponosni otac?
Daj 200 dinara.
Za šta, za veterinar?
Ima.
E pa to je druga stvar.
Evo ti 1000, pa mi daj 5.
Ma, možeš mi dati koliko hoćeš, ako ne.
Za ujca, za varć. Ja nemam sistema, nemam. Imaš ti? Evo.
To ti to.
Slobodno.
To ti je to.
I 200 što sam ti uplatio za telefon.
Ti si mi uplatio.
Da.
Ti si mene uplatio.
Pa ja tebe, tako?
Kad si mi uplatio?
Znaš, ja te uplatio i ti mene.
Ja sam uplatio i tebi mene.
Pa znao sam ja.
Aha.
Znao sam ja tebi.
Da.
Da sam ja tebe uplatio.
Tako je.
Znao sam ja.
Nemam pojma gdje si. Pošto nismo zajedno...
Ne veze, mogu sad.
Da li...
Šta?
Pitam se, pošto sad već imaš zamak. Znaš, da li mogu ovako da uradim? Kako ti se zove taj karakter?
Kako to ne vidim baš? Vampitoza.
Sve zajedno ili V veliko?
V veliko.
I to za veliko. Evo. Možda, šta? Piše da si u klanu. Kako si u klanu?
Dobro sam.
Pa jesi prihvatio šta?
Dobro sam, ne pozoveš opet.
Ej, šta sad? Jel imaš ovaj zamak ili nemaš?
Imam.
Sad imaš... A možda praviš još jedan?
Mogu.
Sad ti piše 1 na 2, jeli?
Da.
Pa dobro onda. Tim bolje. Jel tako?
Možda nisi ni morao izlaziti, nego se morao samo da...
Da završiš prvi quest, jel tako? To je to. Pošto smo ga i ti radili zajedno, onda se možda zbagovalo. Eto. Tamo možda imaš svoj zamak.
Naš zamak.
Pa, u suštini smo saveznici, ali ja ne delim tvoje arhitektonske poduhvate, ti smatraš da su meni sobe premale i tako to. Ja ne volim kritiku i eto. Ja smatram da velika prazna prostorija ne služi ničemu. Izvoli, gdje ćeš ti to? Jesi to ubio?
Idem kako... Ma nisam ubio, idem kako ova glupa prebode, ali on se šeta, evo ti.
Da, šeta se. Moraš za početak da odeš na... On ti je na donjem kontinentu, znaš? Ako hoćeš baš da znaš. Znači, prvo moram da odemo na jug. Za početak. Znači, full na jug. Jebem ti luk i govna. Tu nećeš ići. Neš daleko stići tuda. Tamo ti kažem. Pogledaj mapu.
Ako da skratim, ali...
Ne možeš skratiti tako.
Možeš i da skočiš i sve s poljem.
Možda skočiš, ali ne znam gdje bi skočio. To je problem.
Znači, on je...
Ja te pratim. Može i ovim putem da se ide dole, znaš. Nije problem.
Znam. Ima tu teleport pa dole.
Ima teleport, imaš bukvalno gdješ dole. Da, taj vuk nije baš na fiksnoj poziciji, znaš. Da popijemo ovoga roga. Tako. Glup pander.
O čas dinim sa leva, čas dinim s desna.
Mrda
Gdje
se.
si, mamuti?
Mrda se, mrda se. Ti bossovi što imaju kao rutu kretanja, oni su sjebani. Još je Vuk jednostavan. U suštini ćeš ti random naleteti pre na njega nego što ćeš zapravo ga tražiti. Tako ti uvijek s ovim bossovima. On je dosta agresivan i uvijek se krlja s nekim.
Evo.
A, ubio si već, a? Dobro.
Evo sad. Mene ne veš, ko mene mogu se teleportirati. Čekaj.
Nemoj se teleportovat. Mogu 39 sljedeći boss, stani, dođi.
Ajde, vodi.
Evo ti odmah, možeš sam da markuješ. Sljedeći boss ti je Ako se ja dobro sjećam vama. A tu ti se može desiti da nađeš i onoga, kako se zove, Tristana. Možda se desi, ne mora da znači... Udri ga s leđa. Ne mogu da ti healam, tako.
What are you waiting for? Finish it.
Hoćeš ovo da prodaš za 8 srebra? Možda cepaš s njim drvo isto. To je ono što čini mi se znam gdje su bossovi. Čekaj, ima li još koji? Mogu da ti ubijem onog Bandit Kinga. Nije baš po redu, ali ono... To je za ove što ih ja znam gdje su. Hoćeš? Mislim, oni su fiksne lokacije, znaš. Au, možemo jednog bandita. Bandit Kinga isto. Imaš ti dovoljno ja gira i ja imam dosta spelova, tako da... Ja ću ti razvalit kapiju.
Tu je negdje gdje idemo s nama i Tristan.
Ako ga vidiš, zakoči, pa mi reci. A on se vrzma ovuda. Imaš šanse da ga sretneš usput negdje. Njega ćeš ubiti u drive-by.
Evo, zajeban na svom.
Ne, skloni se samo. Evo ti već to na pun kurac sam našao. Ovo ne, duralje što ti spalio. To recept? Eto ti recept. Ne znam da li su ti nučeni recepti, ne znam li si provjeravao knjigu.
Neki jesu. Knjigama nisu, a u njegima jesu.
Znaš gdje ti je on ti je skroz gore. Ako hoćeš da lutaš u selu.
Kao i ovo. Nije loše me nositi ovom pers. A tebe će. Ne, pam.
Evo ti ga seljak na 60%.
Ma neka.
Stani. Da ćeš ga popiješ, ja stavio ga zarobim. Evo mi se.
Znači, ćemo na 100%.
Ti si popao gore, a? Gdje mi je? Stvarno će ti, bojim se ne... A moćeš gubiti po danu, nije to problem, samo... Ne mora baš sunce da te izraštilja.
Baš je vidio mi po tome.
Bam. Ovo kad uradiš sa... Evo ti Whetstone, izvoli. Ove gluposti je stava, nemoj da skupljaš. Oho.
Another notch on my belt has arrived! Show me what you got! Rise to the challenge! A rousing battle! Show me what you got! That was a proper bout.
Jao, šta će mi s tom dosta? Bježi s ovim. Ovo neka prečica za napolje, mislim da možeš ovuda izaći. Brže, ovuda. Uop. Uf, pec. Ajmo... Ovdje.
Pregledamo tu, ne pogledamo ovo.
Gdje ćeš sad?
Ne znam. Da vidim da nije tvoj glupica istan.
Tu da pogledaš. A njega ćeš naći ako se budeš vrzmao ovom donjom ovaj...
To je ovdje.
Odlošće. Da, ovdje on ima patrolu.
Možemo vam.
Ma kreni tamo prema...
U bandit tajno, ja?
Tu isto ima boss ako se osjeća. Parkiran konja ovdje.
Što ne gledam.
Ovdje možeš naći Whetstone.
To neki acid ili...
Odličan papir. Vidi ovo. Gdje ćeš drolja?
Dakle, sad nam pojavio.
Kontam da ti glina jedino treba za... dekoraciju, tako nešto. Drži Whetstone.
To si 5 naš.
Pa ne 5, ali imam, nakupio sam bio.
Preko malo još malo da sam...
Evo ti još 2.
Ko Milan stavlja? Kako se on 50 skin?
Ne znam. Ti mi reci. Neke homoerogene stvari, ja? A da, ima boss u onome rudniku isto. Uzmi on.
Intruders in the camp! I've got a tool for the job! You can't stop me! Hammer you out!
Wow.
I've got the tool for the job! Hammer you out! I've got the tool for the job! Live by the sword. Die by the sword.
A si pokupio svaka ti čas.
Ne, nije namjerno. Ali vidim da ti izbacio 2 recepta, to još nisam vidio. 2 recepta ti izbacio, to još nisam gledao. Mene tako ne Kenja.
Ajde, idemo sad ovo.
Pa pogledaj tamo na listi onih bosseva. Jesi ubio prvih koliko, 3-4, jel?
I ovo sad ubijemo ovu. Kelly
Kelly the Frost tače, to je da bi mogu da staviš kožu uopšte.
Da.
Pa da. A ona ti je isto, ono, roaming boss, jebeni. Znaš. Hoćeš da ubiješ ovoga u Copper Mine-u, Foremana. Jel ti on živ? Jesi njega ubio već?
Ja mislim da je živ.
Ne. Da li ti je precrtan su ne liste?
Gdje je on?
Scrolli malo dole. To ti je level 20, Errol the Stonebreaker.
Nije, jako sam bio tamo, jako sam ubio.
Je zato što si kao bio sa mnom, a sad si ono... Ajmo u rudnik.
Ovamo.
To su ti ovi bossovi koje možeš da nađeš. Gdje ćeš ti u drvo? Evo ti ga Tristan. Evo ti ga Tristan.
Ajde, ajde.
Šta će ova jebena? Glavo sad.
Kako izgleda to kad ne počinješ kao jedna?
Ješ za vatru. Malo čituje s ovim. Recimo ti kao igrač nemaš vidi ovu biljku. Pravo bolest. Šta me sad izgoralo? A samostalno me pogodio, point blank. Jedi ga ono. Brš! Mene je pogodio bre sa samostrelom na milimetar. Izvadio samostral, pukao me, razvalio mi health. Izvali. Sredi ga.
Tu je sad je ona s ošicama.
Hop, uzet ću ti nakit. To je plata za mene. Ajmo rudnik. Baš.
Pogledaj oni su meti.
Da ću ti konju vode da pije. Ti li se ne bi setio, šanse nema. Jedi ga on.
Hoću ovoga na 48 će ga popiješ ili?
Može. 20 mi falo od krvi. Taj je bio 70%. Nego obojice smo udarili, znaš. Ja sam vidio šta će se desi, ono kao ujebo. Čemu mi se...
Ja sam vidio da je on tu i rekao da sam... Mislim na tebi.
A bit će toga još.
Ovo je ono što ti kažeš, samo nabijem moj...
Šta mi treba, šta mi ne treba. To ti je najjači dio igre. Kada razmišljaš šta ti je prioritet. Možda nisam treba da ih ubijem, tako dobro.
Bio je neki dobar nivo ili...
Pa ne znam, nisam ni vidio, samo sam skočio na glavu. To je problem. 10%, 10%. Ti imaš sad onaj Blood Sense, Blood Hunger, vidiš? Sad možda vidiš ove radnike dole. %, 29%.
Looks like break time.
Oho.
Let's hear that crunch.
Aš. Šta sad? Evo ti ovo isto. Ovo isto može se proda. Ako ne možeš nešto poneseš, baci meni. Evo, ovo se prodaje za kurac. To je obična sekira od kosti. To ti to. Imaš sanduk ovdje gore, vidim ga. Vidiš?
Ne.
Evo ga.
To nije gore kad donijeli. Mine mains. Neki recept. Imaš ovdje kako se zove? Ribu što ti treba.
Te ribe imam.
Nije bio loš, ne, ono da stavim mod. A ti bi mogao da nam objaviš sljedeći.
Šta ti obeležim? Od ovih što znam gdje su.
Možemo da odemo sad... Sad ćemo mi gdje one ovdje negdje. Možda nama i time.
Ti isto na pamet uradio. Uzeo si mog konja, prči. Ne, ima veze, ima veze.
Isti konja.
Ne, nije isti. Ne, nije. Da je isti, onda bi ja uzeo bilo koje konje. Ima vez. Kaže meni ima. Pa viš da kako si im pobjegao, ne mogu da te stigne. Šta je s tobom?
I moj teči 12, jel?
Nije to 12, pogledaj brzinu pa švet. Nije to ni približno. Nije čak ni brzina u pitanju, nego acceleration. Kad sedne na njega i samo tapne space, on vuf, ode, gas.
A šta je u ovom Frostbaneu? Mi kada stavimo ovo.
Hoćeš drijadu da ubiješ.
Pa ću se teleportati kako te.
Hoćeš drijadu da ubiješ.
Nemam pojma kako te.
Idi levo, da sam ti obeležio. Obeleži isti marker, pa švijet. Kad drijadu kokneš možda praviš sam teleport. Znaš, svoj. Ono, personalno, svom zonu. Jebo mater. 5 mostova moram da pretrčim.
Venecija.
Da, stiče drijade, ne mogu da se setim jesam li nasumično došao do nje ili ono, baš mi se ono posrećilo. Viš, ni ovdje nije loše napraviti ovaj zamak, ali to je verovatno na PvP serverima, znaš. Jer ništa ovdje interesantno nema, znaš. Ovdje napraviš zamak, niko ti neće doći nikad u gosti.
Nikad se ne znam. Jebem ti govna. Molim!
Jeste to balili s konjem?
Upila me iz jedne strema mi.
Ko to bio?
Ja nemam pojma. Random bre mob. Ovaj strelac. Partizani, cijeli dan.
Možda te sunce izgorelo. A? Ti palo na pamet. Da nisi bio na pola health.
Yes.
Pa to je moguće. Šta bio ovo?
On se nije prigao.
Evo te drži me i on kao pokušava da te lutuje, znaš, što je najjača fora.
Zato što ima blizu tebe, pokupi to da.
Ma ima i konj. Ima i konji, drva i gluposti. Boga oca ima. Znaš. Pišem inventory full. Nisi to? Ja držim use da te revive-ujem, on pokušava da pokupi stvari u inventaru. Bože, sačuvaj. Ja sam ti dao pola svoje krvi, ti ako se budeš na healovo tako, bolje ti nađi nekog jelena pa ga zakolji.
Partizanice.
U Crnoj Gori navatali nekog momka, pitali ga je li kao zvezdaš, ono, je li to majica kao, bi to što nosi to ovdje majica kao crvene zvezde, on rekao da. Oni mu go rekli skidaj, on nije to da skida, ni ga isprbijali. Majko moja.
Ja.
Stani.
Što?
A ništa, onako, reda radi, znaš. Čekaj malo da se pomere oblaci, taman će se.
Ne smrkne, a?
Da. Ovdje ima...
Šo ću utiške mu.
Ovdje ima biljaka inače, vidiš, ovih crvenih i gluposti. Ovo ti kao neka prirodna bataljiška bašta. Ili imaš ovih srca, drži ovo. Uzmi ovo. To možda zdrobiš u krv, da. Možda popiješ isto ako ti baš zatreba.
You are looking for peace. You will find it.
Wow, možeš još koji put da me biješ.
Ovo je veliki ovaj film.
Izvolite. Možda nije bilo bitno, ili noć ili dan. To je ono što ja znam. Ima li još koji boss? Ima onaj bombaš. Ja znaš? Samo da vidim.
Ovo stavimo ovo ili ja prepustim.
Neš da gubiješ?
Film ostavim, nesu se.
Tebi žao da ti ispade resursi iz inventara.
Ne, nego moram da ostavim da bi...
Dobro. Pam, param, pam, param, param, pam, pararam. Hej, koliko smo ubili bosseva? 4-5? Minimum.
Ja, opet ovaj te isti, sam mi ne treba.
Šta je? Oživio si?
Oživio sam.
Vaskrs. Tristan vampir i to pravi. Opet. Marš.
Obično ne ide na 5 bossova, evo te kad trčimo ovako.
Jes, kad hoćeš da se vratiš sa punim inventarom nazad u bazu, obično te svi jebeni bossovi pojure. Jel to?
Da, sad ima igre.
To tako ide. To je ono što kažu, igra je bila nameštena od starta. Komšiluk ti je opasan, samo da znaš.
Znam.
Ako si tražio opasnost, to si dobio. Please no. Please yes. Beni Vukovac došao da kasapi.
Ne vidim.
Doe ik. Više se može reći da smo i Vukodlak imali sukob interesa. A ne zanimala ta farma, on je došao.
Ti kažeš ovdje tu polet šokaj.
A upao je meni na teritoriju. Tako da kažem. Mislim da ovaj prostor jeste teoretski uopšte nije predviđen za gradnju. Može da se pravi, ali nije predviđen, znaš. Pričao sam siguran. Imaš ovakvih šumica, čini mi se po mapi i određen broj, znaš. Gdje možda se napraviš, ali ono, znaš, dosta su za PP sever nije. Izvoli ovo. Mogu da ti ukradem lanac. Mogu, je tako. Ti za sad nemaš za njega namjenu, ali tako? Otko tebi ovaj puš na ferocity, majke ti. Zvon. Nego sam stavio i vidim da je ubacio moj napitak od tebe. Znaš, iz mog inventara. Ćeš da ogradiš bar ovo, a? Malo vrata ovo. Naravno. Vrata su skroz. Moram da prođem čitavu prostoriju. To je tebi logično, tako? Pa ne zbog mene, nego tebe radi. Dobro, tebe radi, pitam. Kad napraviš tako veliku prostoriju, zar nije logično da možda se uđe na sporedni ulaz nekako? A ne, to ti kao kad ulaziš u veliki magacin. Treba ući uvijek na glavna vrata. Nema nikad zadnja vrata na magacin. Izlaz slučaj požara, tako nešto. Što ne napravi pod? Izvoli. Šta bre low essence? To igra trolove.
Gdje sam?
Sad nije. Imao sam 3 steka essence, ubacio sam u summit, pa da je moguće da mi igra zebao. Jelen ti se ušetao unutra.
A?
Jelen ti se ušetao unutra.
Ne.
Tvoja vrata su uvijek otvorena.
Jesam ljubitelj.
Jesi ti naučio sa recepte odavde? Ili tek tada otključaš?
Tek evo da se uključujem.
A, ja. Znaš šta, baza ti je perspektivna, sve široko. Baš me zanima kako će izgleda na kraju. Ja sam ti više saveznik nego... Ne želim da utiče na tvoje odluke o građenju, samo ti radi. Zavisi šta hoćeš u sobi da napraviš, na primjer...
A imaš forge za ovo... Kako se zove?
Za šta?
topionice.
Za forge imam.
Da.
Ja, treba ti sumpor ako se dobro sjećam. Ne, treba ti copper ingot i stone brick.
Ima tu copper ingot.
Nadam se da imaš.
Ima.
Imaš. Koliko hoćeš da popločam? Ako je nešto nerazumno veliko, to nemoguće. Nemaš toliko kopera sigurno. Samo da uzmem ciglu. To tu. Može. Da uzmem malo blood essence. Nekako izgleda. Znaš da imaš dva paterna toga. Jedan ti je takav, drugi... Isto.
Ovo što sam te da kažem. Postavljam ovdje pol za ono, za alhemiju.
Na to ti treba sumpor. Treba ti...
Ja mislim da ima...
alkemija, treba ti sumpor i cigla, da. Sumpor sam ti rekao da uzmeš, čini mi se 100.
Ja mislim da to niko ne sumpor.
Imaš 50 sumpora, to je 25 onih tajlova.
Nije toliko veliko.
Pa ili bar 5 puta 5. Znam, tražim ciglu. Znači, pa si uzeo da agresivno praviš ciglu. Da, soba za alhemiju ti treba 3 puta 3, otprilike, toliko sam ja gledao isto. Za više ti je bacanje resursa, bukvalno. To bi trebalo da je to. Još nešto. Imam za koračnicu isto. Hoćeš sobu za koračnicu?
Prvo da završimo ovo.
Kako hoćeš. Živio. Plenki klot. Majku ti jebem. Vrći. Imaš ti klot? 6 klota ja imam, pa sad ti vidi.
Ja sam sve to izmešao da.
Možda ti ne mešaš koliko hoćeš, opet fali. Si našao klot?
Ma jo, ovo me jedan mogu ni svežno se jedno.
Ovoliko sam ti ja unapredio, ja nisam jače od ovoga unapredio ni jedan zamak. To ti je level 2, ja mislim. To je dosta velik za...
Nimo take, ovo nimo take. Mada nisam postavio sve.
Pa znam da nisi, nemaš materijala za sve.
Nije nego ću da... Bašu ću napred da bude malo veći.
Pa to ćeš van zamka. Sa strane. Izlazi napolje, jel ono. To stoji na opačke. Tako. Na čemu se radi?
Ne mogu još opet.
Možda prebaciš onu mašinu za ceđenje krvi, reci se prebacio tu.
I ono što nam neću bude koncentrirana soba sa zatvor ili ovo.
Da. Sve nego milo. Češ da ti napravim alchemy table?
Što vidiš? Neću. Man. Možeš napraviti.
Čim zgrabim daske.
Ima tu hoćeš daske.
Nisam primetio. Ne, nema više nijedne daske. Osim ako nemaš neki tajni sanduk sa daskama. Mislim da si sjebao sve daske.
I nisi gledao u samu.
Prilično sam siguran da nema nijedne deske više. Sve si sjebao. Vidiš kako se potroše resursi kad se pravi baza. Napravi jednom sekiru, čoveče. Kontaž da ti se oružje za četvrtinu više troši kad na primjer buzdovanom razbijaš drva. Treba ti više udaraca da razbiješ drvo nego sekirom, razumeš? Za četvrtinu ti treba više udaraca. Zašto sekira radi za 25% veći damage na drva. Ne, što se da napraviš sekiru? Ozbiljno. A ja to gvoži tu. Ćeš ja rastavim da se topi gvoži. A? Čini mi se da to može tako. Šta misliš? Ja, stavit će ti se topi sve gvoži. Ne znam da li može tako, sad ćemo da vidimo. Malo bi to bilo čudno. Da. Da. Možda ti ne znaš kako se to radi, ja znam. Ja viš, ja ti gošći. Ako hoćeš napravit ćemo ti jednu gvozdenu sekiru kad se to guši. Evo, op. Jel to ide?
Ide gas.
Eto to. A jesi seko išta drveta za pilanje?
Kad bi tekneš od kopera.
Nema ja ništa kopera kod sebe inventaru.
Vidi.
Aha. Ako nisam sebi radio na basi, koliko sam tebi.
Zajedno smo radili na tvoj basi.
Na koje?
Donoj gonju.
Ja sam napravi treću bazu za tu informaciju. Mnogo manju i mnogo kompaktniju, da kažemo tako. Eto kože. Moj ti sajt razbijaj stene, pusti mene da cepnem drvo.
Što bude bašta?
Ako ti tako kažeš. Da, ostajem pri tome. Ako igra išta valja. Pričam konkretno o igrama. A to znaš i za robu sigurno. Nijedan proizvođač nije lud da spusti cenu da bi kao više prodao. Zašto da ti spusti cenu? To sam ti rekao.
Nama se spušta zato što je za dobro.
Spušta se zbog?
Zbog količine.
A kakva je to količina u pitanju kad pišemo o virtualnoj robi, tipa virtualni CD?
Nego je ovo, ali...
Pa dobro. Dobro, to pričamo o robi na lageru, koja fizički ima rok trajanja, jel' tako? A jedan CD ključ nema rok trajanja.
Može ima slični.
Ma kakvi.
Považniji.
Ne verujem.
Imaš i teko.
Ne verujem. Da ti kažem igra tipa, nisam rekao konkretno Elden Ring, ali... Ako dobije nagradu tipa kao Game of the Year, developer nema šanse da spuste cenu. Ili da daju na nekom bundle se, makar. Ništa to. A kad izađe ekspanzija, onda će kao da spuste osnovnu verziju igre na 30-35 evra na prk, ali da bi mogo da igraš sve što igraju ostali u multiplayer, morat ćeš da kupiš ono, znaš, da. Mislim, ne moraš, ali ono...
To radi na desku.
Ne moraš, ali ono... Svi igraju ekspanziju, znaš. Ja se sjećam kad su davali osnovnu verziju te igre. Destiny. Dali su je free. A zašto su je davali free? Zato što je izašla bila ekspanzija. Računali su ko uzme...
Zato što su prebacili na Steam.
Šta?
Zato što su prebacili na Steam sa ovoga, kako se zove.
Ubistora ili šta? S čega?
Ne, ovoga se mogu nekada...
Microsoft Store, šta?
Sa Blizzarda.
Aha, sa Blizzard launchera.
Da, zato što su se Blizzard i Activision nešto izjebali i raspredali i šta već. Oni su kao povukli svoje igre. Zato danas imaš ovo Modern Warfare na
Steam. Evo to?
Da. Zato imaš, da nije bilo tog jebanja, ti ne vidio. Jasno. Morate ukrade, pa...
Ja sad ti napravim... Da. Evo ti ovo. A napravit si već World Working Bench. Napravit ću ti Alchemy Table.
Vaš.
Mislim, možda da čekaš da ubiješ toga bossa, mogu da ti ga odmah napravim, pa kako voliš. Evo ti. Mada vratno nemaš recepte, to je možda moja neka pretpostavka. Proveri, imaš lišta.
Nije recite me sve. Zato što sam ja s tobom ubio te bossove. Znači ti kažem koji mi mora ubijemo. Mora ubijemo u Frost Archeriku.
Pa ništa.
Lidiju mora ubijemo ovoga.
Gore Swine the Ravager.
Da, njega mora ubijemo, dobro je.
Pacone moraš, Clive the Firestarter.
Da, pa sad
Medveda.
Medveda, ovoga Falena,
Da. Ubili smo, čini mi se... Čekaj, Quincy je si ubio, jel tako? Bandit King.
Bandit King, jes. I babu sam ubio.
Da.
I posebno ovoga Geo, Jomance, ovaj Bita čovjeka, ovaj Montel, to nismo bili. Što je?
A gde, ko će to da ubije? To nije normalno.
Milita Captain...
Nešo. Ja sam dve stvari da te pitam. Jer ja trebam, za ovaj mjesec trebam da ti Netflix beše platim, jer tako?
Tek 21.
Nisam to?
Tek 21.
Dobro.
Jeste.
Šta reš ti, vampir?
Ništa ostao.
Tako da ne mogu da, je žvao tamo sad.
Vi ga Milan.
Ja sam nešto htio
Vamo kanal.
Da te pitamo, koliko košta onaj
Milan,
gift card?
separacija.
Od čega?
Od 10 evra na Turskoj.
13 evra.
13 evra, a?
Otkud ti je oko kasno?
Druga smena, vrati. A sad sam se ozakom.
Šta rade momci?
Koji momci?
Da, Kesić je radio danas, a Milan je isto radio.
Novi posao, a? Još pazi ovako. 150 lira su ti 10 evra, a 250 lira su ti 13 evra i 7.
Pa šta se više isplati, nemam pojma.
Ja mislim ti se više isplati ovo. Sad opet zavisi se, stigli su za kordi, sad imaš i evo 200 lira su ti 10 evra i 86 plus ovo, kako se zove. Shopping.
Ajde.
Plus na to da odnaš ono uglavno kako se zove. Provizija mislim da je oko 1 evra. Znači 12 evra ti izađu 200 lira. A ti za 200 lira ima da se ne kupuješ igrice na kupcu.
Čekaj, pa možeš ti da mi kupiš to, ja ti platim. Sad.
Sad ovdje.
Pa ne moraš odmah, možda.
Može za 5 minuta.
Ajde, sad će završiti. Ukupno ti izađe 11 evra i 94 centa.
Dobro, super.
To ti javi 385 dinara.
Dobro. Važi, evo zapisao.
Evo. Cijenju.
Ne znam šta slušaš, ali okej.
Neku muziku.
Šta god
Joj, činjena narkomanska.
Vlado daj jedni desk.
Evo, čekaj.
Kako ti nisi sramot?
Evo, on kreće ovako.
Samo da ga skinu.
873.
Čekaj. Imam ti evo, ne boj se.
Dobro. I evo ga ovdje.
Imaš ovo je ozbiljno krenuo mene ne. Ovaj mi desk. Valjda misle da radim nešto komercijalno. Ne znam. Daj i te vajde.
Kako to ozbiljno krenuo?
Ja, tako lepo spojili konekciju s moje strane opasno.
Ima i toga.
TeamViewer.
Da.
548.
548. Vlado. 488.
79.
Koja šifra? Vlado.
Evo ti na Steam, brat. Ne na Steam, nego na Twitch. Yes.
Mogu se na turski namjer.
Aha, ali ne može preko browsera.
Ne može.
Čekaj da vidim kako to piše.
Mora uvijek u žene mogu.
I zašto napravi majku? Ništa, ajde kad se vrati, a? Ajde, jebem ima. I danas sam dobio neko belgijsko
Vino.
crno pivo. 10, nije 10 nego 7,5.
Evra.
Alkohola, bre.
A ti pričaš čovjeku koji nema veze s alkoholom, zato kažem evra.
Danas mi je godišnjici braka rečila žena da mi častiti.
Opa.
Da.
Što jako, blago tebi.
Pa.
Ja bi se jedno 5 puta da sam se oženio.
Zato si ne ženiš, vrlo jednostavno.
Mislim, kad bi mi nešto krenuo mi kreni da bi jedno...
Šta bi je?
Oko bi u glavu, jedno bi to vidio.
Čini mi se te Vučić prisluškuje, svaki put kad tako nešto zlokobno kažeš, secne internet. Ovi u državnoj bezbednosti samo pišu, samo ti kriš.
Samo i tamo.
Samo teftere.
Volim ja vas.
Viči mu Vučiću Srbine. 140.
Sunce naše drag.
Ne, Vučiću Srbine, to ga vređa, znaš.
Da.
Vređa?
Pa vređa. Danas nije moderno biti Srbin.
Ja duša, ja.
Majku mi jebem.
Ocu me guzite.
Mislim da bi mogao da ga zakoljim sa zubima.
Nemojte tako.
Vlado, može samo slušaj.
Pa sluša.
Vole me kurez,
Sluša, nego šta? Mislite se ja zebam? A u šta je ubacio sanduka ovdje, šta je ovo? Inače, ovaj workbench ti ne treba, to znaš. Jer ovaj simple workbench, zato što svi recepti koji ti trebaju možda pravi...
Dobro, neka ga.
Evo bože.
Ti nije pamet da je lepo da...
Da, znam. Evo ti, zato sam ti napravio kovačnicu. Izvon. Zapravo nemaju svi recepti. Gdje ćeš sad s tim? Aj stavljaj gdje hoćeš. Da to sad neko tvoja baza, tvoja pravila, radi što hoćeš. Me glava boli kad gledam.
I sad te straniću rastavim.
Ama, radi što hoćeš. Ne treba ti toliko, čovječe. Pa ne možeš ti to napuniti. Nemaš ti toliko resursa. To ti sad ti toliko resursa treba. To ti koliko kad igraš faktoriju, u startu ti treba dosta resursa, poslije, nije ni važno. Isto kao armor taj armor dok napraviš oteriš se, a da ga repairuješ ni ne treba, bog zna koliko. Šta ti je ovo, kript? Evo ga, ne. Ja sam uzeo sanduk. Hiljadu soba.
Ovo će napravo za demo. Da, nemamo dovoljno toja.
Mogu ti ja napraviti pod. Ako hoćeš.
A nemaš dovoljno odeći.
A, nemaš klota dovoljno, da. To možeš otići kod mene ako hoćeš po to. Ajde, dođi. Imam ja toga na izvoz. Ajde. Ajde, znači bar bossa jednoga. Da ga usput ubijemo, ajde.
Ajmo. Samo da stavimo da se kamenjamo mi.
Iga Dr. Respect igra Counter, je li ovo moguće, šta ja upravo gledam?
Što da nije?
Mora da ga toliko iznervira
Warzone.
Call of Duty.
Ne, nego na šta je poenta, sad je hype, likovanje CSGO 2.
Valve Engine 2.0.
Da. I kažu da je ovaj mjesec te izlazi CSGO 2, to je CSGO sa tim engineom. I sad svi odmah.
Da se prisete malo,
a... Ne da se prisete, nego... Pa to, ali... Biće sasvim druga igra sad kad stave to, neće biti isto uopšte. Skroz druga igra će biti.
Drugo spakovanje. Vidite šta će biti sa Hunt Showdownom, isti džab.
Da, Hunt Showdown je upgrade, ja mislim malo nije to.
Ali znaš ti koliko ti je olakšanje da ti igraš...
Pa brate, i ono, treba engine da se brate, iskreno promeni igrica, izgleda staro. Staviš sve na full način.
Pročitao sam pitanje na Redditu, kaže kao I guess the system specs go up, kao ono, znaš, tebe će kao jači računar za to. A ovaj jedan lik, ne, ovaj jedan lik kaže igra već ne radi kako treba, znaš. Ima ljudi koji imaju 3060, 3080
imaju najveći kompjuter
i kaže igra trza, razumeš, zbog nečega trza, čim se zapuca malo jače, znaš, tako da ne...
Vidi ga vampir toza, jesi ti to ne rade, majke ti?
Vampir toza.
Vampir toza, vete, pa to je stvarno genijalno. Sad ti sve pada na pamet. I crno gruje jebate.
Nije to i crno gruje.
Kako nije bre? A ima bre u brate crnoj brate gruji, toza se brate vrati. I onda dolazi onaj vampir. Da. Mr. Grujo! Ta igra podsjeća na ovaj...
League of Legends. Da, na League of Legends, bukvalno. Neću reći Dotu, ali League. Ja igram pa ti mogu reći odmah. Kako kastuješ spelove, kako se pomeraš, kako moraš u borbi da izbjegavaš ability-e koje ti
da jebate, možeš ti da brate zoomiraš tu kameru još?
Možeš.
A kako, šta vidiš?
A ništa. Jebote, to skoro kao, to ne možeš ni brate reći da je kao Diablo i to, više je kao LOL, pa da. Ta perspektiva kamera, viš ti ove. Mnogo je bolja jebate.
Gdje ona li je, sad kad tebe idem?
Da se tušam, tu sam za 10.
Ajde.
Au, znaš gdje ti je Lidija? Lidija ti je dole na jugu, u onoj prvoj oblasti. To sam ti mogu reći džabe. I bez da trakuješ. Znaš? To su ti startni bossovi, ona je dole na jugu.
Ništa. Nije mene dole da nađe ovo. Da ti uzmem od tebe pokupi ovo.
A, hoćeš da pokupimo ono?
Frost.
Dobro.
Nijedan boss bez da naiđe na mene. Onako je jadnom jašu.
Imaš bosseve ovdje, imaš onu s onim pištoljima. Evo je. Nije vuk na vrat, ako baš hoćeš bossa da ubiješ, evo ti je. Nije to... Pa... Ako baš hoćeš da je ubiješ...
Samo da se
One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill.
Opa, našu kisinu.
Ona ti se uvijek vrzma oko sela. Ćeš da ubiješ ovo ili šta?
Kaj grubi mi kisinu.
Probaj.
Yes, the heavy guys in Mamu even.
One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. Dance for me. One shot, one kill. Dance for me.
Molim. Dođi do mene, molim.
Ne mogu, živi se i dođi vam, ovo sam ubio skoro.
One shot, dance for me.
Mrtv.
End of the world.
Koji su bi, kako se zove?
Jade. Šta god. 62. level.
Ovo je bio heavy guy.
Bojim se da se ne dispone, bolje doći. Jebate, helta nema. Smako me trgovac. Ovaj je još uvijek pored mene.
Ja tu sam da ne smeti.
Pazi da se s trgovce ne pobiješ.
Naša, da sam popio s njima, tu je Lidija i...
Pa zaobiđi to.
Pa vidiš da kružimo.
Ova je nestala, ja mislim. Možemo jedino Lidiju dobijemo. Da, ubije sam je bez veze. Nestala je. Jesi je ubio? Prošao si preko njenog leša, znači te ne stalo. Ima vreme koliko možda...
Sad će mi nju da svimujemo. Evo ti light. Ti sviđa taj light, a?
I will show you discipline! Shining blessings! This is my conviction.
A vaš, niđe drvat.
This is my conviction. I will show you discipline is my conviction. Shining blessings.
A možeš se neki daš, a?
Nema pokajanja, nema prednje. Polako s tim, čovječe, stani.
Nema ti nove, gledao sam ja.
Ma dobro, ali bilo šta. Pa pare mi ne trebaju.
Vamo kažu, nemamo nikakva novaca.
I sad više ne vidiš da ti ima Lidija, jel tako? Samo pravo. Jel ti ide na crvena fleka?
Ide.
Čekaj.
Da ubacimo ovaj double dash.
Jaš je dole, samo na jug. Već vidim kako te nervira vi seljaci da bi ih pokasapio. Ne možeš prečiti sam, opet isto radiš.
Ovaj ga me mezi.
Pa kako ćeš tuda? Pa nije to Pegaz. Nenad misli da Jaša je Pegaz za Vlada, znaš? Znam da voliš slovensku mitologiju, ali retko koja igra ima leteće konje. Pa dobro.
Možemo da smislimo.
Imaju i Grci, jest. Imaju i Grci leteće konje.
Ovi imaju sebi. Nekada su svi konje imali krila, osim... To što su pomagali UPS. Šta je to je?
A šta je? Aj pogodi. Kada sam bio ga da isisavam, ova drolja me bacila onu zapaljivu strelu. Ja se izvinjam, ali... Kao mi baci molotovio koktel na glavu, ništa dobro za njega. Tu ima jedan boss, oko toga poacher campa, znaš? Tu ima jedan kamp kao tih lovokradica. Ovdje imaš jednog bossa, znaš? Ovo je bandit trapper kamp. Sad ću ti odmah reći koji.
Da nije ovaj što ga mi tražimo.
Pa jedan ima. Jel? Udri ga po leđima, pa nek drži štita na drugu stranu. Evo je Kelly. Odi, odi.
It's going to get a lot more difficult in a moment.
Wow. Evo ti recept. Mrtv.
So this is the end. So be it.
Evo ti klot. Izvoli. Znam da imaš klot po ovim kampovima. To se sećam.
Samo idem da obeležim zube. Evo sve prikaje po klotove, pa idemo... Ne.
Lady, jel?
Kako si sve...
Živio. Ima određeni napadi te skinu s konja, a neki ne, to sam provalio.
Evo, ja ti uđi se ovi tvoji.
Vidim. Samo možda pristupiš u sanduk da uzmeš šta ti treba.
Izvučemo se ovaj... Znači, sad težemo... Evo je, i ne znaš šta mi...
Da kažeš ja i ne znam.
Ne znaš šta mi se treba, majko.
Pa, na cilj sljedećeg bossa, pa idemo njega.
Nije cilj.
Da ti treba esencija neka ili nešto.
Treba mi i vuna. Ona
Pa to ti u koračnici, to nije ovdje. Očigledno nije ovdje. Nije ovdje. A nije ovdje. A nije, gledaj.
Naravno šta imaš?
Ovo je soba za alhemiju,
Evo
znači
te nije to kako one kapiraš.
imam trave, pacove, lobanje i gluposti, nema ovdje.
Jako je vrlo jako neki.
A možeš gledat koliko hoćeš kad nema. Ja kažem nema. Gledaj dalje, dobro je.
Uzet ću ti 40.
Pa ako ima dosta uzmi. Trebalo bi da ima dosta.
Kope, ajde, pitera isto.
Nemoj da mi uzimaš ingot. Odjepi, napravi sebi. Nemaš. Nema, dao sam ti 100 i nešto. Nema. Ne, ostavi to, ozbiljno ti kažem, ostavi.
Ostavio sam ti.
Ostavi, zato što mene mrzi. Znači da mi nešto nedostaje, ne znaš šta fali tu u taj sam.
Ništa ti ga ni FIFA kući.
Vrći. Znači, fore što ja nemam više. Znači ja moram da odim koper.
Dobre, ovaj fore.
Zebam.
Šlogiraš, evo, pusti se.
Ma neću, ja se šlogiram, pusti me.
Ja škujem neću.
Šta radite ovo zove?
Vidiš neka cicija.
Ciganko!
Ja sam bio vrlo širokogrud, čini mi se.
Ajde mi kaže cicija.
Razboje, igrajte šah.
Dominacije da igramo. Vrlo domineš.
Nije to, nemoj to dominacije, to ima druga reč.
Ima.
Dominacija, a.k. Milan. To kažeš Milan, ne kažeš dominacija. Kažeš umjesto dominacije Milan, pošto je to Milan.
Igramo Milanu.
Brat moj najjači. Znaš ti koliko je njemu dosadno? Zove me na poslu da mi kaže Peđa, nisam znao da ovi Amerikanci pričaju nova reč K, 400 K, K ono, vrate, mesto para, znaš, kao 400 K, 20 K.
Učimo reći.
Slušaj, ja na poslu, kamere ispred, vrate, mene rekao, ajde javit ću ti se naš, čisto da vidim šta hoće, možda hitno nešto. On kreće to da mi priča. Rekao, Milane, pa ti nisi normalan, kunem ti se, zašto ti mene zoveš, brate? Idi bre, leti se. Kući kad budem došao, onda me pita, jebate. Zamisli, kao da kad ja vas sad zvao za neku reč, brate.
Sebe ni novac, evo ga te govori.
Uzmi, kupi šta ti treba, jednako nema. Samo ostavi jedan zlatnik.
Brat moj najjači.
Uzmi da neći da ne neću da ga zadržavam. Nemo šta ima. Odavde ne valja ništa. Gdje je hero?
Da te ubije šta?
Nije nego, nema ništa.
Ima seme. Ben ti majku nenormalnu. Gdje?
Išao ovdje.
Gdje je otišao? Dole, na jug?
Nakon sam ti na ovako.
Važi. Odustajem, odmah dižem ruke. Ja je rekao da je tu ispred baze, zna nekada se prošeta tu da se spava. Ma vaši.
Bio je nego ja tražim ovu ribu.
Zadržao si ga 2 milisekunde.
Aga sam imao, mislio sam ko za šta ima.
Pa šta ima? Ima vučiju glavu, ima seme.
Sam očekivao da je to nešto...
Nešto ekstra, nešto divlje. Cigle si mi...
Skloni se glupi konju. Samo osinjem s jednom da uzjašem. Jebote nešto ti stavio.
Hvala ti. Molim.
I moliš.
Možeš da lažeš, možeš da režeš. Slatka malo, ali ne možeš da bežeš. Sad to kreni. Kreni prema meni.
Kreni. Kreni prema meni.
Znači, mušu kurac.
Znači plazma, znači majko.
Pazi sad. Mama prvi pokazuje da vama, samo pokazuje da...
Da, da. Nezgodno, nezgodno.
Gdje? Gdje? Gdje da mi u mamu koju? Znači da pometi samo to što mi uspojavati.
Jesi je našao?
Ja. Ja, sad što on nađe meni.
Hoće podan. Ima da izvučeš jackpot po danu, ne boj se.
Gdje si kurvo, gdje si?
S kim se svađaš? Svinjovi.
Sam idio.
Sram tebi.
Evo.
Si naš?
Metro i Gombrec.
Toko veći level od nje. Pa koji je ona level? 20 je bilo.
26.
Da, sad si je bacio ulti i to je to.
Ma evo, samo sam udavljao iz mapu sa leve tehnike.
A što se čini?
Zašto si preskaču ćežice?
Ide posle.
Miljata riječ. Da vidim samo. Možeš i sam da provjeriš, ali ne možeš da trakuješ. Jesi li Gorswind Reviger, mogu ja da ga trakujem?
To sam... Da, sad je on.
On ti je dole na jugu.
Metni, ako znaš žem. Čini mi se da on ima ono...
Mislim da se šeta malo. Nekad stoji mirno, ali nekad šeta. Sad ću da vidim.
Stvarno? Da, sad ne. Gledaš, šta ti rekao?
Aha.
Rekla da više ne daješ startno čarapet.
Sram te bilo. Sram te bilo.
Narkomančino.
Ovdje.
Da mi podriguješ.
Peči vam. Ušte nisi daleko. Probaj tamo. Vidiš?
Vidim. Evo, snimamo.
Kao što rekao, shvatio bi ga ozbiljnije kad bi mi dao primjer neki.
Jebem ti sunce, ti jebem sunce.
Šta te prži?
Da, ubilo me sunce.
Pa jesi igde blizu da te treba oživjeti, ali nisam ja ni blizu tebe. Nešto radim drugo. Dobro.
Možeš se teleportiš ovo.
Čim ispraznim inventar, definitivno.
Kata,
Jesi igde blizu
welcome to my channel.
Neka.
Poprilično blizu. U meni je mapu posljednji.
Znaš da moram da izbacim sve iz inventara.
Da.
Molim nešto?
Je ti došao ti da...
Nije nešto.
Nešto?
Joj, podcimaj da te aktivira.
Šta sam teo reći? Da li je moguće da ti instaliramo nekako taj Steam Guard na tvom telefonu da ono...
Nema.
Nema Vlada telefon.
On je želi.
To je druga stvar. A vidiš da mu treba. Možda on ne želi, ali mu treba.
Nešto ću se vratim to.
Šta bi sad, umro si?
A dok ti...
A ne volim da... Evo sad sam se teleportovao, ali bi da je bez veze. Dobro. Ne volim da idem teleportom zato što moram konja da ostavljam i onda moram... nemam onu šišmiš formu. Kad nabaviš šišmiš formu onda možda letiš preko mape. Jesi ti uzeo klota koliko ti treba?
Nisi.
Pa nisi uzeo uopšte. A? Me zebavaš?
Nisam.
Uzet ću, ajde. Težak čovjek do zla boga.
Zašto imam tebe?
Da, ja da ti nosim stvari.
Sad ću ti da vidiš.
Samo ti go druguj. Sram te bilo.
Šta ću Coca-Cola, već?
Pa što piješ kad ti škodi?
Ne škodi mi. On se izbacujem sve što sam je.
A godi ti, ha? A lepo ti.
Prijeti,
a? Prijeti, ha? Če da te potapšemo po stomaku.
Đa konju!
Ajš. Duplu patrolu sam izbjegao. ću, a tebi je jedno, zbog tebe su jedno. Poludjet ću.
Moram ti mate nenormalno. Smiri se. Često sam uživao sa tim bacanjem vaših magija, mamut irem.
To onaj sa svinskom glavom, našao si ga? Džiha, džiha, konje ću sa 4 krute. Uzde su mi od kanapa sedlo od štapa.
Koje se reći?
Pa da vidim.
Za ovoga za mne.
Koji? Fire starter. Evo ti ga ovdje. Jel to?
Da. A kako ti on nije otvorio, mi smo njega zajedno.
Pa zato što si ispao iz klana, pa ti onda sad...
A gdje... Evo, sam prvo ovi... Da.
Evo ti recept.
Znači kako nikomu djevojsko da ne mogu doći?
Postoji prvi put.
Ano se znači.
Ravno da vas bude.
To što me sramota. Ajmo dalje.
Je sramota. Đa, Nenade, đa.
U ragu što je ukro tamo sa levade. Mogu si ukradeš bolje konje. Ja konju samo jedan dan gasi i vidi. Stižem. Hop. On ga šiba non stop. A ti šibaš konja non stop.
Ja šibam pika.
Još da ti stižem. Ste rekao da imam brže konje. Drive by. Šta se radi? Ja.
Da su nekri popili.
Ma kaki, ću 1%. Ne zajebavam.
treba, to mi ne treba, to mi ne treba. To mi ne treba, to mi ne treba.
Šta ti treba?
Pamet. Mi da možemo ove ovake moći da...
Ti imaš samo jedan ability ako dobiješ jedan ability od bossa, znaš? A on ima... par opcije. Popij ovo. Dođi vam. Popij to. I ne, sad čekaj tu. Samo popij i stoji umjesto.
Ću se badam da fajnom ove šumpe.
Pa možeš. Ko ti brani? Drijadu si ubio. Medveda treba naći.
Po mene nije teško.
Ma kaki. Držao. To je to, koliko imaš ovoga?
588.
Još.
Ja sam puno se ostavio. Evo sad ostalo da ubijemo Međudje i Visen.
Čekaj da se sakrijem, sad će ti googlom odmah da je medved.
Medved.
Ferocious bear.
Med. Je mislim. Ali prvo pričinu ono. Skroz.
Desno. Ti si mi već jednom rekao gdje je. Ti ja rekao da nije. Evo ga ovdje. Tu. Tu.
Idem da stavim ovo.
Ma nemaš ništa od medveda čovječe, možeš to da uradiš. Ko će ići napred nazad? O, nije ni blizu. Nije ni predviđeno da ideš od jednog bossa do drugog i da ga ubiješ kod zeca. Znaš. Treba da, ne znam, skupljaš gir, da otključavaš jedan po jedan recepat. Tako. Ne da te boosta sa igrač. A da ima limit koliko mogu ja to da radim. Mogu da te boostam dokle sam ja stigao, onda moraš već... Ne, onda moraš da zarobiš ove, znaš, robove. I da ih ti pošalješ jednu grupu, ja drugu grupu. Dve divizije više urade nego jednu.
Vi ste vam pisali. O je, kod dosadno. Stavite mi.
Ne mogu, naporan je. Nebitan je level koji je on, znaš. Jako je naporan. Odustajem unapred od fajta s njim. Znaš? Ne vidim nikakvu dobit, ali treba dole da se...
Vatori!
Pusti ga da prođe, pusti ga da prođe.
Znači, Warzone ili Hunt?
O, Gedinovački. Kako?
Da, Boris.
Upravo sam pojao kilu hrane.
Bravo, živi se.
Što je dobro.
Biće nas opet ovaj govnar.
Što imam? Makciju imaju pileće pečke šnicle, vakum, kao polu pripremljen proizvod. To u fritezu da ubacim 5 minuta, znači preukus.
O jebem ti grupu konja za glavio.
You probably think you're something, but
Yes. I think I'm something.
Ubaciš u onu kao vazdušnu fritezu ili...
Vazdušnu sa 2 litre ulja, što ne zdravije, to bolje.
Vazdušna sulje.
Ne, opet mislim da...
A ima gore, ima malo vazdušna.
Ne, ima vazdušna fritezu.
Pozdrav, Gabriele, Andrijević.
Kako bre, pape i tete nam nisu umirale, ja mi umremo, ajde bre.
Ne, ali mislim, potrošiš koliko 500 godine da ispečeš
jedan ćeva.
Ne bacim ulje odmah, može da izdrži 10 puta.
A ti si kao onaj McDonald.
Ćao.
Šalješ invite ili?
Šaljem.
Zdravo Ša.
Šaljem Gardiša.
Zdravo Ša, kako si Ša?
Igra se Warzone. Call of Duty.
A, nekako izgori.
Warzone.
Dobro, Šapo ne liži me. Strašno naporno je.
Čekajte si bez soke, to me sad.
Štitlo stvarno bude preukusno.
Prošao pored Lidije.
Belju si.
Vidim.
Ja sam išao preko licice.
A jesi vidio?
Nisam.
Preko Lidla?
Preko Lidla pa levo.
Evo Ilija i Nenad imaju našli Lidl u igri.
Samo sekund, Gabriel.
Tu svi vampiri drže hranu u Lidlu. Jesi ti gledao onaj ruski film Noćna straža, kako li se zove ono? Ima Noćna straža.
Day Watch i Night Watch.
Jes. Ima
Dao
i...
sam ti Gabriel.
To je po knjizi, a knjiga ima još par varijanti. Kad ode u mesaru da uzme krv od onih vampira. Mesara.
A ne mogu, znaš kad sam to gledao pre 15 godina, ne mogu se sjetiti.
To je na početku filma, kad uzme onu teglu krvi od onih vampira.
Besni mentor, a?
Te me kilovalo išto. Piču.
Brate, pored ovoga da igraš Hunt, majke ti, meni je ovo zanimljivo. Ništa, Gabriele, uvek. Opušteno. Gdje ćemo, Gardi? Ajmo... ćemo na pumpi ovoj.
Bum.
Skači. U šta ih pada, sunce ti jebe.
Eto i to smo rešili.
Jedan ispred mene, pička.
Ajde, dođi nazad.
Aj, kurc.
Tu si sa dvojicom, znaš?
Kad mi pre ušao unutra, jebo mu pas mater.
Kad si pre ušao?
Sram te je bilo, sram te je bilo.
Sram te je bilo.
Stidi se.
Ujebote! Daj bre! Jesi ti uživao? Jesi? Aj vidi da ne umreš. Ma Gabriele, mene ne trebaju ljudi, je. Opušteno. Ne snimam ja ovo zbog drugih ljudi, nego zbog sebe. Meni nije bitna, vrate, brojka koliko će mi biti uopšte. O, ljudi, Gardi!
Nebitno skroz. Kad već plaća internet, može i da streama. To mu sve deo iz tog paketa. Gdje?
Sam u Armored. I imam još 3 metaka.
Gdje si ti?
Pa da li mi nije reloadovo opet? S ovim glupim sistemom, majke mi.
Jebi ga.
Tu je. Tu ti je Nikola.
Gdje je Nikola?
Tu da sam ti označio.
Ja nemam metaka, znaš ti to?
Voten se.
Mi treba i plate-ovi, sve mi treba.
Pa ti ide do baze pa se vrati. Ili samo idi tamo i kokni ga.
A čemu pare ovdje služe, ovo igri kad ničemu ne?
Ima shopove jebote! Oj ti
Tu
kurac.
ti za veći XP na kraju.
Nebitno.
Šta će biti s kućom?
Spavit ćemo.
Taguj mi neko.
Lik ispred mene, nema veze. Beži nazad. Jebi ga.
Ko je ovo glupa puška, šta je ovo? Metak po metak, jebate.
Pa imaš da prebaciš na full
Ja sam
auto.
se odmah give upao da bi se respawnao brže, ali jebi ga. Izginu si.
Znaš Boris.
A on ima SMG, bić.
Ne, nema SMG. Ima nešto single shot, znaš.
Ma ne on bre. Liku je nas pucao. ništa priči. Laku noć, Gabriele.
Znaš kako bude šnicl?
Good night, sir.
Znači, ovo iz
Good
najboljih
night.
restorana jebo, mat. Imaju maksimum.
Srećno u školu.
I Karađorđevu šniclu pakovanu, tako isto, 3 komada po 150 grama. Pa 500 dinara je ovako, a imaju stalno neko akcijanje, 450, 400 dinara. Ali ove pileće bečki šnice su još bolje po meni, lepši pileći. Mada je i Karađorđeva do jaja.
Herr Schnitzler.
Ali originalno ne piše Karađorđeva šnicla, nego piše kao Đorđeva.
Haha.
Što se radi?
Pa dobar im je fazan, kao Đorđeva šnicla, ladno. Joj.
Prstati.
A gdje nam je Kinez?
Koji Kinez?
Pa Su Ling, patrijar.
Bog da da.
Mora da mere zemljište sa Kinezom.
Ma da.
Patrijarh Han Sodan, kako ne znaš?
Znaš ti šta me on danas zvao bre na posao? Da me pita, da mi brate kaže da je brate provalio novu američku reč, ono kad umjesto $400.000 on kaže 400k i on tako 1k, 2k. On mene to na sred posle, ja ono kamere snimaju, još sam u nekoj guži, još mu se javim, ajde čisto ovako, znaš. On počeo da mi priča to, rekao Milane pa ti si car, brate. Tebi baš dobro u životu. Tebi je baš do jaja u životu, brate.
Ne do jaja, ovo je...
Brate, vidi, on ne mora da mrne kurcem, brate.
Dobro si, ti sto sad ti je došlo nekako, jel? Kao misao.
Znaš, ja mislim njega kako, brate, radi, pa ne možeš.
Kakav
ne
posao?
može da...
Njegov posao je, kažem ti, ispijanje kafe.
Snimao je on meni dok je bio u silusu, znaš šta je radio?
Što se...
I uzu kompresor i ladi se s vazduhom, što nema klima.
Kakav posao je, brate.
Zove me čovjek da želiš.
Razvaljivanje od posla.
On je shvatio život da mu je u stvari uživancije, da treba laditi muda maksimum, to je ono njemu.
Ali to može ja on se koladi jasno.
A?
Dok ti mame i tate, to je to.
Ma to je, brate, loše, pa da, poslije će da se ubije već. Ne daj Bože, ali.
Ja sam rekao da mora da ga sahrane. Na isto grobno mjesto.
Ajmo ovdje ga ti u onu ropu padamo.
Da ne dašuje keša.
Ne, ne kapiraš.
Posle taman kad iz jetela iskopaju rov, da se samo sahrani u njega i...
Ti si već počeo fight, ha?
Taman da se samo sahrani.
Ubit će te ko zec. Alo?
Snajper, a? Ja nemoj da ga smara šapom.
Ne, nego me skače mi u krilo, svaki 5 minuta čuje nekog napolja laje. I onda ide da ujevu to kako sam danas isto debil. Momčanica preko puta, parkira auto. To onako... Sad tako sjebana stvar. Znači ona kakva da bude. Ti ne znaš. Muž van. Ovdje mi ugrije.
Čuvaj se tih.
Šta se radi, je?
Sviri u pičku mater.
Nije bih.
Pojma nema.
Mato je neki...
Možda ko jaj.
Još dvoje ovdje.
A nije, nema to veze godine, vrema. Uber sam 27 godina predstavno. Iza kamiona ovdje. tu da se ti tago. Bacio je armor.
Pored mene. Gardi.
Kako ne pade?
Au, Gardi, brate, moguće, brate. Au, sine, potroši sve metkove, bre, na brate mene. I, brate, ubije tebe, bre.
Imaš taj recept, a?
Još znamo gdje je lik i ne ubiješ ga. Sunce ti poljubim, kako si ga izmašio čovjek? Čime si ga pucao?
Izmašio 105, 90 sam ga 20 metaka sam sasuo u njega.
Jas.
Ne znam kako.
Nema veze, ja sam sjebao.
Ti si ga načeo.
Ma da.
I ja još gomilu metaka.
Nema veze, koga jebe?
Nenad, ti je definicija kašlja.
Nije to kašelj, to je levo plućno krilo ispada. Ja sam već rekao.
Uglavnom, kažem, tako sam se skenjao kad mi žena rekla, kaže, mane, već 15 dana imam nešto ljudi. Pojma nemam, brate. Što mi ne kažete, sretne mi tebe i Maru, čerku, pre 10 dana, milujete šapu, ništa ne govorite, brate, Milijan.
Si dobro sam tim kušao.
A ako nisam preko puta od mene, je.
I ti čuo da čovjeka nema mez dana.
Bilo bi mi čudno da mene nema, to bi primetio, jebe mater, a?
Uči kurac! I ti i tvoja zapaljiva strela.
Šta ti ne rade?
Jel te cepnula s konja, a?
Nemoj tako ne rade.
Nemoj tako ne rade.
Ubijeno
idi u Lidl.
Posto jebem život.
Si preživao, jesi?
Ovo neću žuti.
Sad ću ja da krenem prema tebi, nemaš frike.
Jebem ti ovaj dan.
Jebem ti dan, mesec.
Nemoj dan.
A i godinu, a?
I mesec je živim sad.
Nemo od.
Već te stanirao s konja, te se zbacio, a? Rekao ti ja moraš da nabaviš brže konje. Jelić, nikad neš biti brži od strele. Znaš kako me puta bacila ta krava sa zapaljivim strelom. Samo te skine s konja. Ck. Šta leti za mnom?
Kači. Šta ti bi?
Treba nekad i padobran otvoriti jer...
A da.
Zavisi.
Dobro pa si ga otvorio.
Pa jesam.
Samo malo kasno. Na prvi put. Imaš kalš. Evo ti municija. Tako je. Sad smo. Kurkuru.
Kuri? Aj neki šnjuper.
Mislim da nema. Šta je to? Koja je to misija? Ne mogu da vidim.
Ti si skenuo bazu, no?
Rekao sam, ne. Krenuo sam već ovu području, šta im ovo reći?
Šta je ovdje? Šta si od toga?
Ujebate, za malo da izginu. A supply.
Ja više krvi nemam, ja ti 2 puta dao transfuziju.
Evo ti optika. S optikom ako ti što znači. Evo ti bez optike, ali ima dobar
Pasiv?
A ove napred.
Iron
Mušice.
sight. Mušice.
Šta mi ovo puca sam od sebe?
Ubijaj tog desnog, alo? Alo, gardi? Tako.
Šta mi ovaj puca sam od sebe?
Bacili su ti struju. Šok su ti
elektrošok te trese, pa onda kao...
Ne znam to. Jesi ti igrao Warzone?
Ne mora da igra Warzone, jesi gledao kad policajci klepe nekog sa taserom pa počne da se trese. Taser te klepio i...
Znaš ako jako ovo oružje, vrate, pucaju me, a ja krenuo da ih rešetam u obojicu, koji iz pičke sam ih izlomio, vrate. Kida, ovo, koje je ovo oružje, šta je ovo? Rap H. Ima dobar redot.
To ti je G3, ja mislim.
Kida, brate, na šta sam i sad uradio? Ujebate, zona gardi. Zona gardija, a mi nemamo masku, vrate.
Ćeš da ti napravim podzor, pračicu.
Imaš desno, gardi.
Sad si bacio.
Shop imaš desno.
Daj mi 100, ajde. Samo 100 mi treba plot.
Sad ću jedan.
Jel imaš da praviš taj plot?
Glupa zona će da me šopuje.
Otvorio si.
Nisi uspio da ga nokuješ?
Ne mogu da ga nokujem kad sam retard jevi ga.
Treba ti dasak.
Samo umri.
Ubi ga kozec.
Evo skronim se...
Neko me ispred sabije.
Nije ispred, iza.
Na krov.
Jeba sam ti kevo, pičku. To je telik, al džabe živ moj ortak. Dođi da ga lutaš. Gdje si to pao? Dođi. Kasno, ovo je loše, zato što ti umireš, a ja ubijem iste likove po 50. put. I to je loše, to je meni loše. Zato što uvijek oni se ožive. I nisam išao, a jebik, treba mi municiju. Te prvi pucamo likove i ti ne uspješ ono da ubiješ, nije mi jasno. Ne si mi jasan, nema gore.
Ne sam školovao.
Nema napadao sam.
Snajper.
Šnuper?
Bomb drone imam. Ako bude trebalo.
Evo ti maska.
Može. Zona kreće.
Zona Zamfira.
Lik je ovdje. A ne, ovo riba.
Ribe vi se pročakaju.
Od snajperama ako ti treba.
stižu ne strike. Može. Sad će mi snajper, ne treba mi.
Ali je zabao snajper, amo ne mogu ga izvaditi iz zida, jebem.
Nema veze, imaš pet. Polako, čekaj za ono. Evo lik ovdje. Sad dao.
Nemoj miševe da pretvaraš u krv, to ti je moj savjet.
Neću.
Trebaju za recept.
Karton jajan, jel imaš ovo?
Imam li?
Karton jajan.
Koton jajan.
Brate, ne mogu da ih uhvatim, jebe im pas mater. Pičku.
Dolazi, pazi vamo.
Opet kod mene.
Broken armor.
Ajde lovimo sljedećeg bossa. Pa ćemo onda kod mene. Ajde, to ti nusput.
Čekaj da stavim da se ovo to pitu.
Tu je negdje otklivo, a gdje je otišao, nemam pojma.
Moramo napred, kod njih.
Pogledaj što ima gvožđe čovjeke. Pogledaj. Više gvožđe imaš nego ja. Jebate. Pa uzbio ti kažem, pogledaj.
Treba će.
Polako stani od te zone. Tako.
Doda se. Eto koliko imaš gvožđe.
Četiri kill imamo. To je lepo. Ovdje umro neko. Dođe on.
Ajmo.
Uav.
Samo da je spomenuo.
Aktiviraj bit.
Tako god.
Samo kad bi znao kako se aktivira.
Eme zajebavaš ti.
Trojka ili četvorka ili petica na drugom.
Trojka. Bravo, to je to, ajmo od.
Glupi su keybindovi, ono, znači... Maksimalno upošćeno.
Što stani ovdje? A što se čini?
Ste vi među prvih 10, šta je to iz bunara ste iskučili?
Da. Imamo ljudi iza nas, znaš, Gardi. Gardi! Eto ti pored tebe desno bio. Daj, brate, ti si ćorav čovjek. Dođe čovjek, ubi me pored tebe. Nemo me sprdaš, brate. Ujebote. Dođe čovjek.
Tenziju predraže.
Prošeta,
Jesi
neću.
čuo? Ne, stvari tenziju. Ovo treba da je puštenije nego Hanshodan, molim.
Evo mi Hunt.
Misliš, a?
A da, u brate Huntu mogu da te boostam, ovdje ne mogu, ovdje su stvarno... Ovi igrači kidaju, brate. Pa nije majke mi, brate, ne mogu ja ovo, brate.
Imaš skular ovdje na 58%, dođi da je zarobiš, brzo.
Ajmo Hunta, bolje Hunta malo igra.
Nju možda šalješ u selo da krade.
Ne bre, ovi nisu normalni, brate. Si vidio što dođe mi čovjek sa šotkom, brate. Nabije mi se u facu, brate, ubije me, važi.
Dođi vamo da je hipnotišeš. Ajde, pretera sam izrazi.
Gotov je. Šta te sproda, matari?
Kad skašlje bre stvarno ko 2 dana pred smrti jebote.
Strašno.
Di ti te...
Dođi vamo bre, skini si s konja.
Ali ne kašlje on danas i ovih dana.
Pobeže na farmu.
Uvijek tako, no. A to je od one njegove hemije, već.
Odi u smrdekse ovdje. Pored mene. Brzo. Ko nađe. Skini se s konja bre!
Skinuo sam se s konja, koji ti...
Ovi su narkomani, brate, igramo protiv likova koji se ne skidaju sa Warzone.
Sedi na konju.
Čovjek uzao custom, brate, municiju. Vatrenu na, brate, šotku, brate, nema me sprda neko, brate. Življavaju se.
Ubito pa te.
Nije ti, pa ne moraš udara prođeš. Kakva patrola, ovo ti onaj trgovac, ovo je još luđi nego patrola. Bježi, ubit će, bježi!
Bježi. Šaljem skinovat.
Evo volio da je to tako jednostavno.
Samo daš gas. Pazi da te ne skinu s konja i to ti to.
Palim ove moje programe.
Kaki program?
Hakerski.
Ja, radiš. A vidim ja zašto ti ne igraš u Warzone.
Ne, na pauzi sam bio, juče me je bolje išlo da nam se pokupi.
Ja sam bežao u stvari. Nisam bežao. Si mi opet ukro konj? Jesi.
Rekao si skoči na konje, ja sam mogo stavio u pičku mater.
Pičke mater.
Tačno će ti ukras bolje konje, ne može, ono je ruglo. Da si...
Ovog novog lovca da vidim.
Si rekao skoči na konja.
Jesam, nisam očekio da se parkirao kilometar.
Kill buyer. Kill buyer gdje si?
Zato što je tvoj konj spor. Ima razlog zašto sam ti to rekao.
Omašio sam.
Stavljaj bre, redi.
Čekaj bre, sam lovca. A, evo ga, kill buyer.
Zovite me plavi, to je sasvim u redu.
Daj sad. Ovo, kad te ovako brzo kaže jedinice.
Jebi ga, igraš igrice i ide.
Neću se jednog dana. Jer ti budemo jeli žito.
Nećeš.
Kajmak.
To žito sa zemlje mog groba da sačekate da izraste, neće da napaći.
A žito, neće ti da ja se... Će da nosi tamo neka. Ići da kusam.
Mogu ti reći da su ti konja pretvorili u buktin.
Dogovorili već da dođemo u Smoljenac na daću jebi ga kod Antića, tako da...
A ja ću da živim 150 godina.
Hoćeš. Svi ti što tako kašlju sa 25 godina žive tu do 29. maksimum.
Ne, više 25 godina. Ja sam 29. Koliko je još 29 još? 4 mjesec. Još 4 mjesec.
A pošto kašeš od 25. znači još 4 mjeseca živiš. Znaju si nenom stvarno, samo da ja
My arrows will strike true. My faith is
Jedan će ti
unshakable.
još živjeti mnogo.
Evo.
Bless this shot.
Hoćeš, evo ga. Patrijarh 2.
Evo ova krava.
Gdje si mamu ti ven koji jednom?
Patrijarh.
Pa 60. Ili snake.
A isto koji moj. Ćala ima... A, beži sad. Sad beži. Ćala mu ima 65 do 70, dok ja mu ima bliže 60.
Dobri kondici.
Misliš da ga izdržavaju?
Da.
A mogu li ga izdržavaju još 10 godina?
Ne mogu još dugo, ne boj se. Ne može, Nenade, da se troši, a da se ne zarađuje. To valjda znaš bolje nego ja.
Znam.
Znači, ne kažem ja za njegov roditel, nego kažem za njega. Ne možeš ti da trošiš ono što je drugi stekao i da očekuješ da to, znaš, postoji.
Često i ovog čala ti sve što stekao, potjašiš.
A on zarađuje, znaš da sam samo fali kako on 1000 zarađuje.
Milioni, traktori, kamioni...
Šta će mu te pare? Ja stvarno ne znam šta će njemu te pare.
A šta će tebi pare?
Pa ja ih ni brate nemam, Nenad.
Ajmo unutar, nađi
Šta
ćemo
će
nam...
meni pare? Pa ja ih ni nemam, Nenade, brate.
Odi vam.
Ja jebate uzimam od ove brate banke pare, eto. Čovjek me čeka ovdje, gardi.
On je inteza, i pičeš onaj dozvoljeni minus.
Ure kaj.
Eđen.
A?
Je dozvoljeni minus ili...
Pa. Čekaj. Koljem lika upravo. Poko sam ih obojicu. Ne kređa, već.
Ja sam se razimao ono na studjena. Ja sam i ovaj vat.
Hoće su mrtvi, Gerti.
Ili ću da dobim otkaz. Jedan, taj dva. A pet ću budući.
Viš, kad igramo Hunt, onda mi je pičkin dim da ubijem ljude, a kad igramo onaj Warzone, ja jedva ubijem jednoga, drugog nema metaka dovoljno, vred. Što tamo ima plate na plate na plate, što bi rekao Milan.
Gađa čovjeka u glavu, čovjek kao pukao mu je šlem.
Ništa, treba, da, moraš armor da mu skineš prvo, ne možeš ti da ga ubrate glavu da ga ubiješ.
Jel ti znaš koliki je 12,7 mm metak? Čovječe, nisi bio vojci, znaš koliko je to metak?
Čitav šanžer u glavu da bi mu skinuo plate.
To ti je metak, uzmi svoj prst, kaži prst. Toliki je 12,7 mm, znaš? To ne da će da prođe kroz šlem, nego će da prođe kroz lobanje kroz šlem.
A ne, znaš šta je pojenta? Zato je bolji Modern Warfare, mislim običan Call of Duty, tu nemaš plate-ove nego samo health. To ti je to, a ne ovdje imaš armore ko da si ne znam šta.
Iron Man.
Pičnuo me je.
Headshot, zabolilo me ovo. Ajde ti lagan.
Hoćemo u rudnik.
Ajde, dao sam mu ja headshot.
Ona je otišla unutra, znaš.
A dobro, dvojica ih je vrlo.
A nema veze, ubio sam jednog, ti slušaš mene, be?
Da.
Dobro da si me čuo. Dođi, izrašat ćemo ih.
Ovo ti recept.
Što vam ostavljamo pokoj. Najbolji froj, taman mi to treba. Ne,
Tikaj sad ti.
Imaš ti srp, nemaš? Pa jesi ti dao recept da napraviš o meni?
Stavio to u bazu.
Mrtav jedan. Bravo, čisto.
Ovo znamo kako rešavamo ili...
Čekaj, zapalio me je boss jebot.
Kako ova pčela, be?
Ti že je naučila sad
bacili su na mene pčelu.
Nije to.
Pa samo prođi dalje kroz rudnik. Naćiš.
To je s ovim zombijima i...
Nemoj da razbijaš još ove nodove, samo evo je, dođi. Krava.
Ja sam mišljeno ne pustim da se pobije sa onim, ne?
Pa ne znam gdje je on. Možda ga ubila.
Nije.
Gdje si ti drugog roka?
S polja iza tih vrata tamo, drugih. Izađeš na ona tamo vrata.
Evo ga gore.
Nije, tu desno, iza tih vrata.
Da kajtuje vamo pa ćeš...
Znaš što tamo nisam htjela. Samo se ti svoje pusti da se oni...
Aj vidiš da me ovaj debil juri, marš nazad bre, kreten. Vidi.
Tamo dva, ode dva. Dva tima. Ljudi.
Vrati vam.
Ljudi su negdje udaljeni na Northwest. Ne poj.
I kako dešuje, evo te.
Da.
Dešuje moj nerade.
Malo si se jebala se. Ne, mislim se ne mogu poreći.
Opet cheat kod, a? Gle kako ih healuje, svi vidio? Instant. Moraš da ih one shotuješ, čim ti da opciju da ih one shotuješ, one shotuješ. Leđa.
Ne možeš ne.
Se na healovat. Na healovat se full. Zato što je on pobegao od nje.
Nemoj nazad, stavi nazad.
Ne znam šta je pogodilo. Stoj nazad, samo da nas on uvati u range. Treba stojiš tako da te on ne može, evo viš. Nazad.
Moramo ka njoj.
Nema ništa.
Ajmo prema plantaži.
Ćeš ti ubiti ovu dvojicu?
Ubio sam ja ovdje. Samo dođu da se pusti njih da se biju.
Pusti modu.
Pusti da se kolju ili
I vodu.
Ilija!
Prestani.
Ile!
Dosta mi je onog bolesnog.
Kad on krene. Ali kad krene to, majke mi ono stvarno čovjek da se brate zapita da li je on u stvari normalan. Ali muha.
Ali ja ne znam kako on napravi onaj...
Znaš šta to njemu pada na pamet, stvarno ono bolesno. Zavisi koliko on ima slobodnog, brate, vremena, ono. njemu Snake iz ustane ono izlazi. On tebe obožava.
Je.
Majke mi.
Dve uvednim udarcem, ajmo naprijed. Nemam ja mesta za ovo.
Nemaš mešta?
Nič.
Ja, ono ovdje mora između konja. Opet to radiš između konja, već. Ti baš hoćeš da te roknu, već. To ti nije cover tu, znaš?
Što troliš?
Brat moj staje ispred konja, brate, pa oni mogu da buše konje, brate.
Ajmo kaj izlazi, to je gore.
Viš Hunt kako, brate, lepo dođem i, brate, pobijem sve što diše, bre, na serveru. Toliko sam u ovoj igri, ono, zaigran. Ali to je loš, znači treba da igram drugu igru.
Sanduku ovdje sve.
Da se pojavim.
Kad ovdje uradim 100 ti prereštiš, sljedeći Warzone. Samo Warzone.
Svakih mjesec i po dana dižu max prestiž za Warzone za 100-200.
Sljedeća sezona, ono, 750 i...
Da, vrlo pametan s njegove strane. Znači, i da hoćeš ne možeš doći do maksa.
A to niko nije uradio, genijalno.
Ja jesam prvu sezonu, ali to je to.
Znam, ali sad imaš duplo.
Nema potrebe, baš. Tako da ne.
Evo ne, samo nije blago ne. Uzim popom.
Imaš jedno konje unutra, stani. Ima, uđi unutra. Imaš konje. Jel ima?
5,1 acceleration, total speed 13,2, max speed 10.
Brže nego tvoj konj stari. Ne te kapetana, udao se.
Matala.
Da li si naišao na...
Olha onde. Beijo. Parem da neko njihove vjeranje i ćete ti. Ma džab.
Džabe dok ne priđe patroli, znaš.
Koga idem.
Jebe bre! Koji gibe bebe, jebe bre? Ej, za ladelo, pičku mater.
A nije bilo prve oko 9, hladno, bilo 10.
Nije bilo opet hladno, podne dana. Nišu Texas jake Sada je ovo otvorena vrata. Što sam pekao ovo meso i pomfrit. Boga mi...
Ladno.
Morat ću čarape da navučem.
Čarape preko glave, hoćeš kažeš da ideš da pljačkaš, jeli?
Ili da zatvorim terasu, jevi.
Ako ideš stavljaš čarapu preko glave, ideš u pljačku.
Ide u pljačku. A što se redi?
Samo vi pričajte tako nešto, Vučić sve sluša i piše.
Je.
Sve se piše, sve se zapisuje.
Vučići, a?
Vučiću.
Mir, stabilnost.
Evo ga krenuo.
Vučić.
Nemojte, ovo je family friend. Još ne nada što se pravi engleska. Ne znam čemu. Otvan. Ne rad pametno to, pravi se kao engleska, kao da nije naš.
Esono habla inglesi.
Imaš ovaj serpent, digni onaj gore.
Dignut ću oba. Ne moraš taj, već ga diži. Diže mi ovaj gore. A što se čini?
Serpenat.
Pazi ovaj, ovaj ušuven ga. Što je golum jebate u bazi? U sve bazi.
Golub?
Da.
Ohoho.
Moj golube. Moj golube.
To opet.
Golem.
Ju, golem.
Moja pretpostavka je da je njemu spawn tu negdje blizu, znaš.
Judiše golem.
E sad ću ti da vidiš sad to pretpostavka.
Rekao sam ti da to mjesto nije baš predviđeno za bazu, da baza može se... Mislim, dosta je kreativno si stavio, ali vidiš da imaš nezvane goste.
Što sam vratio stavio to.
To je.
Što sam očekio.
To je ono.
To je to.
Igra mi se Dota.
Ne može više se nahilaš, znaš.
Meni je kompjutera Dota kad čujem da se tebi igra Dota. Oho. Evo.
Mir, stabilnost.
Mir, stabilnost.
Kurčić.
Ti gubo.
Koga, Vučić?
Što više treba za vama, daj ti piš.
Za? Orman?
A za kad je to? A šta radi matori? Razvali.
Bacio sam mu i stiki i u bure smo pukli ti i ja i ostalo mu je petina, evo.
Ti treba veći sam luki da napiš ovo, nemam pointu. Gdje ti je ono za štavljenje kože?
Hoće kume da stavi kožu.
Ne vidim ga, nis ga postaviš.
Nisam.
počeo. Ali vidi se da radi sa, brate, hemijom. I on i ovaj, brate, Milan se, brate, nagutali one hemije tamo.
Kažu zdravo. Evi ga, takav ti, to ti je profesionalna informacija. Ja imam, mene bole sinusi, razumiješ, od hladnog
Vidite
vazduha.
da on uzima 30.000 na dan, a ovamo kancer što je...
Ispod mosta.
Ostavi. A igra mi ne zna gdje sam. Neće onaj da piku ispod mosta, znaš?
Evo ga tu leš na putu, ali ne znam gdje, ona je negdje preko tamo ili negdje desno tu.
Ne, negdje, ispod mosta je lik. Erok. Promašaj. Jebi ga! Imamo ispod mosta. Ajde.
A bolje da organiziraš ovo, veći sanduk je nešto.
Sam postavio.
Da počne da pretovariš iz jednog sanduka u drugi, ovo nema pojenta.
Tri lik, ajmo napad kojih je. Za mnoj. Vidio kako ja to radim, a? Gas. Jurija u šum. A još nešto ovdje da ne bude već. Straš.
Ne znam šta si hteo ovdje. Ovo je previše prostora samo za ovaj ćošak, nema veze. Jedino ako ćeš ovdje dve prestice još.
Idi ovdje pa preskoči preko ovo.
Ali nemaš...
Treba uđe na šivaće mašine.
Nema nikog, ajdi gas.
To ti je to, ne ide ništa drugo bez šivaće mašine.
Idemo glavnim putem, samo gas. To je to. Nestajemo, samo gas i uspjećemo. Ne mogu ja s njima da se guzim, tamo su dve ekipe, vidite.
Isprazni te sanduke i samo ih dismantli. Evo ja, to.
Znaš, ne želim ja to sebi, gardi.
Nije u redu.
Ne vidim ih još, ajde, gas.
Stvarno nije u redu. Šta ti treba za mimika?
Trči, bre, nema da stojiš.
Ne pevanje, mimik.
Pa daj odmah da ovo ubacimo. Da glodzi. Gdje ti je mimik?
Tamo po stolu. Ne išeš.
U stadiju, vidim. Evo, jedi. te armore ostavi, kažem ti, valja će ti za ove sluge. I ta oružja.
Live to die another day.
Live to die another
I'll
day.
guess I'll die another day, another day, another day.
Ali mi je onome najjači vic kad oni bledunjevi Englezi dođe na posjetu u New Yorku i ode do Bronxa i evo ga neki pijani crnac na ulici ga onako gleda, znaš. Onako bledo i pita ga, you came here to die? A Englez mu mrtav ladan ga, no, I came here yesterday.
Yesterday!
Yesterday.
Yesterday!
Yesterday. Yesterday.
Ej, daj mi 3 minuta samo da odgovorim na 2 maila, pošto mi se nakupio.
Ajde, dojci. Tiketi ti se nakupljaju, jasno sve.
Hoće da ode u kladionicu da uplati, si čuo?
Ne. A što?
Da ti napravim još jedan sanduk.
Another day.
A?
Zašto?
Kako čega?
Pa za leš. Zašto?
Misliš, ideš? Da te ubit će me kukurama.
To ti priča.
Sva sreća, brate, nisam u, brate, stanu ovamo,
Ajde,
brate.
sad je naš FTK.
Nema veze, igrat ćemo sutra, šta ako ne biti. Ako ne možeš, šta, igrat ćemo sutra. Jer nije pravo.
A mogu, nego sad mi uvijek čat, evo.
Evo.
Kradeš nas.
Ne kradem, samo sam postaviš jedan sanduk. Ne kradem za sebe, nego kradem za tebe. Praktično. Vidiš?
Sean Connery je za ulogu Gandalfa dobio $30 milijuna plus 15 centi od svake prodate karte u svim bioskopima.
Sean Connery?
Da.
Gandalf?
Ali očigledno nije hteo da rizikuje i pokvari svoju karijeru pod stare dane. Možda je jedina greška u njegove karijeri je pijanje uloge Gandalfa u trilogiji Lord of the Rings. Connery je bio prvi izbor, a drugi je bio Anthony Hopkins, koji, kako kažu, nije ni htio da priča o tome. A na kraju se pojavio Lan MC Kellen ko grom iz vedra neba i pokupio kajmek. Šta mislite, da li je Connery mogao bolje da izbora Gandalfa od MC Kellen?
Teško.
Ne verujem. Zato što je ovaj porodič... Ne, on je pozorišni glumac. Taj Ian McKellen, znaš. I vidi se, znaš. A Sean Connery je odvijek glumio filmovima. Koliko ja znam. Nije za tu ulogu, kako ja vidim.
Gdje je najbolje da držimo ove tijale?
Ha, ne znam. U biblioteci, to ti je moj savjet. Travet misliš biljke, ono, pa to ti u sobi za alhemiju, a travu zelenu u biblioteci. U biblioteci, a možeš ovdje, da, tu. Tu definitivno. Ja treba za papir. A ima još par recepata.
Čak da znam plankove i da napravim pa...
Library floor, šta?
Ne, library floor, da napravim dve...
Imam ja. Treba mi 4 blood essence i daske.
Ne, nego ovo ne stavim.
Štampariju?
Da. Dve su dosta.
Previše.
A šta, jedna je dobro, a?
Napravi jednu pa ćeš da vidiš koliko ćeš iskoristiti. Evo, poslušaj mi sam.
Evo Dracula, 3-4 minuta i tu su.
Dobiješ 50.
Probaj. Ja znam koliko sam ja štampao papir. Znaš kako, sakrili su to kraftovanje tih skematika, papira i toga. Sakrili su iza jako teških bossova. I fore, da bi ti uopšte došao u poziciju da možeš da kraftaš sam recepte, moraš da pobediš bossa, a da bi pobedio bossa moraš da unlockuješ bolji armor set, bolje oružje. Ali to pobeđuje pointu tih, znaš, štamparije. Već si napravio to, da? Dobro. Znači, postoji kao opcija da se štampa papir, ali... Viš koliko je skup, pogledaj koliko je skup skematik, majke ti.
Znam.
To, prećeš ih, ma kaki, pa ti kad ubiješ one vojnike, znaš, tamo, u onoj trećoj zoni, znaš, jedan vojnik ti daje 2-3 skematika, me zajebaš ti to. 2-3 skematika ti daje. A ti da oštampaš jedan, da se oteliš. To je eto što saradi smo napravili, ali to treba neko da sede da malo rebalansira te recepte, to veze s mozgom nema. Kontam da nisu htjeli da bude lako, da, ali ne da nije lako, nego je nemoguće. Evo ti sok od paradajza koliko hoćeš. Da ti je Blood Altar, da vidim gdje je ovaj komandant straže jebeni. Šta kažeš?
Kaže, oni kosi su najteže moji. Znači pa sam skupio kameru.
Golem ti izgleda da je golem u spawn pored tvoje baze, znaš. To sam provalio. Bukvalno mu je spawn. Evo ga, ide sad vratno na vrat. Čim otvoriš vrata ući unutra. Tako da pazi šta radiš.
Ja to prati da spavam pa ćemo da završimo to sutra, vaši? Ajde, lako noć.
Ćao.
Opet biješ golema, ćao.
Nije golema, zelo se.
Ajde napravi sekiru, molim te. Ajde. Imaš materijala, imaš recept. Ajde molim te napravi sekiru, ajde. Evo kumite. Kumite Bogu. A kumite Bogu. Zašto ti je sad to da mi znate? To samo da golem ne ulazi, a?
Ovo se zatvori.
Ovo ti je zatvor.
Da.
Dobro, ajde mi ja. Ali za početak nemaš taj recept, tako da prvo moramo da ulovimo toga.
Da, na, 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 na.
Tipa.
Stoji bolji soundtrack od brate Hunta.
Bolji soundtrack od Hunta.
Sivo Thieves je isto dobar, ali niko ko ne bar.
Možda one kasnije numere, a ono njihovo statičko to ne znam soundtrack.
Da, kasnije, to ne, to je meme već posto. Nego, ovo je kasnije numer, ono kad je izašao Desale i to sve, pa onda klavir one pesme.
A to ti je baš band ima, razumiješ?
Da, onaj band, da, oni kidaju. Majke mi, ono, stvarno umetnost, klasika, znaš kad je nešto klasika, nije ono predrkano, nego sasvim lepo.
Evo ga ovdje, našao sam ga, dođi vam. Samo dođi kod mene, molim te. Wow, kako se na healu. Šta sad?
Militia guard, behind me.
Šta ti? Ima li je veliki?
Ima. Software i sve su sve što.
Izdahnuće ti ovaj, ja ga ne mogu dugo držati u životu. To špucu ti do bossa, nisi došao.
Ovako nikad.
Jebati, ja sad na ovom kompu mogu da igram Destiny 2. Na ono kompu nisam mogao. A?
Misliš bi bio neki doživljen?
Pa jel jeste? Ili nije?
Ako nemaš DLC-eve veliki,
Imam 2 DLC-a sam. Shadow, onaj Keep i Forsaken Back. Šta džabe, pa neću ja da igram DLC-eve, ima base game, brate. Pa dobro, nema veze, hoću base game. Šta fali base game-u? Jedina rad. Šta je, to je, vidi se da si čovjek koji baš mora da kupi sve da bi igrao. Ne moram ja to da kupim da bi igrao, ja ću igrati base game.
Ali ne možeš lupiš i te mobove iz Basica bez...
Kako ne možeš? Pa imaš grindaš, uzmeš jači gear, već šta je?
Ali imaš, znači, gear ti pada iz DLC-a, da bi mogo da gledaš nešto. Ti kažem bezazim. Kaže ko čovjek koji ima preko 5000 sati u toj igri.
Koliko imaš već?
Jer je dok je bio na Blizzardu sam to igre. Ja sam tu igru platio preko 100 €.
Ajde onda igramo. Ajde da me bustaš.
Da ne igra Division.
A kad crni Division igra Ubisoft, to smeće od igre. Evo me sprdaš. Pored ovoga, Destiny igraš Ubisoftove igru, već.
Ti ne znaš kako je ta igra lepo izgledala 2006.
Znam da je ta igra trebala da izgleda 10 puta, nego su je davan, brate, gradovali.
Jesi li ubio Kristinu?
S reklamom.
Kristinu sam, ja mislim,
Zajebit.
Simon.
Kristina the Sun Priestess.
Je,
Ispod Vincenta.
Jebem ti mater.
Gardi, igrat ćemo sutra, već. Vidim da...
Ostao mi je ovaj pacom.
Sutra ćemo igrati, vidim da već imaš posla, šta?
Evo, završavam.
Dobro.
Prosto Mountain.
Onako ja još jedan med 2 pa da pustim seriju i idemo.
Gdje je ova?
Octavia Militan.
Evo da gledam Last of Us.
Jesi ubio ovu Leandru? Leandra the Shadow Priestess.
Jesi.
Dobro. Terra the Geomancer, samo malo. Ona je beše ovdje, ajmo vam.
Samo malo.
Ajmo na sever.
Ljudi moji, ja još zub nisam stavio.
Moje se, ja stetio se posti.
Brate, 4 mjeseca. Pa čovjek može da umre bre za 4 mjeseca.
Može.
Može potrejiti do 6 mjeseci.
I to što kažeš. Ajde.
Дякую.
Ja.
Gdje free loote. Sve.
Vidi, kako hoćeš.
Pazi tu. Tu su sjene sad. Ček, pravo si. Gdje malo. A sada znaš da ideš? Idemo cik-cak.
Desne, koliko ti je Cage ima, vrate, godina?
Nemam pojma, nisam ga pitao. Pa imaš mu profil. Provali sam.
Hvala ti, sve si mi rekao.
Dobre.
Između 20 i 30 koliko ja mogu da primetim.
Vidim streama Varsu. Da, može Gardi, a? Spreman?
Jačim dan imaju više. Što da ja sam mobilizaciju?
Ovo ne može ni da nam nađe igrač.
Eto ti. Šodera si izlogujem.
Gdje ćete? Gdje ćete teksta počeo?
Ajde jebate. Ubili smo koliko 10 bosseva barem.
U Lidlu?
Da.
Bar 10.
Kao Lidovci.
Ovo mi je druga baza da se napravi danas.
Lako učno.
A šta se Milan oduševljava sa onim likom? Dobar dan! Kao drogaš dobru drogu, sanjao sam te, neki ludak iz Berana. Milanu idol je.
Pa on tako isto smara ko Milan.